Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all doing well. Today we have a big open sweaty tournament, so it's going to be quite a bit of fun. Basically, we have opened the tournament to all skill levels, which means we are going to be getting some Dark Lords in here. So very, very hyped to see some of the high level play. In game one, I think, let's go ahead and cast a Davok game. That would be fun, wouldn't it? All right, so let's get Davok's game here. Davok, yo. I will cast your first game. Or shall you? All right, so we're going to be getting into the first one. I'm going to host it up right now. So we're going to do Davok versus McLean. So Davok versus McLean. Looking good. And I have the lobby open on Game Ranger now. Okay, great. So we're all set. Davok versus McLean. I have GR lobby set up for you two. We'll cast your match. All right, man, it's going to be good. So today I'm going to be casting for a couple of reasons. One is because we have a lot of new people here, and I think we're going to need some admin action. I'm going to have to take care of some things on the back end, so it'd be easier if I'm casting. And secondly, I want to be able to see some of the high-level play as well. So if I don't run into any of them, I'm going to be casting once we get to rounds 3 and 4, and we have a couple undefeated players. I want to be able to see those games and share it with you guys and see what's cooking right there. Okay. So GR lobby is up, and we're going to be doing Davok versus McLean. I don't know what McLean is playing. Davok, I think, is playing Lothlorien. He's an elf enjoyer for sure. All right. Yo, launching. So the round 1 map, let's go ahead and see what that is going to be the Gloom Glens. Evil. It sounds very spooky and very evil. All right. Yeah, well, Tyson, welcome to the stream, dude. This is your first one. Today we're doing Lord of the Rings. So normally I, of course, cover Total War Warhammer, but, we like to dabble in the forbidden arts of Tolkien, which is the best. This game just brings back so much nostalgia, and, the trilogy, the Peter Jackson trilogy, are my favorite movies of all time. So getting to see all the flavor coming from that is just great. It's so much fun. Woodland Realms? Ooh, do we have an Elvish duel? All right, so we have Woodland Realms, the dreaded Beorns, versus maybe, I think Davok's playing Lothlorien. I'm not sure. Yeah, Syrian, if you wanted to cast, by the way, you're more than welcome to. Like, if you want to fire up a stream, I'll happily send people your way if you want to, and yeah, just let me know if you're interested. If you know anybody who wants to cast, I'm happy to have them cast these tournaments as well and cover more aspects of the bracket, because I can only cover one game per round, right? So that is going to be that. All right, so let's find the map. We're going to do this. Get you guys in there. And it's the Old Gloom Glens. Old Gloom Glens is going to be the map. Let's see, Old Forests. Maybe it's down here somewhere. I think I missed it. Okay, we're going to scroll back up here and find this bad boy. So Lothlorien is really interesting. They basically upgrade their trees, and the trees then have different purposes. They can get like defensive upgrades. It's pretty nuts. There it is, Gloom Glens. All right, it's got to be fine. And we're going to go to Observer today. And there we go. Let's open the other spot and wait for these bad boys to get in. So we should be getting into the first round right now. There we go. Assyrian, I will take you up on that in the future. I just didn't sign up in general because I might have to take tonight off. Yeah, by the way, if you see anybody in Discord having beginner issues and you need me to jump in, just let me know here in chat. That'd be great. Thanks for all the Total War streams, by the way, says Tablet. I don't tune in live, but I watch the VODs every day piecemeal. Well, they're going to keep coming. Don't worry. Okay, so let me check here. Nobody's having any issues yet, which is good. I'm checked in, but not in the bracket. Okay, that means you checked in after the start of tourney. Okay, so let me check you. So we had a couple people sign up late, of course. Do we have any buy rounds? We do not have any buy rounds, so we can't add anybody late, unfortunately. Don't have a... Okay, no problem. The trees have feelings. Yeah, it's going to be a tree battle. We're going to get a battle between two of the Elvish realms. Of course, we're going to be casting different rounds every single time, which is going to be fun. So we'll cast some new players, some advanced players. I would say Davok is a medium player. A lot of the players who have started with us in the beginning with our new player group from our Discord are already, I would say, like medium players in that ballpark, and Davok is one of them, for sure. I would say Orange Pest is pretty close to being an advanced player. He's been training with some really, really high level players. That's just how he is. You know, he's comes from a pro RTS background and whatnot. So he's advanced very quickly. I would say I'm like a low medium player myself, like very low. Okay, Ring Heroes on in our game. Okay, let me turn that off. And yes, we're gonna get the Ring Heroes off, and cool. All right, so we're good to go. I've dealt with the admin issues, and let's do it. Okay, so Lothlorien is ready, and the Woodland Realms are ready, and here we are on the Gloom Glens. Sweaty Elf faction on Sweaty Elf faction. Yes, so we have Lothlorien versus Woodland Realms. Now, Woodland Realms, of course, are the faction you guys have seen in the past who does use the Bjornings. Those are the lumberjacks that can just karate chop buildings. Davok hates them with a passion, so I think if McLean can find a way to get those out, it's going to be quite big. All right, guys. Here we go. Spawning in on the east side of the map, it is going to be the Halls of Thranduil. It is going to be the Woodland Realms, and they're going to be helmed by McLean. Over to the southwest, it is going to be Lothlorien, and that's going to be the great Davok. Of course, if you guys don't know Davok, he also does YouTube as well, and he's been posting Age of the Ring content. So if you guys are looking for more of this sweaty action, he's a great caster and a great player as well, and he is putting those up, which is quite a bit of fun. All right. So let's get those predictions going. Immediately, we do see 4 eco buildings being dropped here. The Malorn trees, I believe is what they're called. So for anybody newish, let me go ahead and see if I can find one before he upgrades them. No, he's upgrading them a little bit too quickly, but okay, let's watch right here. So when this upgrades, you're going to notice there's a bunch of options. You can upgrade it to a Malorn tree, which basically are an upgraded Nif Frendel Bloom, which makes it generate more command points and also income. You can make it into a garrison, which allows you to train infantry, etc., etc. So you build these like core trees, and then you can upgrade them. So you can see up here, he's upgrading this one to the Green Pasture, which allows the recruitment of riders. So it's pretty cool. Increases its armor as well, and you do get some command point increases. So a lot of flexibility here, and you can also do secondary upgrades. So when you upgrade these buildings, you can also pay more to do secondary upgrades, which allows you to get like crazy defensive tech. You can get the lanterns, which of course is going to be AoE fearing everybody around it. So it's Lothlorien, I think, is one of the best defensive factions in the entire game. It's really hard to attack them because of what they can do with their trees. All right, guys, over on the east side, we do see the Woodland Realms going to be building a dagger infantry, or a swordsman. It's their equivalent of a swordsman. I'll just call them what they are, dagger warriors, yes. And they're fast. They're good at sniping buildings. You know, they can trade fine into axemen and, you know, those kind of basic troops. But in the back, he is going to be going for a Beorning Lodge. So the thing about the Woodland Realms, which is kind of funky, is they cannot get spearmen until tier 2 on their basic building. So it's kind of been a thing that Woodland Realms is kind of weak against early cav play because they don't get an early spear unit. But most Woodland Realms players just immediately upgrade just like this. So the Sylvan Clearing is getting upgraded because otherwise he's not going to have spears. His opponent's going to be coming over with cavalry and just giving him... Yep, and Davok knows this too. He's going to be coming with the cavalry. So he does have the Wild Riders, and they're going to be charging in and running down some of these bad boys. So trampling pretty brutal here, as those guys do get trampled over. They don't get one shot because these are not like heavy cavalry, but even still, able to do some nice work. And then he is going to be attacking a building in the north. So he runs around the north side of the building, going to be piling in and attacking into the hunting shrine. Do we see any woodland hunters coming out? Woodman hunters? Not yet. Rather, it is going to be a spearman unit coming out. But Davok is going to be getting an early kill on this building, which is really big. And his opponent could have deleted it to deny some ring power points if he wanted to, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. And that's a huge early win for Davok. He's really able to cackle. Now, both of these factions have pretty insane late games. Rivendell probably has a stronger late game, although the Beornings are pretty brutal too, so that is one thing. Now, here on the bottom side, McLean going to be sending his dagger infantry to go counter raid while Davok is just riding around with his cav and scouting. But now there are Elvish Spearmen out, so the Spearmen should be able to chase these guys down. He's probably going to build 2 of them. Davok going to continue raiding, so you can see the Wild Riders circling around the back here, continuing to try and take down what he can, but the Elvish Spearmen should be able to harry him and push him away from the situation. Over to the west side, the Elvish Raiders do get here, but look, we see, did they get stunned by something? Or I think they just weren't given an attack order, unfortunately. But they're going to get trampled over by the cavalry and have a very, very bad time. Moving up are the Toar Waith, which are the basic axemen or swordsmen of Lothlorien. They're just like your tier 1. They're the same as these dagger infantry, basically. I don't know who wins in a straight-up fight. There's a lot of like weird nuances like that between factions, like whose tier 1 infantry will beat what and the cost. And sometimes a unit that costs more may lose. Like, for example, on Isengard, the Wildmen are usually not good head-to-head fighters because they're more designed for raiding and whatnot, right? So they'll lose to things that cost around the same and sometimes a little bit, less than them even. In my anecdotal experience. Could be wrong, but that's just been my experience so far. All right, so Davok is doing a smooth transition here. Basically, okay, he does lose some cavalry charging into those spears, which was a blunder, not the end of the world. But what Davok is doing is he opens with cavalry, his opponent then counters the spears, and then he does a smooth transition over to the axe infantry, and they counter the spearmen. So that's kind of the whole idea. But the Beorning woodsmen are out, and there are spears, and this is a really good composition here. The woodman hunters will be able to shoot and fight from downtown pretty effectively against these guys, and then the spears will be able to fend off the cavalry. It's micro-intensive, but certainly can work. And we will see how it gets executed. Yep, you got to get the spears in position, and it looks like Davok does lose a fair amount of cavalry charging in there, but he also tramples some of the woodsmen, so it wasn't a completely one-sided trade. And Davok attempting to raid here. Some of his swordsmen are trying, but they are going to be taken down probably by the composition of archers and spears. So those guys are taking the business a little bit. Now, looking at the supply for both players, it's going to be a nice little trample right there. The woodmen archers in the back do get trampled down, although there weren't that many cavalry, so it looks like they are going to be enduring. Up on the top side, it looks like Davok going to be split raiding here as the woodmen hunters do come out and are going to be engaging against the axemen. You definitely don't want spearmen to be fighting these guys unsupported. Spearmen are going to get annihilated, and that's the rock, paper, scissors of this game, right? So, yeah, that's really bad. Losing that spearman unit to those axemen is pretty unfortunate. And the woodmen hunters, of course, will be good at them against them at range, but you can line of sight in the bows in this game by running around buildings. So essentially what the Elvish player is doing here, what Davok is doing, is he ran behind the building. He line of sights, he lures them close, and then he's going to be charging in and using, I believe, one of his war horns. So yeah, he's going to be using the Elven Horn, which gives him damage and armor, and the Woodman Hunters are going to get wrecked in melee. So just really clean play out of our boy Davok here. Now, we are going to be seeing a Royal Barracks, which is for elite units, which is interesting to see that early. Looking at the supply for both players, we do see the Hidden Sentry. So the Woodland Realm Elves are at 550 command points, whereas Davok is going to be sitting at 475. So the Woodland Realms are kind of hanging in there economically, which is interesting. But now you can see the elite units. I mean, man, 650, 700, 800 here, and then 1,000 for the Radiant Riders. So just a whole bunch of expensive units, But pretty even economically. Davok, I would say, has been winning a few more of the army fights. As we do look around here on the top side, Davok continuing to raid, and the Woodland Realm's going to be gathering up their spearmen, and it's pretty much just spearmen right now. And the Woodman Hunters, obviously. We haven't gone to the Beornings yet. Beornings are pretty chad. They can pull games from the clutches of defeat, that is for sure, by just base sniping. If you get a couple of upgraded Beornings that have like level 3 and have their Berserk ability, man, oh man, they can do some serious work. All right, guys, on the top side, they are being fended off, and the Woodman Hunters getting a nice salvo into these guys right here. Maybe going to pick off one or two of them as they try and retreat, but it looks like they're going to be getting away. And down on the south side, what do we got? We do see Davok having success with his raids here, so the Axemen able to take those down. And down here, we do see the old Axemen chopping down another hunting shrine. So Davok's aggression is really, really working out quite well, as long as he doesn't charge those cav into those spears. And it looks like he pulls back at the last second. And is the Woodland Realms player going to be able to defend against the cav charges? He really needs to have some spearmen back there on guard duty to keep Davok in check. Davok is doing really good split rating, though. His aggression has been very, very good. And up top, some of these guys do get isolated. They get rode down by the cavalry. Now, these cavalry are hybrid cav. They're like an archer-spear hybrid, so they're not like brutal at trampling, but even still, they can do some work. And it looks like right now, Davok going to be going after workers. So workers in this game, you start with 2 of them, and they cost 500 gold. So killing workers in this game is probably one of the most brutal things you can do early on. So there's a worker death, which means if the Woodland Realms player doesn't have another worker, he's going to have to spend 500 resources to build another one, which is a massive sink in money, right? So big pit fight going down here. We can see that the Lothlorien elves are getting into melee with the archers, and the spearmen are kind of folding up as well. Cavalry trample going to be coming from the top, and it looks like overall Davok is winning in this fight. We do have Rumil, so that is a hero here, and he gives plus 10% damage and 5% experience to other heroes, to Haldir and Orifon. So he's like a support character. And then eventually he gets like a ranged attack, and okay, so he's nothing crazy. He's just like a cheap early game archer hero that can support your more elite heroes that you do get later on. And yeah, so far we do see some cavalry coming out for the Woodland Realms. It's going to be pretty good because Davok has not been building any spears. So you can see how one cavalry unit's able to kind of swing this fight back a little bit as they do continue trampling, but they are going to be hunted down by some of the some of the Lothlorien cav as well. But nice trample right there, and it is buying him a little bit of time. Meanwhile, on the top side, we do see some counter raiding going down, which I do like. So this is going to be some woodman hunters with their chopping axes. They do have a bow and a hand weapon they can switch to. And one of the Lothlorien trees up in the top is going to be going down as Davok does deal with those cavalry. And now is going to be heading north with his Lothlorien army to deal with the woodman hunters before they get another tree. Looking at the ring power of both players, currently we see Davok is going to be at 12 ring power in total. And looking at his opponent is going to be sitting at 12 as well. Interesting. So they're pretty much even, really. I'm surprised to see that. It seems like Davok has been winning most of the fights, but perhaps there was some split pushing or some funny business going on in the north. We have not seen the ring power. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, so no, Davok's actually ahead. So he is, because this is 10, so this is going to be 5, 15, 17. So Davok's at 17, and his opponent is currently at 13. Okay. I'm still a little bit new to this, but getting the hang of it. And yes, we do see Davok with a pretty considerable lead and a massive elven army. We do see the Woodland Realms getting some elite infantry. They do have their elite swordsmen coming out, which of course are pretty nasty fighters. Are the elite infantry going to be able to save them? We do not see any heroes for the Woodland Realms. Do we see the Bjornings being upgraded? We do not. So no Bjornings yet. And now there is going to be a fight as the elite elven infantry, these swordsmen, which I believe cost about 700, do decide to fight. But Davok uses his war horn, which means you want to run. You do not want to be engaging while that horn is active, but it looks like the fight's going to be taken. So cavalry being fended off, Davok obviously transitioning into spears. Beautiful cav trample in the back by Davok there, running over those archers and doing a hell of a lot of damage. The swordsmen are the only thing really holding in the middle, the elite elvish swordsmen, and certainly providing a nice bash, but Davok is going to be calling in the allies. So this is one of his tier 2 abilities, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's the summon Sylvan allies. So he's able to summon some allies. They pop out of this tree right here, and the Woodland Realms army gets completely routed. Man, oh man, that is brutal. So Lothlorien is going to be advancing, and the Woodland Realms are looking to be GG'd out of here in just a moment, I would imagine. I don't see too many chances for them to come back here, as now all their buildings are going to be under heavy, heavy pressure, and units that pop out of said buildings are going to be getting karate chopped. All right. So I think Davok going to be getting first blood here today in the tournament. And it is a Swiss tournament, so even if you lose, you're not eliminated. You're guaranteed 4 rounds of competition. So for the new players, though you may lose your first round against some of these Dark Lords, you are going to be able to get your full games in, as long as you don't drop, of course. All right, guys. That building's going to be going down. We see the Woodland Woodsman Bjorning hut going down, the Elite building going down, the Hunters going to be getting trampled over. And Davok with a very clinical, clean game. Honestly, smooth transitions, really, really effective rating. There's a reason why I think Davok is already a medium player. He's no longer in the beginner category, that's for sure. But this isn't a beginner tournament. This is an open tournament for all skill levels, so you're going to be seeing Dark Lords today. You're going to be seeing everything, which is going to be really fun. 2 defensive structures coming up for the Woodland Realms, so this is just pure desperation. The Woodland Realms do have a hero. They have Tariel, so she's looking for her dwarvish love triangle right now, but she's actually a very good hero. So nearby Sylvan units gain vision and attack range. So she's a really good archer support hero. You basically put her with all your archers, and it just makes them exponentially more efficient as she levels up. But defensive buildings are coming up. Is there going to be any chance at holding here? I don't know. They're looking pretty rough. The Sylvan allies have been called out, and we do have the Elven King's Feast. So Thranduil's Feast is not going to be super great, considering there's not much to really heal. And it looks like another worker is sniped. Brutal. So Davok picking off that worker right there, and that was rough. That was very, very rough. Up on the north side, more raiding going down from the old Woodland Realms, or excuse me, from Lothlorien. So many elves, it gets confusing, but they are able to chop down that building, and the Woodland Realms are really on the back foot. And they have 2 arrow towers, which is going to help them against some of the raiding here, but overall, we have Haldir coming out. So Haldir, of course, a very nice mid-tier hero for Lothlorien. Granted, he's diving into the towers. I think Davok had him on a rally point, and he just ran over here. So Haldir are going to be not being killed by Uruk-hai today, but going to be getting killed by some of his fellow elves. So unfortunate. Not really going to matter too much, to be honest. Davok is going to assemble a Doomstack and probably just come end the game here, I would imagine. Raiding up the north is going down, and somehow Palpatine has returned. Will the Woodland Realms be able to endure? I do not know. It's going to be tricky. I mean, looking at the production here, or the command points, currently 825 command points, which does equate to income as well. Some massive income going in here for Lothlorien, and for the Woodland Realms, they are at 650, which isn't terrible considering the state of the game. I know, Haldir just couldn't help himself. He's like, I just have to die in every piece of Tolkien media. It just has to happen. So he moved in, and he did get karate chops right there. All right, so another battle is on. It is going to be Lothlorien pouring in with archers and axemen and spearmen, but the Woodland Realms do have a nice little Death Star, and they do have Tariel as well. She's level 4, and she can also summon rangers, I believe, when she gets to a certain point. Yeah, eyes and ears. They can't be moved, but they're quite good. You just drop them. She's a very, very good early game hero for sure. All right, so upgraded Bjornings. I mean, I think you got to go desperation mode. If you are the player here, I think you need to upgrade this straight up to the Bjorning Berserkers, and you need to start split pushing. Taking these head-on fights versus Lothlorien is just not going to go well considering the current state of the game, right? Archers moving out. Davok with mainly spears and archers. Nothing too crazy. We do see Rumil in the back. He's level 4, so he does have his special attack now, which causes monsters to flee, which is pretty cool. More cavalry going to be coming out for Davok, as the Woodland Realms and Tariel are going to be forced back right now. And no spears, so that's going to be tough if they decide to trample, but it looks like they're not going to be trampling. And, oh, no, there they go. All right. They got the chub, and they're going to be wheeling around, going up top, trampling over all the Woodman Hunters. And probably we're going to be seeing more buildings being destroyed here. So this income building, this hunting shrine is going to be getting destroyed. And so too is this as well. All right, guys. The battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. But the Woodland Realms heavily on the back foot, trying to rebuild where it can. Another royal barracks is going to be getting set up back here just to try and get some production going. And I mean, there are 2 arrow towers. So that will buy a little bit of agency here. The Woodman Hunters hiding under the base is certainly as good as it's going to get, because at least when the cav come in, they're going to get wasted by the arrow towers a little bit. Oh, shit. These are heavy cavalry. All right, so we do have some of the big elvish cavalry coming out. These things are nasty, man. Lothlorien's elite cavalry, and they just kill Tariel, too. I mean, they are freaking brutal and a half. So if we go to the buildings here, let me see where I can find them. Yeah, so these are the Knights of Emeridian, or Emdirian? Yeah, hard to say. But these guys are absolute Terminators. Heavy-duty cavalry. I mean, and Lothlorien gets some of the more elite units in the game here. You can see you have, yeah, these guys are freaking 1,600. Very, very pricey. But they're going to just be trampling everything that the Woodland Realms knows and loves. They're going to need some spears to deal with this, that's for sure. As another production building is being taken down by spearmen here, and the elite cav are finally going to be worn down, but not before they do a hell of a lot of damage. And, yeah, they got 2 models, so if you get them back, you can give them a banner, and that's going to allow them to regenerate, which is going to be very, very good. Thranduil is in the game. He is the final boss, final hero for the Woodland Realms. Whereas for Lothlorien, you get Galadriel. She's very, very good. All right, so Haldir is back. Let's look at what Haldir does for any of you guys who are trying to learn the game right now. Professor Pone, thank you for resubscribing. So Haldir buffs nearby heroes. He has the Captain of the Galadrim. Nearby allies gain 50% damage and armor. At level 4, it becomes even better. Okay, so basically Haldir is like a combat support character. He's going to be able to buff all your nearby units. And you can see these guys got level 2. They got the Lembas upgrade. Oh, elf units regain health outside of combat. Lembas. Okay, and it looks like they're going to be regenerating. We do see more infantry coming in. These are going to be the Sindar Pathstalkers. These units are really, really cool. They're like an anti-infantry. They have some stealth mechanics as well, if I'm not mistaken. Very, very neat unit for sure. All right. So flanking coming in from the Woodman Hunters, and the Woodland Realms is hanging in there. They're trying to survive. No Bjarning Berserkers quite yet. We do see this building was able to survive. Let's look at these command points for both players. So Davok is sitting at 1,000 command points and is getting really close to his full ultimate. He's at 15. You need 25 to get your tier 4 ability. And for the Woodland Realms, they're really, really far behind. Man, oh man. I mean, getting a little bit of rating up top, which is nice, as they do bonk down some of the buildings here. So maybe going to get one of the Malorn trees. And, you know, anything you can do to buy time. But the Wrath is coming, guys. They are on their way. So here comes the dreaded Lothlorien blob of doom. And Davok looks like he's going to be closing into the Woodland Realms. And the Elvish Civil War will be brought to an end, most likely. Haldir is going to be buffing up the entire army here. Rumil is going to be putting in some good shots. Tariel, I believe, got killed, so she's just not even on the table anymore. Those elite cavalry really, really able to put them in the trash can. And, yep, that's going to be that going down there. A little bit of raiding from the Woodman Hunters. I like this a lot. This is very good play here. Raiding with these Woodman Hunters, I think, is quite brilliant right there. And another attack here. That is going to be a production building going down. Meanwhile, up in the north, oh, the dreaded Eagles have arrived. All right, so the Eagles have been called in, and they're pretty good. They can just attack buildings and do whatever. So I usually just, yeah, put them on an important building. Because Bjarning Berserkers are coming out, and Davok has PTSD against those things from games he's had in the past. But yeah, big army coming in. The forces of Lothlorien are going to be pushing back the Bjarning Berserkers. So the Bjarning Gigachads are here, and you can see they are giving the business to whatever's in front of them. But there's just too many, and the Elven Cavalry trampling through that army, absolutely annihilating them. And yep, that's going to be GG, well played. Really fun match, though. Definitely Davok was in control for most of it, but it was a cool match. You know, seeing a little Elven Civil War, we don't get to see that terribly often. And yeah, that's going to be that. No more building, really producing units. We do have some elite swordsmen coming out here, but they're not going to be able to solo everything. The Bjorning Lodge is going to go down. Oh, look at the eagle actually picked that guy up. Look at that and tossed him. Oh, I love it. It's so good. GG, well played. The main base is going to be the last bastion, and that is going to be a round 1 victory going to our boy Davok. And some catharsis as he is able to get vengeance against the old woodland realms. All right, guys, so that was round 1 of the tournament. Very fun stuff. We're going to be starting round 2 as soon as all the matches in round 1 are done. Currently, the resource gathering difference wasn't that huge, actually. Davok gathered 3,000 more, but, well played to our boy McLean as well. Davok is really a tough opponent, and he hung in there like a champ. So it was good for him. All right, guys, so we're going to be getting ready for the next game right now. So let's do this and make sure there's no... Oh, God, how nice is this? No admin factions. Oh, or issues. That's so nice. So we're going to go look at the tournament right now, and as we get... So the first round of the tournament is completely random, okay? You get put against a random opponent, but after each round, what ends up happening is you get put against people who have the same record as you. So it's going to get better and better over time in terms of balance and having equally skilled, matchups and whatnot. So there is that. Oh, man, we're almost done. Okay. We're almost done. Cool beans, cool beans. All right, so let's take a look at the tournament real quick. So... Poole defeated Hlidden. I believe Poole is a very high-level player. Hlidden is a very high-level Total War player who's been learning this game, but it's pretty damn new. Violence defeated Ruben. Kiarga defeated Attack Speed Enjoyer. Jonathan defeated Ark. Old Nosy, I believe he's like the #1 ranked player in this game. He defeated Mokaba. Havoc defeated Roly. Maku defeated Arkrain. Samurai Style defeated the Blood Penguin. And Chorty defeated... This is our dwarf player. He's new, but he's very good at his dwarves, which is always fun to see. Conquistador defeating Hans the Tickler, Orange Pest defeating Hoopsaya, and then we have a handful of other games going down here. So this game just finished right now. We can refresh that. It's probably going to clean up there. There we go. Professor Pone is playing right now as well versus Partinelli, Daddy Bunch versus Delwar, Hayosh versus Bull, and Daniel Epic versus Redwall, and we have one game, Don Corleone versus the Joker down here. So yeah, those are all the matches, and for anybody who wants to join in the future, you just need to join our Discord. You can go to totaltavern.com and click the Discord link up at the top to join, and you can sign up for any tournaments we're going to have on this website, and yeah, that's basically going to be that. Very, very fun times indeed. Goji, are you playing today? I reported my score, but it seems to be bugged. No, I see you, Pone. I see your score reported, right? Try reporting again, Pone. You're probably not logged into the website. Make sure you're logged in. Yeah, just refresh, and if it doesn't work the second time around, let me know, and I can report it for you. So, this is Jonathan. You won. Jonathan, so where are you? If your score should be reported. The individual, when you win a game, by the way, you need to go onto the website and report your score here. There's going to be like a drop-down menu, and you just report it there. Okay, great. Yeah, perfect. So you're all good. You don't need to do anything else then. And Pone, let me know if you continue having issues. Cast Nosy or Conquit, that is as good as it will get. Okay, I'll wait till they face another high-level player, though, so it's a more fair game. Yeah. Okay. Let me see what's cooking here. Yep, looks like Professor Pone's game got reported. All good. So now we just need to wait, like, probably, I would say, 10 minutes for these to finish. It could be a little bit longer, but we will have to see. We will have to see. The format for today is going to be Swiss SFT. So this is the first round, and there's going to be 4 rounds in total. And yeah, we have Kingsfell for our next map, Dor Amarth, and here's all the maps. The finals are best of 3, by the way. And if we do have 2 players tied for the tiebreaker score, for the top 4, we will have a playoff, which means an extra match for everybody as well. Yeah. Yeah, Pone, sometimes you have to sign back into the website. Yeah, you got to do all this. Oh, Daxon, I hope you're enjoying it as well. All right, guys. So that is round 1. Let's refresh and see. Yep, another game just finished. So we have a couple more of these going. Hayosh versus Bull and Joker and them. And I don't know how far along those games are, but I would imagine that they didn't have any troubles getting started. Yeah, finals will be best of 3, just to make it a little bit less feel bad. Because being beaten a best of 1 is, it depends on the time constraints and all that, but... sorry, cringe name. It would have been fun to have you in here. Yeah. Well, don't worry. We're not going anywhere, and we're just going to be hanging out for now. Currently painting up the old Isengard army. I was painting some Berserkers last night. Dude, so excited to play some. Found some people near me who play. Hey, Hoopsai, it's okay, man. Well, you see, here's the thing. Hoopsai, you ended up playing against Orange Pest in round 1, okay? So what that means is you're going to get easier opponents in the next rounds. You got the brutality out of the way, you know? That's good. And, you know, Hoopsai, Orange Pest isn't even this. I mean, he could be one of the scariest players in this event, but there are players who are probably more experienced than him and even scarier. There's a couple. So yeah, it's gonna get rough. Old Nosy's playing. Yeah, I think Conqui is playing as well. Is he? Let's see. Don't know if he is. Okay, 2 matches still to finish, and then hopefully they will report soon. Okay. Hey, Jesper, what's going on? Yeah, we just finished round 1. We're just kind of in the waiting room until round 2 starts. Not going to be too long. We'll get there nice and soon. We could put on some show matches, too. I think that'd be fun to get, like, 2 high-level players and have, like a sweaty show match. What kind of rule set for Lord of the Rings tabletop? Rule set? It's just, I mean, the game has its own set of rules and everything. Yeah, it's fun. It's a Games Workshop game, so, you know, it has some of those caveats, but it's very fun. It's very, very fun. Yeah, you can get some cool looking units, man. The Witch King looks freaking rad. Yeah, this model looks really good. My buddy who I play with sometimes, he uses this guy, the Witch King of Angmar. He's a beast. Very, very strong character. Here's the army I started with, the Isengard Battle Host. Yeah, you get some cool looking units. The Berserkers, I have some of the retro Berserkers as well, but yeah, it's super fun. It's a good time. The Mumakil is very Chad. Look at the Mumakil of Harad. Oh yeah, look at the big boy. That's a cool mini. And there's even enough room on the parapets of the Mumakil to have the based archers, so you could just like put them up there with their bases on everything. I don't know if I would say it's rank and flank. It's more of a skirmish game. It is a skirmish game. The armies are a little bit smaller, but yeah, I mean, flanking isn't really that much of a thing in this game. Kind of, if you flank like spear formations and whatnot. Saruman is really pimp. His model, he's got a newish model. His old model is pretty haggard. I have that one too, but it's charming in its own way. Yeah, there's Gandalf there. Here's Saruman and Grima. Yeah, check it out. Yes, Grima. Yeah, it's a great model though. I mean, it looks very similar to Christopher Lee. The newer Lord of the Rings models, they did a good job, you know, switching them over to look more similar to their movie counterparts. I mean, there was a rank and flank rule set about 15 years ago. Got it. Understood. Okay, let's refresh this. And those games are still going. All right. So we'll make sure they're actually playing. So give me 1 second. Sometimes these guys will like play games and just not report and whatnot. So it's tricky pickles. Okay. Let's see here. So Heosh and Bull. And then we have and Don Corleone. Let me get their names correctly. Don, let me know when you are all done. Cool. So it looks like one of them just wrapped up now, so only going to have one left here. And, you know, a lot of people's first time on the website as well, so they're going to need a little bit of help reporting scores and all that. So shouldn't be a problem. Just put a mirror match. Things don't matter. So dwarfs versus dwarfs. Okay, cool. So that one is going to be done. So the Black Joker has won their game versus Don Corleone. And Heosh and Bull, I think, are the last game going right now. I'm not sure. Let's see what's cooking. And then we'll be getting round 2 started. You're building a Sauron, the Dark Lord commander deck at the moment? Oh, yeah, dude. Sauron's fun. I played him for a while. I played him for about 6 months. I want to make a Saruman. I don't know if I want to do the Spellsinger Saruman or do the Orc one. I'm not sure. Does Saruman ever ride a horse? Not in the movies, but in the tabletop game, he can ride a horse. So, I mean, Gandalf rides a horse, so, you know, why wouldn't he be able to? Okay. Yes. All right, 1 game left. Taking a look at the website. Here we go. So we have Heosh versus Bull playing. I believe Bull is one of our only Isengard players. So, you know what? Maybe I'll cast one of his games next. Yeah, that'd be fun. We gotta support our fellow Isengard Chad. There's not too many of them. I think Davok did a cool little write-up of all the factions that are in today's tournament. So let's see what's actually playing today. So where's this? Going down. I'm looking for your write-up, Davok. Is it still up to date? I don't see it. Let me know if you have it. That'd be kind of fun information to share. I think Gondor and Lothlorien were some of the more popular factions. There's a lot of players today. Yeah, well, it's an open tournament, so we got all skill levels playing. So it's a little bit sweatier than usual. That's for sure. Okay, those guys, I think, are dueling it out. Okay, so Dwaylen is there. It looks like that is fine. Cool. So now we wait. We played. Okay, thank you, man. Thank you for the heads up there. Yes, but back to the website here. We can keep taking a look at these bad boys. You can get it? Yeah, Davok, let me know. That'd be fun. Support the Eisenchad player. I think there's only 1 or 2 Isengard players. I kind of wanted to ask one of the really big dogs to play Isengard because I would love to see how they're played at a high level. But I don't think any of them did, unfortunately. So feels bad. Yeah, the Isengard army, though. So you can go to Middle-earth. You go to Lord of the Rings. Evil. And then you can go to Filters and go to Isengard. Yeah, there you go. They have some cool shit. They got some really, really cool shit. The crossbows are heavy metal. I have a batch of those guys. I do not have a assault ballista though. The assault ballista can be used on the one of the armies, which is the Siege of Helm's Deep army, which is fun. You can see you get all the siege ladders and the bomb over here and everything. So it's pretty fun. You can actually legit play with the bombards here, which is pretty hilarious. Yeah. I was gonna copy their strategies. That's right. Here's the berserkers. And there's also, they made new wildmen too. So here's the berserker chads. I already have like 15 of those. Shout out to my boy for sending those over. Okay, so here's the current count. Let's see. 3 Erebor, 4 Gondor, 2 Harad Waith, 2 Isengard, 4 Lothlorien, 6 Misty Mountains. Holy shit. 3 Mordor, 4 Rivendell, 2 Rohans, 3 Woodland Realms. Okay. Oh wow, not a single Dol Guldur player. Damn, dude. Damn. Not a single one. Yeah, if you go to... They actually made new Wildmen models. They're just a little bit hidden. So you go to the War of the Rohirrim Evil, and the new Wildmen are right here. Yeah, the Hill Tribesmen. These models are actually pretty good. These are new ones. So if you wanna take back your jobs and bring it back for the homies in the mountains and the hills, the Haggard Hillmen, then here you go. You have the boys. Yeah, these are the new take back our jobs. These models are new though. They just came out like this year. So these ones are like brand new for Gondor. I don't know if these guys are for Gondor. These are the hobos with their torches and shit. So yeah. For Gondor. Oh, I get it. I'm an idiot. Okay, that one went over my head. That one went over my head for sure. Now over the evil factions from The Hobbit. So you have Azog's Hunters, Azog's Legion, the Dark Powers of Dol Guldur, Smaug, the Goblin Town, the Denizens of Mirkwood, and the Trolls. So really, it's like Azog's army. They get some cool shit. Even though I wasn't like a huge fan of that character, I think the orcs they have look really cool. Like the Gundabad Troll is so sick with like the full armor on. That thing is rad. You can do it without a helmet too, with the scythe gauntlets. And the Gundabad orcs look pretty heavy metal too. They look very Isengard-esque, like big, heavily armored, pretty rad. Anyways, did the next round start, by the way? Am I just rambling here into the sunset? I don't think so. Wow, those guys must be having a sweaty Duel of Fate. So every game is finished except this one. And I will double check here. I'm just going to message them directly to make sure they're actually playing. It's pretty rare you get like such an even cockfight like in round 1. I mean, it happens, but usually the more even matches happen later on. Yeah, so I'm just making sure they're playing. I think he is. And Heyosh, let me make sure you two are playing, yeah? Cool. All right, I just checked in with the homies, making sure those bad boys are playing. And looks like they are. They're in game right now. Okay. Poor Misty Mountains Gundabad orcs don't have that sweet armor. The armor is really, really cool. It is. Yeah, so that army is pretty rad, the Misty Mountains army. The Hobbit, what armies do they have for the good Hobbit armies? Yeah, I know you can play the Bjornings. The Army of Thror, Erebor Reclaimed, Garrison of Dale, Halls of Thranduil. Well, that's probably kind of cool. Let's see what the Thranduil elves look like, yeah. So you get Legolas, Tariel, you get the Palace Guards, the Mirkwood Rangers, you get Thranduil. Thranduil does have like a mounted version, which is pretty cool. If you're into the Woodland Realms, the models are pretty good here, actually. Like, some of them are really haggard and old, but this model is actually really sick. The Stag model, yeah, it's fun. The Bjornings, I think, are, let's see. Dale looks kind of neat too. You can actually make a pretty cool looking Dale army. So you get the Knights of Dale, the Warriors of Dale. You can get the big ballistas, and King Brand of Dale as well as there. So you can make that army if you want to. Radagast Alliance. Oh, I haven't seen this one. Oh, that's kind of an interesting army. So Radagast, you could get Radagast, and you can have him with the Bjornings, and then with Grimbjorn as well. This is a badass army. Yeah, I bet you it's pretty good too. I'd be curious to see. I don't know any of Radagast's rules, but it looks like he comes with 3 options. You can put him on his chariot, on foot, or on an eagle, if you want to have him riding an eagle as well. But yeah, the Bjorning army is very simplistic from what I can tell. Although there is an ally system in this game where you can ally certain armies together. Erebor Reclaim. So this is like the dwarves. Oh, the hog. Oh, God, look at the pig. It's so awesome. Oh, look at that pig. This might be the coolest model in the entire game. Dude, look how Chad this guy is. Oh, yeah. Like, a dwarf riding a pig is just perfection, you know? It's like everything you want out of a fantasy setting. Dude, look at the hog. It looks like a pit bull. It kind of does. It kind of does. Okay, let's go to Erebor Reclaimed. So the Champions of Erebor, this gives you all the heroes, like, okay, and then you get the Iron Hills Chariot, Iron Hills Dwarves, Iron Hills Crossbows, and where are the baseline warriors even? I don't know where they are. I guess they're here. No, these are the heroes. I don't know where the baseline warriors are for that faction. Yeah, not sure. Okay, let's go here and see if these guys are done. Still nothing yet. Oh, no, they're done. Okay, so we're going to the next round, guys. Thank you for your patience. It is a big tournament, so there is going to be a little bit of time here. Okay. So let's do this, and we are advancing to round 2. So advancing the Swiss. Thank you guys for your patience. Some rounds are going to be incredibly quick, and some will be very fast. It's just the nature of the beast. Okay, so Hobbits is going to be round 2 is live. Good luck, have fun. All right, so round 2 is live. There we go. And let's go find a game to cast. All right, so I'm going to pick a lobby. I'm going to look for some super sweaty matchups. And, we can do, let's see. Professor Pone playing a Dark Lord right now. Ooh, we can do, Chorty versus Davok is fun, but we just did a Davok game, so we're going to do something different here. We can do, let's see, there's an Orange Pest game. We could do Redwall versus Blood Penguin. Sounds fun. I think we need a little bit of Rohan in our life, right? A little bit of Rohan. So we're going to do a Blood Penguin game. So I'm going to tag these guys. So Blood Penguin, I will cast your game. And we're going to do Redwall. I will cast your game. Okay. Hosting and hosting. So we're going to do Rohan versus, I'm not sure what his opponent is, but as long as there was only one Rohan player, so there's no fear of like a mirror match or anything like that. So that should be fine. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to set this up right now. And this is going to be Blood Penguin versus Redwall. Okay, cool. There we go. Take back our lands. Well, Rohan has peasants that are trying to take back their lands in a way, so we will roll with that. Just waiting for these guys. Lobby open on GR. All right, guys, I'm getting pinged for something. I think we're good. Everybody's finding their way around. Good job to all the players, by the way. You guys have done great reporting your games and everything, so this is good. All right. Let's see what's cooking. Finally, you can see some Rohan action. Yeah, the Penguin's very fun to watch. I played against him quite a few times. He's very, very good. Violence versus Nosy. Oh, we could. Okay, let me message them, actually, because I'm not getting a response from either of these players yet. So, oh, no, there they are. Okay, never mind. We'll save Nosy for later. We're going to save Nosy for the top 4. Don't worry. We're going to get plenty of him. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see what the issue is. If he can't get in with you in 10 minutes, you get win. All right, so we got our game going here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's fire it up. Cool. It's going to be Redwall versus the Penguin. Penguin is very good. I would say he's like a borderline mid player. So apparently the categorization system in this community is kind of like you have newbies, and then you have medium, and then advanced players, right? There's, of course, nuances within each of those, but Penguin is very good. He is a multi-time tournament winner in Total War. He has insanely good RTS micro, so he clearly adapted very well, and he just loves his cavalry faction, so yeah. Professor Pone's about to get karate chopped by a really high-level player from what I can tell, but that's what you get for winning in round 1. That's it. You're paying for your sins, Pone. You're paying for your sins. All right, so this is going to be Kingsfell is going to be the map. Kingsfell. This game rules, by the way. It's so freaking fun. Kingsfell, Kingsfell, Kingsfell. There it is. Okay, great. Make more spots. We're going to go observer mode, and we are good to go. All right, so let's switch in here. There we are. Perfect. You need the Palantir to figure out this mod sometimes. That's right. That's not actually... I mean, the mod is pretty simplistic to figure out compared to a lot of other mods. They have a standalone launcher. It's like really nice. But that goes with any old games. Trying to get old games to work in general that do not have any sort of server support anymore, it's just always hard, so... what races would you consider the strongest right now, says Cringe Name asks. So in my anecdotal experience, I would say Harad Waith, Lothlorien, Misty Mountains would be like the top 3 for me. In what order, I don't know, but I would say those 3 are the top 3 factions. I don't know how accurate that is. Do we have any like super high level players in chat that can kind of corroborate any of that? Because I feel like Misty Mountains is insanely dynamic and powerful. Harad Waith is the same. They have so much variance and so many strong openings. Like the Mahout openings, the freaking Harandor Corsair openings. Like they have so much good stuff. You know? Top 2 factions would be Harad, Lorien, and... Okay, top factions IMO, according to Assyrian, who's a Dark Lord in this game, would be Harad, Lorien, and Misty. Okay, so our analysis was somewhat correct. They just seem a little bit stronger than other factions, but it's all good, you know? It's all good. All right, Rohan versus Mordor, by the way. So let me check this and do that. And perfection. Just making sure there's no admin stuff before I start the game. Okay, so that's going to be you. Okay, so that's going to be a drop there. And then we need to see what the other player is going to be up to. Okay, so that player got dropped because he's having tech issues or had to go IRL. And then Bull is going to be there, so let me find Bull. Okay, so we're going to see if he can get his game going. All right, guys, I think we're good for now. All right, ready? Got to make sure these guys are ready before I fire off the game. Don't want to do them too dirty here. All right, good luck, have fun. Rohan versus Mordor here on Kingsfell. This is going to be a fun classic good versus evil. You got, those are the best matchups. Watching good guys fight isn't as fun, but when you get like Isengard versus Rohan or Gondor versus Mordor, it's like those are the fights. You know, those are the fights. All right, guys. Here we are in Kingsfell. We're going to be seeing some Rohan peasantry. Eowyn will probably be out as well. And let's get it. Let's see what's cooking. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, spawning on the north side of the map, it is going to be a Blood Penguin, a.k.a. Plague Penguin. He goes by a couple names, but he is one of the top Total War players in the world who has been learning this game recently and playing pretty actively. I see him on Game Ranger almost every night training and learning the game. And obviously being a high-level RTS player, he's going to pick it up pretty quick, and he already has. Him and I have had, I think, 2 or 3 45-minute games that are just like knockdown, drag-out battles. It's a lot of fun, but he's going to be on Rohan. And to the south side, it is going to be Mordor, led by Redwall, opening with a Gorgoroth Foundry, so immediately going to be teching for those upgrades, likely the fire arrows. I would wager. We'll have to see, but yeah, he's going to be going for his eco buildings here, maybe dropping an orc stronghold or building one more income building than the orc stronghold. But nope, looks like it's going to be the orcish stronghold right out of the gates. All right, all right. So Rohan has some interesting mechanics. They obviously can build a barracks and archery range and stable like other factions early on, but Rohan's unique mechanic is the fact that they can turn their farms off, meaning it will not produce anything, and then from that farm they can produce peasants. So they have like levies. They have their peasant levies, and then they have their yeoman spears, so they can produce those bad boys. So it's a really interesting juggling with Rohan of like turning your farms on and off and producing peasants. And what's really cool about that is even if you have a farm like off in the corner of the map, you can have it produce infantry and split push with it and do a lot of fun stuff. So it's very, very cool to see. All right, guys, so Peasant's going to be heading south for an immediate raid. We do see the windmills coming up and Mordor with the double orc production. Immediately going to be rushing orc pikemen. So that's a big mistake a lot of people make, new players make against Rohan, is being like, oh god, it's going to be mass cavalry. But honestly, most Rohan players I encounter do mix in cavalry eventually, but it's usually just like a huge peasant rush, you know? They're going to be going balls deep for that. All right, more production on the outside, and the peasants of Rohan are looking for buildings to raid. They're looking for anything to torch, but pretty good building placement here from Redwall. Not giving anything up too easily. He does have his slave mill very close to his main base, so it should be protected here as the peasants continue looking. And we do get more peasants on their way down, so it's going to be another wave of peasants. And against Mordor, you do not need to worry about... Mokaba, your opponent dropped, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he dropped, so you just get a free win for the round. So just hang tight and hang out on stream, boss. You are all good. All right, so coming over, we do see the Orc Warriors going to be fighting the peasants, but the draft ability has been used. So draft is a Rohan ability where you can upgrade all of your peasants on the map. It gives them a little bit of damage and health as well. So it looks like they're just going to be trying to snipe the building, enduring the beatings that the orcs are giving them, and it's worth it. Like, if a peasant can take out a freaking slave mill, then that's uber cost effective. On the other side, Rohan's going to be raiding with its drafted peasants, and they're going to be heading down and trying to take down the foundry, which is going to be very, very strong. Here you can see the drafted peasants actually putting up a very good fight against the orcs. When they get that nice upgrade from that army ability, man, oh man, that is quite nice. But the peasant tide is on the way. Rohan going to be sending in some spears, which is interesting, so maybe expecting an early Nazgul rush. Over here, we do see Mordor actually creeping one of the caves out here, so it looks like a warg pit was crept, but he needs to finish it off. He needs to kill the rubble here, and then he can get the treasure from it. Now, peasantry going to be diving back here, trying to get the Gorgoroth foundry, so there they are, and those guys are going to be getting karate chopped here. Up on the north side, peasants continuing to raid and getting some good work done, like I said. We already see 2 income buildings for Mordor being taken into the trash. Archers are doing some good work, of course, but yeah, Rohan's not taking any prisoners. Rohan actually appearing with their own archers right now, which are not going to have a good time here. We do see the Cirith Ungol trackers being called out, so these guys are a summon unit from Mordor, and they debuff nearby enemies. So nearby enemies lose armor and damage, and yeah, they can chase and harass and just be kind of annoying here. But overall, the aggression has been pretty good for Rohan. I would say they've kind of achieved most of their goals. They were able to take down 2 or 3 income buildings for Mordor and slow down their advance, and the tides of Rohan are growing ever thicker. Looks like on the side, Rohan's going to be creeping as well, so they got their spears going after the warg pit, whereas this one has been crept out. The money has not been grabbed yet. You want to grab the inn as well, because then you can produce neutral units, but I'm sure he's going to get that at some point. So big battle in the middle, the Cirith Ungol trackers serving as tanks in the front, whereas the Mordor archers are doing some good damage against the peasants. Overall, do we see any heroes out for either player? So no super early heroes out, as Mordor is going to be getting forced back across the river. The Bretonnian peasant tide, it might as well be Bretonnia, is gathering in numbers. So I think orcs usually go 3 orc strongholds. 2 is very little. But interestingly enough, the Mordor player is going to be teching actually to the Black Uruk Marauders, hoping that they're going to be able to cleave through the peasants. But you better be careful. This tech is very risky because Rohan is not stopping. Rohan is just going pedal to the metal with peasant production, getting a lot of these guys out and just keeping a wave of nonstop aggression going. So are we going to see the Black Uruk Marauders? We do see the building getting upgraded. The Uruk Marauders are going to come out. Do not engage as Mordor here, in my opinion. Mordor has what? They have the Cirith Ungol trackers, so no fires in Mordor to really punish this. More orcs going to be coming across. And Mordor is doing a good job expanding on the map, for sure, despite some of the early pressure. They've done well. But yeah, this engagement, I don't like it because he doesn't have his tech yet, right? He's got the Uruk Marauders coming out, but he's not getting them into the forest. However, the peasants are still having trouble. The mass Mordor orc archers are dragging down a lot of these bad boys, but the peasant tide knows no ends. But now we get Black Uruk Marauders coming out. These guys are a 400 gold unit. I mean, they'll for sure massacre peasants. peasants are a pretty low quality unit. They're going to move over here and get on top of these archers, and you can immediately see big casualties going down as the forces of Mordor do push these guys back. So we see Rohan being forced to retreat, but then the Chad horsemen of the marker here. So the Rohirrim riders are out. These are their lowest tier cavalry unit. So it'll take 3 or 4 tramples to actually kill an Uruk Marauder, but even still, it is a way to kill them. All right, so cavalry are on the table. The Black Uruk Marauders are fighting pretty well considering the circumstances. Of course, that tech is doing some work. So we see more Uruk Marauders coming out, another Orcish stronghold, and now the Troll Toll is being paid. All right, guys, we do have the Mountain Trolls out. So Mordor is getting some more of its more advanced tech. And what is Rohan going to be doing in response? Probably just Riders of the Mark, maybe getting some archers. We do see an archery range back here and a stable. So those are going to be his 2 production buildings. And he does already have a well out. So he's got the Rohan well, which of course is going to be healing and replenishing nearby units. So very, very cost effective for sure. But Mordor gathering in strength, really good raiding down here, sending some haggard peasants on the wings to do a little bit of work. It looks like some Black Uruk Marauders going to be sent to fight here. And Mordor actually thinking about attacking. The Troll's going to be advancing up the river. In the meantime, the Plague Penguin going to be getting his Riders of the Mark and looking to harass the borders of Mordor and try and take down some of the economy where he can. And we are going to be getting a pit fight. Now, no heroes out. Usually you would see Eowyn at this point, I would imagine. The Troll using its Roar ability and certainly doing some damage, but the big cav charge coming in from Rohan, guys. Beautiful stuff on the flank, trampling over all those haggard Orc archers. And Mordor's armies get folded up like a piece of paper, honestly. They need some of their better units, that's for sure. But the Uruk Marauders do clean out this flank pressure and are able to keep those guys in check. The Troll does get pin-cushioned by archers, it looks like. So the big brick of Yeoman archer is able to do some brilliant work. And the Cirith Ungol trackers are going to be taken to town as well. All right, guys, so the Riders of the Marker here. A couple spears are nearby to protect. Mordor needs to be spamming everything it can right now, getting as many units as it possibly can. I think a Nazgul would be really good. This army has no counter against a Nazgul. It has no spearmen, so a Nazgul on horseback would do devastating damage. But Mordor does really look to be on the back foot right now, guys. As on the flank here, we do see some of the Black Uruk Marauders continuing to deal with some of the raids. But Rohan is definitely ahead in this game. They're looking to be a little bit stronger right now. More Riders of the Mark going to be coming down the flank as the Orcs of Mordor, archers move into melee and get massacred. Feels kind of bad for them. And we do hear the epic Rohan horn, which is so righteous. Yeah, it's going to be the horn of the Westfold, so that entire army is going to be getting sauced. More Orcs popping out, and now we do see the... oh, all right, I like that. It is going to be 4th Men of Darkness, or he is gathering all evil to him. So he gets the Riders of the Haradrim being called in, which is going to be brilliant. There's not too many spears in this formation, so those riders should be able to massacre a lot of this army, although I do see a couple spears mixed in. It's going to be hard to say. Oh, man, those Cav battling the Rohirrim, very epic, but the Haradrim rider is getting a ton of work done. He needs to keep trampling. He stopped trampling, and he's sitting in sustained combat now, which is a big, big mistake, because he could be killing all these archers and all these peasants with tramples, but instead he's just fighting in combat, which is not what he wants to be doing. All right, guys, we do see Mordor on the back foot. Black Uruk Marauders coming out. That cav charge did buy them some time, though. That is for sure. But is it going to be enough? We do have Eowyn. The Shield Maiden is here. Now, she buffs all nearby peasants, but she is a little bit surrounded. And some of the Black Uruks can definitely drag her down if she's not careful. But it looks like Eowyn is going to be able to get away. So right now, she gives peasants armor and lets them earn experience and level up faster, which is quite good. But the Nazgul is now out. Nazgul! So the Nazgul has arrived and is going to be trying to trample, but I think, man, if that Nazgul had been out a minute earlier, and it looks like Arthdane Sentinel's coming out, so the Inn is going to be producing units for Rohan here, which is pretty heavy metal. Yeah, Nazgul's going to have to put this game on his back for sure. Mordor is really, really on the back foot. They're being harried on several fronts here. Peasants are causing some disruption. The Nazgul could maybe take down Eowyn too, which would be pretty big. And nice drum shriek. The troll has a shriek ability, so he's able to do that. And the Nazgul is going to continue trying to stabilize. We get Varyogs of Khand coming in too. So we have 3 Orcish buildings producing. We have a Troll building, which isn't producing nonstop. And we also have an Easterling building. So going very all over the place on his tech. Nazgul moves in. Might be the time to put the Nazgul on foot. The Black Uruk Marauders and also the Varyogs of Khand are going to be trying to fight this off. That is for sure. As a couple peasants here are going to be feeding the Nazgul. I wonder if he's going to go for Flying Nazgul. We do not see the upgrade yet for the Flying Nazgul, the breeding grounds, and Eowyn is in the danger zone a little bit. Mordor is standing firm against his pressure. I mean, they've been under a lot of pressure, been in the losing position, but it seems like just with pure scrappiness and determination, he's staying in this game. All right, Orcs get trampled a little bit. Black Uruk Marauders coming out. Oh, the Nazgul's going to be hunting down Eowyn. That's a good play if he can get the kill. We'll see. So Eowyn in trouble. Are there any spears nearby? So a couple more boinks on the head, and that's going to be a kill, and that Nazgul will get it done. So it's not the Witch King, and Eowyn does go down to the Nazgul. That is a pretty S-tier pick, but oh no, if he throws the Nazgul away, it's all for nothing. Oh God, is he going to get away? Looks like the Nazgul's fleeing. He's very, very low, and he does manage to escape. So the Ring Wraith is able to cackle and get the job done, taking down Eowyn and retreating back to Barad-dûr, as we will call this for today. All right, guys, so the Nazgul is going to be fleeing back to the base. The Riders of the Mark were trying to hunt him for vengeance. Eowyn will be back, though, I'm sure. She's very cheap and cost-effective, so you can resummon Eowyn pretty easily. That is certainly the case. All right, so everything's pumping. Probably just like Spears and Archer composition would be your best bet. And then mix in a Drummer Troll, mix in some of the Easterling units. Oh shit, guys! So here's the thing: Mordor went for the Gathering Evil, which means he's going to be able to build elite Easterlings, the Golden Axemen as well as the Golden Cataphracts. So normally Mordor doesn't have cavalry, but here he's going to be getting some cavalry. Yeah. But here's the thing, guys: Rohan is way ahead on ring killing, on ring power. So they have Ere the Sun Rises, so they can stun the entire army for 15 seconds, which is going to be brutal. And Mordor doesn't have anything like that right now. So Mordor is kind of on the back foot. That is for sure. Big old army coming down. Will the Nazgul be able to carry this is the question. The Nazgul is going to be a big breadwinner. We do see the Black Orc Marauders, of course, very, very good fighters. No upgrades coming out from Mordor yet. Nazgul, they're very good at this, just dealing with split pushes and shit. Nazgul are excellent at that. Just send him out to the flanks, get him some free experience, and see what's cooking. All right, Riders of the Mark, you're probably going to run down these Orc Marauders, no problem. Yep, they are able to trample them, so those guys are having a relatively bad time. Can you trample spears while the stun is happening? Yes, you can. So if the units are stunned, their spears are not effective. It's kind of like in the movies where, the Uruk-hai get blinded by Gandalf in the downhill charge. All right, Nazgul is level 2. He doesn't have his Shriek yet, but he does get a nice trample into the side. Ere the Sun Rises. Oh, God. Are they going to get in there in time? Oh, he blunders his charge. That's really lucky. Those Orcs got very, very lucky. Holy shit. He could have gotten in there and done a ton of damage right there. All right, Nazgul's in trouble, though. He rides into the army. He's trying to flee through his own ranks. Nazgul's level 3, and he shrieks and flees the entire army and gets away by the hair of his chinny chin chin. And he lures in the Riders of the Mark as well, but the Nazgul needs to keep running. He's trapped in a bad position and potentially is going to be picked off by the archers if he's not careful. Mordor is fighting. It's Black Orc Marauders. The Nazgul shriek very nice here, but he's getting low. Ooh, man, a couple of the archers trying to get him, but man, that Nazgul is getting away. Just every time getting so freaking close. So the troll is going to be bashing, and the armies of Rohan continue their pressure. And here's the thing, even though the fights are close in the middle, Rohan is pressuring the sides very effectively and keeping Mordor's economy in check. So that's pretty big. Oh, we do have the elite archers of the Easterlings. So we have the Khan archers out. These guys are sick, and they're really, really good. When you get them with their barbed arrow upgrade, they are Terminators. All right, so we're going to get the Easterling archers and the Black Orc Marauders, and once again, the Rohan army is going to be falling at the gates of Mordor. We see Erkenbrand is out. So Erkenbrand is a really, really good character. He's the Lord of the Westfold, of course, got cut out of the movies, but is a big player in the books. He's actually the one who comes in the books to liberate Helm's Deep. It's not Éomer and that whole gang. But he's awesome because he unlocks the Westfolders, which are a very good quality infantry unit. We do see the Halfaren Wardens being built, cavalry building being upgraded, and are we going to be seeing any Westfolders? I don't know. Mordor is on the warpath, guys. The drums are active, and he beats those drums. Does get a nice route there. This Nazgul, yes, it has been teasing really, really hard. Ooh, better be careful not to move into those spears. Éowyn is back. She's only going to be level 2, though. And there's still some peasants on the field that she's going to be able to buff, so that's going to be quite nice. But Éowyn taking on the troll like an absolute Chad, and looks like she is able to help drag that thing down. Éowyn better be careful, though. Oh, shit, there's 2 Nazgul out, guys. Okay, Nazgul, they buff each other. So they give each other 10% damage and armor per Nazgul, which is sick. So they're really, really strong when you get them in numbers, that's for sure. And it looks like they're thinking about going after Éowyn, but no, they're just going to be trampling and trampling and trampling. Oh my god, the Nazgul wrecking all those archers out there, while the Khan archers and the Orc archers continue to put in work. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, it looks like we have a hotly contested game here, and Shelob is here! All right, Shelob is here, and she's going to be tearing some shit up. Éowyn's in trouble. Erkenbrand is in trouble as well. Shelob is really good at hunting down heroes. Incredibly fast, has the Fell Sting, and it looks like, man, the hero hunting of Mordor is putting in work. Erkenbrand is also going to be dying to Shelob. Oh my god, this is just getting devastating. Mordor was like about to lose this game, and then they're clawing their way back. Erkenbrand is dead, as well as Éowyn. And Shelob using the AoE snare, the Dark Deterrent. Enemies within the radius are snared and take poison damage. All right, Shelob getting it going. The fires of Mordor are lit once more as they advance on the lands of Rohan. Shelob here putting in quite a bit of work, chewing through those units, and the two Nazgul hunters are doing great work. One of them almost dies here. It's so crazy how this game could have split. If the Nazgul had not lived earlier, it's a completely different game. But that is insane value from Shelob, and she has a little bit of time left, so probably going to be able to take down a building. But yeah, Shelob is no joke. She's a beast. Can get in there and do some work. All right, guys, the fires of Mordor continue to burn bright. In terms of tech, we do see the advanced Easterling coming out. Not yet, but the barbed arrows are on the table if they want to get them. So I suspect that will be the tech route. Rohan is going to be forming a defense, and now it's time for Rohan to fight on the defense. But here he is gathering evil to him, as the Haradrim riders are going to be gathering and encircling and looking to see if they can get any flank pushing. Probably just going to go after production buildings, to be honest. And Rohan is losing production on the front line. The fountain goes down. Another building out here on the flank is going to be going down. Rohan does have their upgraded cavalry, though. They have the Riders of Snowborn, which are like a tier 2 cavalry unit, so they're going to be pretty good. We are going to see. How are the ults looking, by the way? So currently Rohan is closing in on its ult. It's 14 ring points in. But Mordor is even closer. They've been dominating these fights, so Mordor is going to be calling in its big guns here soon, guys. It's going to be very, very scary. And look at this. We do see one of the barracks going down here as Mordor continuing its pressure. Beautiful cap charge by the Riders of Snowborn, though. Look at that. Great micro by the Blood Penguin, able to get in and kill a lot of the archer units. Meanwhile, the Peasantry and the Halfyren Wardens continue shooting, but man, there's nothing to handle the two Nazgul. The two Nazgul have just been a bully all game. And ladies and gentlemen, Mordor is about to get its ult. Okay, the ult for Mordor is here. Which one is it going to be? Is it going to be the Eye of Sauron, or is it going to be the Fires of Mordor? I don't know which one it's going to be, but we will find out in a second. The Eye of Sauron is here, and now the Eye is watching, and all these units are going to be getting cooked under the gaze of the Dark Lord. They do not stand a chance, and the Eye continues cooking these guys, and that is going to be GG getting called by Rohan as the Dark Lord endures the wrath of the Rohirrim and comes back with the counterpunch. What a good game that was. That was definitely one of the better games we've casted, like back and forth. Mordor looked like they were going to die, dude. I thought that game was over. I thought Blood Penguin was going to close out the game and finish him off, but Redwall put up a wall. He endured, and yeah, man, the two Nazgul were able to really carry that game out. Eowyn and Erkenbrand certainly had a lot of trouble there, so the Eye of Sauron was able to pop out and get it done. GG, well played. Brilliant comeback indeed. All right, guys, so looking at the income, Blood Penguin was actually ahead economically, but in terms of trading, you can see the unit kill to death ratio was way better for Mordor. So the lidless eye was there. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. All right, guys. GG, well played, being dropped by both players. So now we have a little bit of time. I mean, I don't know. We could be in the next round here. We're going to have to see if he ever showed up. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Is he AFK? They're checking here with some of the boys. I'm starting the tourney and thought he was just playing best of one game today, and he's playing Dota 2 at the moment. He said it'd be approximately 20 minutes. Okay, let's see. Let's check here. Probably just gonna drop. Thank you for the heads up. And let's refresh this. Just doing adminning. There we go. And where are we? Okay, so we need to find Bull's game and do this. And that's going to be a drop there. Cool. And then Bull needs to have his points adjusted. No problem. Thank you guys for your patience. I just got to take care of some stuff and answer some questions and change some of the scores. And we should be good. But that was a really, really fun game. Yeah, it was great. Back in the early 2000s, and obviously with the passion of the mod makers who have made this mod, RTS used to have a lot more passion put into it back in the day for sure. Obviously, it's not as popular of a genre now, but those were the good old days. But yeah, the Age of the Ring team is what has made this so good too. Yeah, those guys are Chads. The Rohan mid-game crisis. Mid-game is really difficult to transition, says Orange Pest. Yeah, Rohan's a cool faction. They're very fun. I think if he had got some West folders out earlier, could have helped a lot. Because he had, no front line. He had, it just kept getting folded over and over. And Eowyn and his heroes would get isolated because of that. Okay. So checking in on Nosy. Let me see what's going on here. Hey, Dread Legion, love your content, Turin. Just wanted to support. I have learned that playing as Mordor tech rushing towards something can seal the win, but at times is very risky. Yeah, it worked out that game. Yeah, the con archers were nasty too. Nosy, are you still around? Are you in your game right now? Let's see what's cooking. I think he's in his match. Violence and Nosy are playing. Okay. All right. So still a handful of games to be played. Yes. Let's take a look at the tournament right now. So Havoc defeating Daniel, Poole defeating Professor Pone, Davok defeating Chorty, Conquistador defeating Heosh, Orange Pest defeating Jonathan, Maku defeating Attack Speed Enjoyer. Bull, unfortunately, his opponent dropped. And we have a couple games. Daddy Munch and Corleone. Violence and Nosy, I think, are playing. Samurai Style and Kaigara are playing. And then Ruben and McLean. And okay, so there's still a handful of games going here. Yep, they're all wrapping up, though. You see, I just refreshed that. So there's only 5 games left. Okay, great. So good job to all the players for getting those games going. Nosy, you're still waiting on him. So we're probably going to just have to either drop him or... Yeah, because if he's playing another game and prioritizing that over the tournament and holding it up, then we're just going to probably drop him. You know, yeah, because if he's been, what, he's 20, 25 minutes late, give or take, to his round. Because if you guys have to play your game, then it's going to hold up the entire event for everybody else. So most likely, I mean, what we can do if he wants to stay in the tournament, Nosy, is we can just give him a loss and then he can continue playing in the next rounds if he wants to. Those are our best options. So let me know what you guys want to do. I'll talk to you. It's pretty casual today, but still, I don't want to hold up everybody's day because of that. Okay, so let's do this. Just got home. You missed 2 games. You can rewind and see them. We had an amazing Mordor versus Rohan game, and we had a really fun elf duel in the beginning as well. What is your favorite good faction? My favorite good faction to play is probably... I've been enjoying Gondor lately. Yeah, Gondor's fun. That's what I play. I play Isengard and Gondor in tabletop, so those are my 2 armies that I play heavily. Yeah, they're really fun. Okay. I'm going to message Nosy. Hey, Nosy, let's start chatting with me in Discord. I sent you a message. Yeah, we're going to work this one out here. Dota 2 degenerates, yeah. Is that what he's doing right now? Okay, so he's 20 plus late probably. Maybe more. So we can... Alrighty, so there you go, Nosy. I sent you the details so you can check in with him. How's your 30k army? I don't play 30k. 30k doesn't really appeal to me too much. Like it's just all Space Marines, right? Yeah. Where was Gondor when your air conditioning died? Yeah. If you lived where I live, that would be a problem. Okay. Thank you, Nosy. Appreciate that, man. Sorry you didn't get a game here. Mad Lad is playing Dota 2 instead of his tourney game. I know, he could have just left his, although it is Dota. Yeah, he probably wants to keep his rank or whatever. That is very funny, though. I respect the grind, the dedication, you know. When he commits to something, he really commits. Yeah, we can keep looking at some Lord of the Rings minis here. The good armies look all right. A lot of these minis are from, like, literally 2003. It's pretty funny. There's a lot of neat armies you can play, though. The Rangers. Ooh. Dunedain of the North. Oh, man, those models are so retro, man. So this is if you want to play, like, the Grey Company or something. Yeah, the Grey Company is cool. They got done dirty in the movies, too. I don't think you even get a single look at the Grey Company, right, in the movies? No. Maybe in the extended edition? I can't remember. I don't think so. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, because in the movies, no, the Grey Company is supposed to come with Aragorn to liberate the Pelennor Fields, but instead they use the Army of the Dead, right? Yeah, so it's a bit of a different twist on things, which was fine, I guess. I don't know. You know, in retrospect, the Army of the Dead was cool, but I think the Grey Company would have been more epic, right? In the movies. Because, like, the Ghost just kind of, like, steamrolled everything and denied us an even more epic, you know, battle. Whereas if the Grey Company had rolled up and these, like, badass Dunedains had fought their way through the remaining, you know, forces of Mordor, that could have been pretty damn cool. Eledron! Age of the Ring, switch some letters around. Ultimate Apocalypse on. Oh, this running gag is so good. I love it. Yeah, no great company in the films. Yeah. Was not in the movies at all, even in the extended, yeah. Would have cost him a lot more to film, that's true. That is true. Yeah, Gondor has a lot of units though. They have one of the biggest rosters. You can these are the models I use. These ones are really good. Faramir and the boys. So you can get like all your ranger captains here. There's Haggard mounted Boromir from the olden days. Denethor has a pretty fun model, if I remember correctly. Yeah, here he is. Denethor over here, big pimpin'. Yeah. They got a lot. Okay, so let's go back here and get this set up here. See how we're looking in the tournament and go from there. You bought the 2003 Return of the King starter set? Man, if I had known about that game when I was a kid, I would have gone pretty deep in it. The Goofy Ghosts were the only thing I disliked in the whole trilogy. Yeah, the ghosts like steamrolling the Mumakil and the remaining army was kind of like, it was like when I was a kid, I thought it was cool, but as I've gotten older, I'm like, I wish it was something else, you know? Yeah. It still wasn't bad though. Like I enjoyed it when I was young. I remember enjoying it, but you see, that was just, yeah, I was like 13, so. Return of the King had a major challenge of fitting a very dense book into a, yeah, for sure, and did a good job. I think the best of the trilogy though is hands down the Two Towers. The Two Towers is so good. I think, I mean, let's actually put this to a vote right now. We got a handful of homies hanging out in chat. Let's see what you guys think. All right, so we're gonna do this. Best film, Fellowship, Two Towers. Or okay, I'm gonna come put this on Twitch as well. Just give me a second. I need to figure this out. We're just waiting for the last round. Should be done in a second. We'll be jumping into another one. Okay, /poll. How do I do this? Okay. This film is gonna be Two Towers. I think it's the Two Towers, like hands down. That's just my opinion, though. I'm very obviously not trying to put too much bias in this, but you guys can let the votes feast. All right. So let's refresh. Looking at the old tourney, how are we looking here? Are we about ready? Okay, one game. So we have Hlidden versus the Joker and Daddy Munch versus Don Corleone here. Okay. Hopefully there was no issues. I don't think so, but let's look at the undefeated players so far as well. So far, Conquistador, Old Nosy, Orange Pest, and Samurai Style, and Davok and Pool and Havoc. So I'm seeing a combination. This is going to be interesting because we're going to see some of the old veterans who are just the Dark Lords playing against some of the newer players who've only been playing for 2 months. Like Orange Pest has only been playing this game 2 months. Playing against people who've been playing for years. And I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to go fisticuffs. We'll probably do an Orange Pest game next, unless it's like an Elvish mirror match. I think the Elf on Elf games are a little bit tricky to kind of read. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. All right, so we just got to hang. So let's see if I'm the only one who thinks the Two Towers is the GOAT. Two Towers is crushing it, although Fellowship's doing pretty good too. Fellowship is definitely a really good foundation, I think, I love the Fellowship. The Balrog scene is just, in the Mines of Moria, masterful sequence. It is so good. It is so freaking good. Yeah. Yeah, Fellowship is really the backbone. I agree. Eledron. Two Towers is just so epic, though. Orange Pest from Company of Heroes 3. Yeah, it's the same one. Yeah, he's been grinding this game really hard. He loves it. So much happens in the Fellowship, it's hard to believe it's just one movie. Yeah, it's an apt description for sure. All right. Yeah, Return to the King getting the dirty here in the poll. Return to the King is still a god tier movie, but yeah, I agree compared to the Two Towers and Fellowship. Okay. Elpern and Co is playing with us. That's awesome. Yeah, a lot of really high level players are playing Age of the Ring. It's super fun because we're getting like Total War pros playing. We're getting RTS pros from a couple different games jumping into the Lord of the Rings, which is great. Okay, so Blackjack and Hlidden, and let me just go ahead and message these players, and they can let me know when they're done. Getting pinged here for something. Let's see what's happening. Okay. Let's see. Checking. So I'm going to tag these guys. That is Munch, and then that is going to be Don Corleone. Let me know when done, please. It's always the same people taking their time. I respect it though. Maybe it's the play styles. Let me know also. Thank you. Cool. So I just tagged the remaining players to make sure they're not AFK. I can't tell you how many tournaments I've sat for like 45 minutes because somebody's just like forgets to report the score and they go off and do something else, and then you're just sitting there waiting. Yeah, it happens. Don't make a poll about the Hobbit movies. Nah, we don't need a poll for that. Yeah. I would probably place Two Towers, but the entire trilogy is so good. Yeah, it really is. Those are my favorite movies of all time. Yeah, I'm trying to think. In terms of that genre, favorite horror movies. We could talk about good horror movies a little bit now while we're chilling. I think I'd be curious. So what for you guys in both Twitch and YouTube are your favorite horror movies of all time? Number one. Just number one. I only want to hear number one. For me, it's The Thing with Kurt Russell. Okay. Yeah, that movie is so god tier. It's so good. Alien, yeah. Alien, The Thing. Somebody says the Hobbit films. Oh, man. Okay, Alien, Predator. Predator's like an action horror, but I'll give it to you. For sure. With Arnie, that's a winner. Hereditary was very good, Jasper. I like that one. Anything by David Lynch. Even his Dune movie. The Thing. Yeah, we're getting a lot of The Thing and Alien. Man, they're crushing it. Holy shit. Doma, bring forth the dreaded lumberjacks. Thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate you. It Follows. Ooh, yeah, that one's not bad. I actually know one of the cast members in that movie. Let's see here. The OG Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Okay, I've seen so many mentions of the Alien, The Thing, and Hereditary has already gotten a bunch of mentions too. Twilight? No, dude, the sparkling vampires fear them, dude. Yeah. Oh, I love 28 Days Later. That's in my top 5. 28 Days Later is so goated. That last sequence and the house when Cillian Murphy is rescuing the two girls from the house, and like it's playing the theme song, which is In a House in a Heartbeat. Dude, it is so good. Event Horizon is amazing too, by the way. Yeah, Event Horizon is amazing. Yeah, you guys got good taste here. The Rings of Power, says Flongar. Oh, Professor Pone. You hear him talking on your shit on your favorite show, dude? It's happening. All right, the round is over. Thank you, Assyrian. I appreciate it. Thank you for helping out today. Evil Dead is really good. Evil Dead is a god tier movie. Okay, so let's advance the Swiss. We're going to round 3, guys. Let's get it. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Yeah, when they like turn them into cotton candy and shit. Yeah, I've seen that one. Okay, so round 3 is live. Here we go. Check this, round 3. Good luck, have fun. And, okay, I think... Who are we going to cast here? Oh, do we do a Professor Pone game versus Daniel? Ooh, that could be fun. Although I think it's time to do a high-level game. Oh, we're going to do Orange Pest versus Havoc. What is Havoc playing? Let me see. Uh-huh. Havoc is playing, what? Where is he? Who did he declare? We're going to do this. So I'm going to message Orange Pest. I think that's going to be a fun match. Orange Pest, I'm gonna do you and Havoc. We're going to see what the matchup is, though. We're going to figure it out here. This is going to be fun. The GOAT, yeah, this is a sweaty. These are going to be 2 undefeated players. So this is going to be very sweaty. Orange Pest has switched to Lothlorien. He's not playing as much Gondor. Yeah. Gondor versus Lothlorien. Sounds good. Perfect. All right. So I will host it. So we're going to do Orange Pest versus Havoc. Okay, I'm going to host this. Hosting this. Okay. And let's go ahead and get this lobby up. So I'm going to tag these players, Orange Pest and Havoc. Casting your game. I hosted lobby. Get in here. Okay. So those guys are going to have a sweaty duel. It's going to be Gondor versus Lothlorien. And very, very pumped for this one. And we need to drop someone who unfortunately got caught in a Dota match. All right, where is this? Where art thou? He's around here somewhere. So we're going to have to find him. And let me see who that is going to be here. This is going to be so sweaty, guys. Okay. All right, so he's going to get dropped. There we go, and we're all set. Hey, Matt Weber, thank you for becoming a channel member. By the way, great way to support the channel as well. You guys want to help with all the prizes and just supporting the channel in general. Channel member is a great way to do it on either YouTube or Twitch. Okay, so we got this. Let's get in there. We have these guys. Orange Pest says he's locked in. Yeah, Orange Pest is a tournament performer. He's like one of those guys who... Like, I would play games against Orange. Him and I practiced together a bit. Not as much the past week or so because I've been busy, but Orange Pest has been my training partner in this game. And, I'll take a couple games off him in practice, but when it gets to, like, tournament time, he really, really locks in and plays, like, much better than he does in practice. You often hear about that with, like, MMA, martial arts champions and things like that. Like, in sparring, there will be people who challenge them in the gym, but when they get into the actual performance, they really step it up. So... that obviously is a testament to his professional RTS background. He was the #1 ranked Company of Heroes 3 player for a long time, winning pretty much all the major events. So Dor Amarth. Okay. So there's that. And where art thou? Dor Amarth. There it is. And we're going to get the spectator slot in here. We're going to get the observer mode all set up, and we're going to have some fun. Okay. Welcome to the haggardness. Yes, indeed. All right, guys. So here we are. This is going to be Orange Pests versus Havoc. Havoc, a very, very seasoned veteran of this game. And apparently, when we were getting into the game, he was in Discord giving a lot of people advice and, helping a lot of the beginners. So clearly, he's very, very good. This mod is free, 100% free. Correct. Yeah. So we're just waiting for the pest right now. And there he is. All right, all right. Do it. Let me know when ready. All right, so those guys are going to let me know when they're ready. Quick 10 push-ups, yeah. They're getting prepared. What Minas Tirith army do I play in tabletop? I play with the Garrison of Ithilien, which is Faramir's army. So I use Faramir, and I use Damrod, and I use Faramir and his ranger captains, and then I use a bunch of rangers and just some Gondorian troops. It's pretty simplistic army. Yeah. I have not played Mordheim. No, I haven't. Orange Pest is ready. And now we're just waiting for Havoc to get ready. So Gondor versus Lothlorien. We have men versus elves here, which is going to be fun. Boromir would have won already. That's right. This is a sweat match. The previous matches were relatively sweaty, but this is very sweaty. Orange Pest is one of the sweatiest people I know. All right, let's get it going. Good luck, have fun. Now, even if one of these players loses, they still have a chance at top 4, assuming they win their round 4 game and they have strong tiebreakers, right? So that's gonna be how it goes. All right, so I'm hosting the game, which is nice because it gives a neutral peer-to-peer connection to both players, so neither one of them is going to have a big advantage in terms of the ping. So, ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, spawning on the south side of the map, it is going to be the Orange Pest, and he is playing his signature orange color, and he is going to be on Lothlorien, so beautiful elvish singing is going to be unleashed on his opponents. And to the northwest, it's going to be Havoc. Havoc going to be coming in strong with Gondor, and I've never seen Havoc play before, so I really don't have any idea about his playstyle or what he likes to do, but he is a very high-level player. So regardless, we're going to be getting a good lesson here, and it is going to be very, very fun. Plant Dad, I would say I'm like a low-medium level player. If we're like talking all the beginner players in our community who have started, Orange Pest is probably the strongest. I would say I'm in the top 8 of just the new players. Maybe top 10. But yeah, no, I mean, there's people who are, a handful of people who are quite a bit better than me, for sure. All right, guys, let's get back to business. It is going to be the old Gondor, going for quad income buildings. And then what are they going to be building? Going to be building a barracks right away, probably just spamming out some Lambadon boys. Yes, it is going to be barracks. And is he going to be going double racks? Find out today. So he's got another worker sitting idle here, which makes me think, is he going to be going an immediate stable? So this is very similar to my Isengard opening, where I like to go Wildmen into Wargs right away and have that dual pressure on the battlefield. I'm kind of curious to see how this goes. All right, so Havoc going to be dropping it like it's hot. Barracks, and then his second building here is going to be a stable. Yeah, so it's the classic swordsman into cavalry opening there, which is very, very fun. All right, guys. So looking at Orange Pest, we see all of his beautiful trees here. He's going to be going for the Riders of Nath. So these are the Lothlorien riders. And does he have any basic production coming out yet? We do see the trees being upgraded and upgraded into income trees. And here in the front, probably going to be upgrading that into his military tree. We'll have to see. Yeah, this one's going to be going into the recruitment of infantry. Okay, so the Galadrim garrison is here. So this faction's very strange. They build like the tree, and then they grow the tree into whatever they need to produce there. Yeah. All right, guys, charging on up. We do see the Nath Na Lathril coming out. Now, they will lose, I believe, to the Pinnith Gillen riders. Immediately, we see a swordsman coming out, so Havoc is going to be building a Lamedon clansman, so that is his baseline swordsman, which he's going to be hiding under his base. Maybe a little bit worried about early cavalry tramples. We'll have to see. Orange Pest is on the hunt, guys, so he is moving. He is moving, and he is grooving. Oh, man, if he gets a pick on a worker, that's going to be nice. Immediately, Spears coming out, and we do also see the Pinnith Gillen riders. So right now, Orange Pest is going to be retreating away. He is zeroed in, ready to go, and he is going to be producing what appears to be Sylvan Sentries, which are his spearman units. Okay. So these guys do have bows, too. If you want to, you can like turn around and shoot with your arrows, but you're not going to be able to kite, really, because the horsemen will close the distance so quickly that they're going to be able to push. Orange Pest has been training with some of the big dogs. You know, he's been training with the top players and, you know, taking his beatings to try and learn the game. That's how he rolls. Havoc, of course, I'm excited to see what he can do. He's going to be creeping his warp camp. So instead of being aggressive, this is very interesting. You know, a lot of times from the games I've seen, people are really aggressive out of the gates. But it seems like Havoc is rather playing defensively, creeping, making sure he's not losing infrastructure against Orange Pest, and probably doing that because he doesn't want to be dealing with the Lothlorien buildings, which can AoE stun you. They can do all sorts of crazy shit. So he doesn't want any of that smoke. Pinnith Gillen riders going to be hunting down Orange Pest cavalry, and it looks like Orange Pest is going to be forced to retreat, but the Elven cavalry, very deft here, able to outmaneuver the human cavalry, and they're not going to be taking any casualties in the process. All right, so very, very conservative game from both of these guys. They're just kind of taking their time, both playing it very, very safe. Orange Pest microing away, really making sure not to lose any of those cav units, and looks like he's going to be running through the creep camps, maybe dragging the Gondor cav into some of the goblins. We'll have to see. Now, first semblance of raiding from Orange Pest with infantry. We do see a spearman unit and an axe unit coming out. And it does not look like Havoc has anything immediately nearby. He's got some troops in the south, but Orange Pest should be able to win this fight against these spearmen pretty easily. And a worker potentially going to get picked. If Orange Pest gets this worker, that's so big. And he sees it. Oh, man. And Havoc losing a worker right out of the gates there, guys. Really, really brutal. All right. So that was a nice pick there from the Pest. Meanwhile, on the north side, we do see the forces of Gondor coming in, using the Horn of Gondor to actually buff the attack and trying to snipe the Malorn tree. But Spearmen going to be on their way over, and he does lure them away from the tree. Meanwhile, Orange Pest is able to fend off these bad boys here, and it looks like his tree, yeah, he already has the Starlit Lanterns for the AoE stun. So building going to be going down here. We do see one worker dying already for Havoc, and Havoc going to be gathering his defenders. We do see the Gondorian Swordsman as well as the Linhir Spearmen. So those bad boys going to be moving up, and now the battle does erupt, and I would imagine Orange Pest going to retreat from this. Elves have the mobility advantage. So, oh man, really good micro. He gets the swordsman behind the spearmen to get them away from the cav countercharge. And then Orange Pest comes in with his own cavalry, but Havoc able to screen with his spears. Really good micro on both sides, man. This is very, very sweaty. I can feel the sweat pouring from these players. So archers are now coming out, and yep, that's just going to be the basic archer units being pumped out here for Lothlorien, as the Elvish armies do gather and assemble. And looking at the eco for both players, we do see 450 CP command points here for the forces of Gondor, and Orange Pest has 575. Orange Pest has pretty insane macro. That's one thing I've noticed about him. He's so freaking good at expanding on the map while pressuring you. I think it's just because he's in his mid-20s and he has like God's tier micro. So, oh, cavalry coming in there, and it looks like this building is going to be getting harried, but Orange Pest is pulling the economic advantage right now, and a couple spear units, though, could be killed. Oh my god, Havoc lost another worker. Oh, dude, that's so bad. That's 1,000 gold in the pits, guys. That's 1,000 gold in the trash. You cannot afford to have your workers overextended and killed like that. So Orange Pest really putting on a clinic right now as his armies do push up. Havoc going to be coming in for the counterpunch. Havoc needs to respond now and get the pick on this worker. If Havoc can get the kill on this worker, that's going to help get him back in the game. You know, that's going to help get him back in the game. And it looks like he's going to miss it. Damn, that would have been a good opportunity for him. But regardless, Orange Pest continuing his raids. His cavalry going to be trampling over the Gondorian swordsmen who are unsupported back in the base and immediately killing all of them. Up at the base, Orange Pest going to be raiding here, and Orange Pest also raiding over here. Gondor really, really, really on the back foot as this building does continue getting hammered. On the outside here, Elvish Spearmen intercept the Gondorian horsemen. They were in the trees. They had a bit of an ambush there, and Gondor loses a huge brick of their horsemen, guys. It's looking really, really brutal as the Orange Pest continues his aggression. Spears coming around the top side, going to be harrying and getting ready to move into the house here. And the Gondor swordsmen and spearmen going to be trying to fight off the Elvish forces. But man, Orange Pest is just really, really in a dominant position. Having killed 2 workers already and having won most of the army fights that we've observed, it's looking extremely tough for Havoc. Havoc could be getting eliminated here super, super quickly. So Orange Pest pulling back. We do see Rumel out, so Rumel is here. That is going to be the basic archer hero for Lothlorien. He's like the tier 1 hero right there. And the Cav unit's going to be pulling around the wings. Trampling is brutal, yes, but units also instant die, right? They get killed really quickly by spears. So there's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors to it for sure. But cavalry, I think, are really, really strong in this game for sure. All right, so on the backside, the Gondorian forces do use their army ability to repair this house, and we see some arrows being called down by the elves, their tier 1 arrow ability, which does some okay damage. But man, GG well played being called by Havoc already as Orange Pest comes in with the steel frickin' chair and gets the job done. Man, oh man, that was a demolition. But well played to both those players. It was a fun match, but that is some sweat. And I wonder, I mean, we have some serious veterans in today's tournament, but it'd be pretty insane if Orange Pest was able to win it. That would be an insane achievement. All right, guys, so let's see what's cooking and get ready for the next round because it is going to be a hot minute. The 2 worker kills are what did it, though. Like, really, the fighting was big, but the 2 worker kills were too much. Getting those bad boys down were nasty, nasty. Okay, so where are we at now? Let's go ahead and jump here and check on the tournament. I would imagine that most of the games are still going. There's going to be very few games that are ready. So, yeah, no, Orange Pest is like a high-level medium player, if not almost yeah, I would say a high-level medium for sure. Okay. So what we can do now, since that was so quick, is we could play a game for fun probably, because otherwise we're going to be sitting here for a while. Okay. Okay, let's see here. He probably dropped. Yes, you get a win, Munch. Okay, so checking here, just doing a little bit of adminning. So Munch has 3 wins. And let's refresh this. Okay. Yep, Munch has got his 3 wins. Cool, so he's all good. And I'm going to set up a lobby right now for anybody who wants to play here. Did this player not show up? Let me see. Okay, one more admin thing, and then I'm going to set up a lobby and play a game. Yeah. A Total War Warhammer 3 casted game, that would certainly be an interesting change of pace. Instead of rock, paper, scissors in this game, it's Boulder Kevlar Chainsaw. Yeah, that's true. I got you. Okay. So clip, we're going to... My bittersweet first win, says this guy's opponent had the drop, and he's like, it is my bittersweet first win. All right, Professor Pone coming in, and Daniel got him. All right. So, Pone, you want to play a game right now, dog? You want to have a duel of fates? See who the ultimate gatekeeper is? Let me see if Pone Dog wants to play a game. All right, Pone and I are going to play. So let's do this. We're going to do turn versus Pone. Turn versus Pone. Okay. There we go. And perfect. All right, Pone, lobby's up, man. Get in here, homie. Let's have a little duel. Pone's going to take him to school, dude. How dare you? How dare you side with him, Nomi? What is this betrayal? This is evil betrayal. Okay, so yeah, because some of these games are going to go very long. They're going to go very, very long here. So I think it's probably good for us to just play a match here. All right, Pwn Dog is in. We're going to be starting it up. And we're going to take back our lands. I think we need to play a little bit of Saruman. Otherwise, we might not see Isengard today. I think there's only 2 Isengard players. Nosy, I wish you had played Isengard, man. I wanted to see some high-level Isengard, like really Dark Lord kind of strategy there. Yeah. Right in time versus, yeah, this is just like a show match of sorts. All right, so let's get this. We're going to do, that map is fine. And we are going to play Isengard. Okay, here we go. There's no Surthek here. Unless you guys want to see something different. But I think these will be fine. Pwn's going to get me with the Misty Mountains. He's going to be coming in with the dreaded Goblin Hordes, probably. That's his favorite. Take back our jobs. They took our dir. All right, here he goes. You have no Surthek here, Gandalf Stormcrow. Oh, he's going to be on Mordor. Okay, this is actually a hard matchup for Isengard, but I like to play it. It's fun. It'll be good. Well, want a good reason? Oh, no, anything's fine, Pwn. Play Mordor. I like the challenge. It's the battle between Saruman and Sauron. Oh, shit. He's going Misty Mountains. Here we go. Balrog or unsubscribe. Yes. Yeah, Age of the Ring here today. We're in the tournament. We just finished round 3. Orange Pest has pretty much guaranteed a top 4 spot now. So we'll see what the top 4 is going to be looking like, which is going to be great. Professor Pwn just learned from Pool. Oh, no. That's not good. The fact that he's getting the intel. There will be no slacking here. Okay, guys, we're setting up shop. The old Dirt Dog Pwn is here. And we're going to be taking back our job. So he's on Misty Mountains. I like to do Palantir so I can scout them and see what they're doing. That's going to be big. Yeah, the fact that he just learned from Pool is making me a little bit nervous for sure. Yeah. Pwn is evolving, dude. He's like an anime villain. He's just coming back stronger every episode, you know? You know what to do. This isn't the best positioning, but we're going to do it to try and get that there. Okay. And against Misty Mountains, I'm trying to think about what opening we want to do. I guess I need to see what he's doing. So we'll scout him in a second with the Palantir, which is very nice. Hey, Vendetta. Hope all is well with you, man. Thank you for the kind words. The Eye is watching us. We definitely need some wild men. We got to get some of the homeless people to attack. We got to unleash them on him. And for our second building, I'm not sure how we want to approach this. Sharku is really good in this matchup. I'm a big Sharku enjoyer. All right, so what is he doing? Okay, he's doing a goblin build. So you can see he's already building the goblin buildings here. So, yeah, they're going to be out very, very soon. Fix that attitude of yours. Okay, let's do a little bit of this, and we can do that. 4 and 5. I don't know about the positioning there, but okay, we're going to see. Yeah, he's got a second goblin pit coming already. These guys do splash attacks. I don't know if they do. I always wonder about getting the upgraded axemen here. The workers have unionized, yeah. I'm thinking about getting early Uruk warriors too, maybe. It's an idea. Okay, so the first goblins are out. Pwn's obviously going to set up party tunnels around my lands. So we're going to go take back our jobs. He must have expanded down here, I would wager, or he's expanding near me, trying to be a gremlin. And cool. So we got to save up for these guys. Get your cloak. I don't like that he's going into the tunnels already. It's making me a little bit nervous. Part of me wants to set up like an early warg pit, you know? I don't know where he is. So he could be over here. Probably what all these gremlins do is they set up shit on the side. So we're gonna go look for him out there and see what we can allocate or find. All right. We're gonna fight. Turin throwing a pizza party to prevent unions. Yeah. There you go. We gotta find his rat caves. I could go raid him, but honestly, it's gonna be hard to raid him right now. Okay, so now we got the Warg Riders, so we need to get a couple of them, though. I knew it! See, I told you. Just fight, guys. You're not gonna make it out. Okay, but on the bright side, we know where the aggression is coming from now. So we're gonna be able to chill out. I almost want to like try setting up a Warg pit here, but I don't think that's gonna be a good idea. We're going to send you up there to go do some raiding, and we're going to get a second Wolf Rider, and you to come out here. 4 and 5. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of this. It's only a couple goblins, so we can trample them. Trample, trample, trample! All right. Yes. Go, my doggies. Feast. He didn't bring enough to get that critical mass where my cavalry can't fight him. You know, so that was good. All right, and you torch hobos. We're going to get you here. Stack on top of this worker, and then we're going to bonk him. Hopefully get the kill. Oh, give me that worker kill, baby. Oh, yes. Let the Nurglings feast, Anakin. And now we're going to torch that down. So next we're going to save up for Sharku. That's going to be the play, and we're going to get you to go over there and take down that mine. So that one's probably going to go down. And we're so far so good, I would say, in pretty good shape. The wargs are hungry. Release the wargs. We will fight for Saruman. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh god! I was trying to select the unit, but that did not go well. Okay, so now you know we're both kind of in the pain zone here. Okay, so let's get you guys here. We're probably gonna have to yield ground. Yeah, you guys fight here. You guys fight here. Keep the cavalry kind of chortling. That's gonna be going down there, and we just have to accept our fate and lose that building. There's no way that's gonna stabilize here. Okay, that was a little bit of a risky trample, but the Uruk-hai are fighting very well. Let's get our torch guys to go run across the map. 3, 4, and 5. We do need to get a hero soon, though. 100%. Actually, you know what? That should probably be a blacksmith here. No, we're not at Uruk Pit, but this. Great. All right, so what do we got over there? Do we have any more sneakiness? We have the rebel, so they didn't kill the rebel, which feels bad. Okay, Uruk-hai Scout's gonna press the map. We're gonna get you guys to do this. Keep running down here. Cannot command any more units, great. So, let's have you guys turn and fight. The goblins are faster than us, but we do have some infantry support there. So we're gonna trample them on down to Party Town. Send you guys back this way. Uruk-hai Scouts are still doing it. And then we need to get you moving up here and continue expanding. My wargs are hungry. We've had nothing but maggoty bread for 3. Let's go see if we can find his rat's nest over here. Okay, we do actually see some dudes. I know he's got a rat's nest somewhere. I need to probably get another worker out. There he goes. Okay, so that's a big old army right there. Okay, let's get the Uruk-hai to start fighting. You guys are going to keep chasing here. And you Uruk-hai can come down here and trample. Yeah, he's running a little bit, but it's fine. You see them discovering here. Nice warg tramples, and you guys, we need to zoom out here and here. Let's get you guys running over there to go do a little bit of this. And outstanding. All right, so in the meantime, just keep doing your thing. It's going to try and get the buildings here. All right, 3, 4, and 5. Really need to get our boy Sharku, but he's going to be switching into mountain orcs here soon, so it's going to get a little hog wild. Okay, and what can we expand here? We want to get another armory. Armory would be better because it's going to work towards our upgrade reduction, which is really nice. Okay, let's just keep exploring, seeing where we can find his rat's nest. You guys are going to lose to those wargs, so we don't want any of that smoke. And we can build another armory here, so we're going to do that over here. Ah, we found one of his tunnels. Okay. We need to trample these hoes. We need to get them. Okay, where the hell is his shit here? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's get on you guys. We're going to do this, and then we're going to bonk that cave down. Get a nice little trample right there. We have a work pit, which we want to run away from that. So we're able to bonk him down, and then we want to get another Uruk pit here and start transitioning into the fighting Uruk-hai. Yeah, he's sending a lot of goblins in, which we are kind of farming, which is good. Can we get that worker? Let's see. If we can get that worker, that's going to be quite good. And I think it's Sharku time. He's going to be quite excellent considering how many wargs we have in the field. So 3, 4, and 5. Great. All right, guys. Looking pretty good. You have you. Let's just get a little... I like to build those like warg cages every now and then. Let's see if we can get his worker here. We're going to keep looking around, seeing what we can find. Let's send you guys. Go do some scouting over here, see what we can find there. I need to reverse the score for Kaigaris. Yeah, Assyrian, shoot me a message in Discord. It'll be easier to track that way. We still have some time in the round, I'm guessing. I do feel like we're a little bit ahead. I feel like we're in good shape. Wolf Rider Sharku's going to be coming out, our boy. He's going to be trying to drag Aragorn off the cliff. All right, so we're going to run down here. We do get our wild men still doing their business. Oh, he pops right the hell out of that cave. Jeez Louise. Okay, Fires of Industry. Let's do that, and we're going to do this, and then spears too, because we're going to start needing some spears here soon. Fires of Industry is activated. Hobo torches. Does he have anything over here? I don't think so. Okay, let's see if we can catch him here. This is going to be bad news bears for these goblins, I think. Oh, he's got pikemen in the mix now. Okay. He is evolved. It's almost feeding time. Okay, better get this worker back. You guys here, and here. Let's go get the wolf riders and go raid into his shit. And we'll just defend with our fighting Urukai and stuff. Well, not fighting Urukai yet, but our scouts. Alright, let's go see what we can find on raids. You're going to come down here and see what we can get. You guys can creep that little work pit in the meantime. Probably not going to be a terrible choice. And let's go up there. Alright guys, creep that work pit out. Let's get you down here. Do that, and then you guys pull back here. Finish that work pit off, although I think we need to bring our guys down here. It's a big army from the Misty Mountains. Okay, so that's going to get torched, which is going to be good. Great. The bows are doing a shit ton of damage. I don't think he's got good answers for those. This is all goblins down here. There's no spears, so I think we can feast on this. Okay. Sharku's getting some trample on. Yeah, nice. That's good value for us. Let's go ahead and go to the top and do that. Cool. So that was a pretty big win for us. So we can probably honestly just push out on the map now. And now we need to save for the big boys. We need to save for like Lurtz and the Urukai. And behind that, I think we can upgrade. And yeah, that's going to be good. Yeah, there's a couple. Oh, does he have a hero over here? I think he does. Yeah, Muzgash is there. Okay, we're going to get a kill on his hero, which is going to be nice. We have the work pit here, which is pretty fun. But goddamn, he's just macros these huge armies up. Okay, let's go over here. We can get the Warg Riders to go deal with the gremlin shit. We're going to get Lurtz here in a minute. And upgrades are coming out, and upgrades are coming out. Yeah, those wargs are doing work, man. I think we just take this down and farm it real quick. I think that's going to be a good idea, honestly. We need to expand a little bit more efficiently on the map. These guys are coming. Yeah, they're going to engage against the wargs. We have a lot of dudes on the way over. And Lurtz is almost ready. All right, we could get Grima. Grima really sends a message. The Chad Grima. Okay. How are we looking? Yeah, tower is potentially getting hit. He's going to run back into his party tunnels, which is fine. And then we just bash those party tunnels and keep him trapped in there. Oh, God. Worker. That was a jump scare. Oh, my God. Is the worker going to get away? I don't think so. Almost feeding time. All right. So let's take down those tunnels. Let's get this worker. Oh, my God. If we could save this worker, it's going to be so clutch. All right. So we have a big-ass army. Let's get him coming down here. And do we have Lurtz coming? We do. So let's get Ugluk, too. Yeah, that's going to be very nice. I think our army will beat his for sure. It's going to be pretty strong. All right, you guys come down here. You guys go here. We have a couple units gathering over there as well. And let's continue expanding here. All right, Lurtz is out. So now we just need to form like some Death Stars and just kind of fight him. And I think we can win those fights because his army looks pretty weak. We need to upgrade you to the Fighting Urukai, so now we can do this. Okay, let's go there. Keep trying to control ground where we can. And do we have any workers laying around? We do. So let's get another one of you guys here. And do, we can do another warg pit over here if we want to. I'm just going to set up like little forward operating bases to really trap them in. Yeah, Lurtz is almost here, right? Okay, Lurtz is here. So Lurtz gives a big aura of leadership, which is really good to the Urukai. We got the tramples at the ready. The fires of Isengard are burning bright here, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and get the little warg trap there. I don't know if he can beat my armies. I don't know if he can. We're going to send... he's got a pretty good little army there, actually. I don't have, like, fighting Urukai yet, so I'm kind of a little bit sad about that. Do we have armor upgrades? We do not. Okay, so we're going to turn around and fight. I don't know why they're not fighting there. Let's do the Palantir. Probably need to keep the trampling on the flanks. See if I can trample through here. Okay, so we get a nice little trample there and avoid his spears for the most part. Sharku took a little bit of damage, but nothing crazy. So we're going to go attack that tunnel right now. And we're going to do the Orcish Medicine as well. So Fighting Urukai, and Spearmen. I think our heroes are maybe going to carry this. We'll have to see. Let's pull back a little bit. Get you guys on this. And we need to get our Fighting Urukai here. Yeah, the trolls are putting in some work. Should be able to get him down, though. 4-4, and great. So no upgrades yet. I think this was our main one. Yeah, so we're going to do this. Isengard gets very early upgrades, and we're going to get the Burning Forges so we can get the upgrades like really cheap, and then we're just going to be cackling all the way to the bank. Okay, so we have him very pinned in. He might have expanded somewhere in the rat's nest down here. Not sure. Let's get you guys back. Keep the reinforcements coming. We're going to go ahead down here and set up a siege workshop to really try and finish the job. And, yep, fighting Uruk-hai. We can get some crossbows in the mix there, which is going to be fine. And cool. So we're very close to getting, like, massive amounts of upgrades on our boys. Yeah, so we're going to start getting some upgraded dudes. Gather up. Scout to make sure he's not ratting on the side of the map. That's what a lot of good players do when they're in trouble. And cool. So we got a lot of fighting Uruk-hai coming in. We're going to put them in their shield formations. Just going to make them very meaty. Let's pull you back. And how are we looking on the outside? Okay, we're doing good. And now we're going to do build me an army worthy of Mordor. Oh, so sick. All right. Oh, he said the thing. So we're going to go ahead and just make crossbowmen out of this, probably. We do see the trolls, but yeah, the Isengard macro, I think, is just taken over. I don't know if he's going to be able to recover from this. 4 and 5. We just have too much. Okay, is any tramples we want to do? Yeah, we have some actual tramples we could do in here. So we're going to trample through the army. Oh, that was a brutal trample. That was a hell of a lot of damage. Okay, we're just kind of chortling and cackling here. Let's do this. And we can work on the other upgrades as well. This is like Saruman time, too. Like, we're getting very close to Saruman. Okay, let's form ranks. Form ranks! Workers! Alright, let's do the Great Ballistas. Alright, fighting Uruk-hai. Form ranks here. And we're going to get a Berserker and a Shield Bearer, because you want to have at least one of those in each army you do. By the way, is the round over yet, or is it still going? Let me know. Oh, look at this steel wall of Isengard just marching down on the Misty Mountains. So cool. We're just going to ride around his base to be annoying while we engage in the front. We're going to use Orcish Medicine and hunt for the ring, which is going to be nice. Oh, he's got the Wolf Riders now, which is kind of cool. But overall, we're crushing this frontline fight here. Yeah, I don't think we can take the dogs, so we're going to pull them back to the Warg Pit here and continue expanding on the map. So we need to go down here and kill this shit. So we do see a little rat's nest for him. All right, so this is basically GG here. He's not going to be able to come back. Yeah, we have a lot more units. We're going to get you guys here, and go push in the back. Where are our fighting orcs? We're going to get you guys just fully upgraded, just sauced to the gills with power. Okay, so we're going to go take that shit down. We need to get some spears back here to protect these guys, maybe. A couple spears come down there, although they can just go over the top. I don't think it matters. Like, even if he gets a couple tramples here and there, Lurtz and company are just so Chad at the moment, so... Cool, so that's going to go down. Let's keep the reinforcements pouring in. 3, 4, and 5. And let's get the shield bearers up to get them some upgrades also. GG, brother. All right, that was a good little match. Nice and scrappy. You know, his early pressure was pretty scary, but Isengard was able to get it done. 2 games still going? Okay, perfect. So we got a nice little entertainment until then. I think he deleted his main base, just as a little something there. All right, and yeah, we have the upgrades. Let's just keep the upgrades coming. We could get the flame arrows too. That's probably a good one, honestly. I'm not sure why it's still going. No idea. All right. Friendly, if you join our Discord, we can help. There's people who can help get this game running for you. Machini, I would assume that Age of the Ring is now, at least. Yeah. All right, guys. So that was a fun little show match there. We had some heavy pressure from the goblins. That's for damn sure. But we did have the economic advantage. We had 3,600, although that was only maybe towards the end. Davok says, good, lost my 3rd round because I lapsed on macro and got overrun by tribe. Oh, yeah. Hey, it's all right, Davok. If you win your next one, you maybe still have a chance at top 4 now. Remember, there are a lot of Dark Lords today, so it's no shame in taking those L's, man. Okay. Refreshing. Old Nosy with the steel chair against Samurai style. That would have been a fun game to cast, too. And cool. So tournament, we have 2 games. So Jonathan and Mokaba, and Chorty and Don Corleone. All right, I'm going to check in on these guys and make sure they're good. Harad is really strong. Yeah, they're one of the strongest factions in the game. But you're also playing, what, Lothlorien? Lothlorien's also one of the best factions in the game, too. All right. You'll need to reset Kygar's match. You gave an opponent the win. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for your help, Assyrian. How do you spell his name? Okay. Give the opponent the win when he won the match. Okay. I will take care of that right now. So that is going to be the Black Joker. Kagara. And then Joker. All right. So I'm going to fix all this right now. Hopefully I didn't explode the website right now. Let's see. I think it's good. Okay. So fixing and fixing. That's going to be 2 for you and none for you. All right, all fixed. Thank you so much, Assyrian. I appreciate the heads up on that. Winners should always be the one reporting. Thank you. Okay, cool. All set here. And 2 games left, I think. Maybe 1. We're done. Don Corleone will report the score. The winner should always report, correct. Davok was trying for a Chome victory. Yeah. Are you still playing any Dune, Davok, or are you kind of taking a bit of a hiatus from it? I know they announced that they're done with the game, right? There's not going to be anything else coming for it. Chorty and Don Corleone are reporting right now. Okay, cool. So we are going into the next round. Round number 4 is soon to be upon us. I'm breaking from Dune, sad about the sunset. Yeah. It's tough. I mean, I felt like they should have. Maybe they'll come back and work on it when the Dune Messiah comes out or something. Who knows? Probably not though. That'll be a pretty old game by that point. Spice Wars was really fun though, and we had some good times in that game. We had some good times. Let me tell Don Corleone to report that. So Don Corleone, report your score, please. Thank you. Just waiting on Homie to report it, and then we should be golden. All right, so our undefeated players are Old Nosy, Conquistador, Maku, Orange Pest, and Daddy Munch. Those are our undefeated champions right now. Okay, certainly some strong players there. All right. Not as sad as the breaking of the fellowship says. That's true. That's a hard one to top. Shorty, you said you guys finished your game, right? There he goes. All right, so it got reported. Great. So I'm going to refresh this one more time, and then we're going to advance to the next one. All right. So it begins. The great battle of our time. Just making sure everything's looking good before I advance the old bracket. And awesome. Okay, so Hobbits, stand by. I'm going to advance the round. I'm just letting the website chill out for a second because it gets a little bit overwhelmed when there's like 100 people refreshing it. Okay. One of these days it won't be a problem anymore. That is for sure. So let's advance the Swiss. So 1, 2, and 3. We've advanced it, so the next round will be popping up in about a minute. So just hang tight. Hobbits, stop refreshing the website, please. Stop refreshing site, please. Thank you. Okay. So it has been advanced, and just give me a minute. Brackets will be up soon. We're going to find another game to cast, and it's going to be good. Yeah, friend, if you join our Discord, there are people who will help you, and some of the mod makers themselves hang out in there, and they can hook it up. You've been trying to get this game to work forever. Well, I'm glad. I hope it works out for you, man. Yeah, hope it works out. We will hopefully see you on the battlefield, conquering and doing all that cool Middle Earth stuff. It could also be that there's another tournament running right now. How does he see the brackets already? God damn. Guys are hacking into the back end of the website or something. What operating system? I don't even know. I think I... Is Maku Assyrian? Is Maku a good player? A very strong player? We could do Pool versus Delwar. Davok versus... Oh, that's a fun one. Davok versus Bowl. That's also fun. All right. So let me tag the hobbits. There we go. We're live. All right, hobbits. We're good to go. Let's try and find Daniel Epic versus Samurai Style. Now, what are they playing? Let me see what these guys are on. Daniel Epic. He is playing Erebor, and Samurai Style is probably playing an elf of some sort. Samurai Style. He is going to be playing Rivendell. That's kind of fun. Do you guys want like a dwarf versus elf grudge match? All right, so let's get that. That'll be fun. All right, so Samurai Style. Yo, gonna cast your game. So Samurai Style did win one of our recent beginner tournaments. He's very good. And that means you guys are going to get to see some halflings. So we're going to do Samurai Style versus, who is his opponent here? It's around there somewhere. Samurai Style. And we're going to get the pure sweat soon, Daniel Epic. Because the top 4 is going to be very sweaty, and that's after this round. Unless we need a playoff round, which we might. We're going to see. Okay, so letting him know. Daniel Epic versus Samurai Style. I'm casting your game. Lobby is hosted. Holy shit, that was really quick. Okay, he's actually on stream. All right, so he was listening. Perfect. Let's fire this off and have some fun. Do you have all factions on how to play on your YouTube channel? Oh, definitely not. I just started playing this game like a little under 2 months ago. I know how to play maybe half of the I actually know how to play most of the factions except the elves. And the only ones I'm like average at are decent is probably Isengard, Harad Waith, and Dol Guldur. I don't know how to play any of the elf factions correctly. I just don't enjoy playing elves, so yeah. Woodland Realms is probably my favorite though, because you can get the Bjarnings and like Radagast and all these cool kind of woodland creatures. All right, so what is the map for round 4? It is going to be Arad Wethrin. So Arad Wethrin. Should be up a little bit. There we go. I'll be switching over to the game perspective here in a second, guys. We have it all set up. There it is. Very cool. Isengard's come. How dare you, dude? Isengard's so cool. So heavy metal. There we go. Okay. So this is going to be Erebor versus Rivendell. So this is a Warhammer grudge match. Elves and dwarves. I mean, elves and dwarves apparently don't like each other in most settings, which is, I suppose, very apt. But yeah, Tom Bombadil. I mean, Bombadil is in the game. I think Rivendell has him as an alt, right? Okay. Both players are ready. This is going to be Daniel Epic versus Samurai Style. All right, so Samurai Style won our last beginner tournament, but of course we're hosting an open tournament today. Gonna be fun. And see what he's got. Is he gonna be able to repeat his success? He did lose his last game. He's 2-1 in the tournament right now. This will put him up to 3-1 and potentially give him a chance at top 4, depending on the tiebreakers. And there we have it. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, I hope you're all doing well, and welcome to this round 4 duel between Samurai Style and, up in the north, I don't know this player's name yet, it is going to be Daniel Epic. Okay, Rivendell versus Erebor. So Rivendell is a very fun faction. They have a very dynamic unit roster. You start with hobbits, you get the hobbits and the Breelenders, so you get like the kind of lower tier stuff, and then you advance into the Dunedain, so you get Dunedain Rangers, as well as Outriders, which are some of the best mid-tier, low-tier cav in the game, I would say. And then you get elite Elven units at the very end. Rivendell is very, very cool. Up in the northwest, it is going to be the Dowie, the dreaded dwarves of Erebor, and they are going to be opening up with their mine shafts and probably looking to tunnel push their opponent. Yeah, so every dwarf player and their dog does the same strategy. Basically, they rush their opponent with their builder. You better watch out for the wargs, though. I mean, the dwarf should be able to get past them. He does have 500 HP, but the wargs are going to be hot on his tail if he's not careful. Yeah, he's able to run past the wargs. Wargs get 1 or 2 attacks in there. Oh, it's getting a little shady. All right, so he is able to get away. But basically what dwarves do is they build a mine shaft near their opponent's base, and then they just start pressuring with dwarves. But immediately, Samurai Style is going to be seeing this. He sees the dwarves building the mine over here, and is going to be aware of it at the very least. Now, he is building hobbits, so we have the bounders coming out. Now, this is an issue, right? Because the dwarf units are going to dominate the hobbits pretty hard in combat. We see the first Guardian coming out. These are the dwarven units. The Azag Baruk, they're pretty badass. And I think you could maybe counter them if you had 2 hobbit buildings and you spammed out like 1,000,000 Tookish archers. That might be your best bet. Daniel Epic says UI. I'm not sure what he's talking about right now, but maybe he's saying we, like trying to say hello. I have no idea. But regardless, he's at the base and he's going to be attacking in, and we are going to see 1 building going down here. As the hobbits, the bounders, going to be coming with their little billy clubs, but not going to have much success against the dwarves. That is for sure. So yeah, good start for the dwarves, getting what they want, getting that aggression going. Usually this opening style does stifle the dwarven economy a little bit because you're sacrificing your worker to run across the map, or your economy. But the hobbits are going to be forced back. Samurai Style is building more bounders. We definitely need to see... Oh, he's actually going straight to Dunedain. Okay, interesting. So Homie is going to be going for the Dunedain building, the Gathering, and he is going to be building either Outriders immediately or going for some of the Rangers. Hobbits are going to try and take this down, but there is a mine collapse being researched, which is going to AoE stun all the nearby hobbits. So you're going to see they're going to do damage, and then the mine collapses, stuns all of them, and then the dwarves pop out of the tunnel and start bashing the hobbits. Do the dwarves have the emergency repair ability? They do. So Dwarven Skill is going to be able to repair that. So that's a really, really tough one there for the Shirefolk, because they do fail to shut that down. Daniel's dwarves, though, around the flank are doing it, and we do see the Dunedain Outriders coming out, which means that the dwarves are going to make a spear unit probably. No, making more Guardians. Interesting. So going for it. All right. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. All right, so Halfling's going to be battling the dwarves and getting wrecked here. No surprises. Other Halfling's going to be working on the mineshaft. So far, Samurai Style is expanding on the map pretty well, but there's another dwarven mineshaft set up in the north. So there they go. All right, Hobbit's going to be scouting to the north, just, more useful than just dying to something, I suppose. And the first Dunedain Outrider, some of the best, like I said, early game cav you can get. It's pretty wild that you don't need an upgrade to get these guys. Like with Harad, you need to get an upgrade before you can get cav units. And these guys, for their money, man, 552 cost, that's really strong. So they'll be able to trample the dwarves for sure. But if the dwarves build a spearman, yeah, oh boy. So dwarves are going to be parking spearmen in the mine shafts, and they're going to pop out and kill the cavalry. If the cavalry are positioned in the front of the mine, okay, oh no, he almost charged into the spears. He catches himself at the last second before losing 2 units. The hobbits do manage to take down the mine shaft. It gets deleted by Daniel. And Samurai Style going to be running away with his hobbits. In the meantime, he's expanding up in his opponent's lands, which is really, really funny. And are we going to be seeing Dunedain Rangers? That's for sure what you want, the Rangers of the North. They're going to be excellent at dealing with these. Really good micro by Samurai Style, though, avoiding the spearmen while trampling over the dwarven units. You definitely want the bounders to fight the spearmen and the cavalry to fight the infantry, but if they're standing on top of each other, it's going to be tough. So bounders have engaged, very, very beat up. Obviously not going to have a great fight here. But Samurai Style has endured the initial beating. Looking at the command points, dwarves are at 500 and 450 for the elves, so not that huge of a deficit. Pretty close. But Rangers of the North going to be excellent. They'll be really good at picking off these dwarves, and they're just going to set up shop and start shooting, and you just target the spears, and then the cavalry clean up the rest, right? So the cav come in, the dwarves do get run down there a little bit. Very good micro by Samurai Style, and the dwarvish aggression has been stifled here for now. I don't think there's any spears left in this position. So the dwarves are probably going to, quit out on their just tunnel aggression for now from that angle. Well, I guess the tunnel's gone. And they're going to maneuver their aggression to the north, where they're going to start popping out of the party tunnels and continuing to bash the elven buildings. We do see the delete going down to deny the ring power, so very, very sweaty stuff, which I love to see. And another Ranger of the North is going to be on the way out. Dwarves don't have any cavalry in the early game, so your archers are usually pretty safe early. You, of course, do get the Siege Workshop, which gives you the Battle Wagon. And yeah, it looks like he's just staying on his Tier 1 buildings, because Dwarf Tier 1 units are very, very good. So, very friendly fellowship. Oh, man, Samurai Style's really good with the micro on those units. I mean, he managed to trample all those guys while mostly avoiding the spears. And the dwarves are going to be sent back into the party tunnels. And it looks like he's not actually going to try and kill it. He's probably worried about the mine collapse here. All right, guys. So, the Grey Company, of course, is on the table if he wants to. Rangers in the north are coming. And what are the dwarves going to be doing tech-wise? Yep, just building more Guardians. And extending the influence of his mine network. We see one mine here, and he's going to be setting up another one out here as well. Samurai style, using his bounders and rangers to take this down. The dwarves could pop out if they want to, but probably wouldn't be good for them considering the rangers are waiting in ambush. Heavy cavalry coming over, and that's going to be a beautiful pick. If he's able to get the kill on this worker, this dwarven worker, that's going to be quite big. And it looks like he went with Ironfoot, by the way. So it's not going to be Oakenshield, but rather it's going to be Gimli and Gloin and all the boys. So worker pick right there from Samurai style is very, very good. He's able to drag that down. Meanwhile, the dwarves do pop out of the party tunnel. And are the halflings going to get the kill in the tunnel? It looks like they do, so that's very big. And yeah, the dwarves are probably going to have a losing fight here, although we do see Gloin out. So Gimli's dad is here with his big pimp axe, and he's going to be bonking these rangers with his axe and dragging them down one at a time. All right, so he's able to do some work there. Ranger's going to be shooting on the other side, putting some hurt down into Gloin. More rangers going to be advancing up in the north, while the elves and the hobbits are now having their counterattacks. The dwarves are suddenly the one who's on the back foot. Yeah, so for most of the game, we obviously saw the forces of the elves on the back foot with the dwarven tunnel ambush. And the dwarves are very persistent, setting up another tunnel on the south side here. But, you know, the one thing about these split pushes is though they're effective, there does come a time where it becomes like hemorrhaging resources. And, oh, interesting. So that is an army ability from the dwarves, or no? It's actually, I think, a hero that summons these guys. Oh! So I think he has the Raven hero, the one that summons the cavalry for a period of time, the Barding Cavalry, which gives them cab, which is very, very nice. Interesting. Thorin Oakenshield with the steel chair, maybe so. We'll find out. All right, guys, so we have a very even game on our hands. This is the cool part about Swiss tournaments is once you get to the later rounds, the matches usually become more even, which is very, very fun. Over here, we do see the Dunedain Outriders continuing to do work, but Gloin is going to be a carry. And here's the thing about dwarves, guys. Dwarves scale really well, but you know who else scales really well? Rivendell. Rivendell has crazy late-game heroes. Elrond is a beast, and their elite units are just really gross. I don't know. Yeah, probably elves scale better than dwarves, but not by much. I mean, it's still close enough that the dwarves can win those fights, depending on how the heroes and the synergies go, right? Dunedain Outriders going to be encircling and looking for any weak points. The dwarves do have their party tunnels, which is where they hang out down here in the south. And we see Gloin with some spearmen and some guardians waiting in the tunnels to pop out. Probably want to come down here and bash some of these buildings. We'll have to see. But they pop out of the home tunnels. We do not have the mine collapse here. It has not been purchased yet. And Gloin, is he in the tunnels? He is not. So Gloin has popped out, and he's going to be chasing down the Dunedain Outriders. Dwarves obviously do not have the best mobility, so that's why the dwarves have the tunnel system, because they can just teleport units around the map and address mobile threats. It's a really fun system, actually. I think it's pretty cool. But the Dunedain Outriders being chopped down by the Dwarven Spearmen, so the Dwarven Spears are feasting pretty well. In the meantime, Gloin is back in the tunnels as the Bree Spearmen, as well as the Bounders, are going to be forced back. All right, guys, so now we're going to be transitioning more into the mid-game. Meanwhile, Dwarven teleportation tactics. Gloin appears in the south with his party tunnels, and he is going to be bashing this building down. This worker is going to be fleeing. It looks like he will be able to get away. Dunedain Outriders going to be responding to the threat as literally we're seeing whack-a-mole being played in real time. Man, Samurai Styles micro with these cavalry is so impressive. He, like, even when they're in a tight formation, he finds a way. Look at this. We do have our first hero for, it's going to be a Dunedain. It's going to be the Dunedain hero. So he has unerring loyalty. So Aragorn, Dunedain, and Grey Company gain experience faster near him. Okay, so he's like a support character for Dunedain. Pretty cool. Tunnel collapse. Oh, shit. The tunnel collapse is going to be coming. It's going to AoE stun all these guys if he gets it. He does get it, and then he pops all the dwarves out of the tunnel, and this is going to be a big fight. And he uses the dwarvish repairs. Oh, and the Dwarven Warhorn is activated. Baruch Khazad! And the dwarf army is steroided up, and the Dunedain are being sent running. Oh, Chad Gloin, dude. Let's freaking go. All right, so the dwarves able to get a big victory there, doing a lot of damage to the forces of Rivendell. But Rivendell is going to be mustering some elite units now, guys. Okay, so now we do have the elite elven units. I don't know where they were built from. I'll have to find that building, but they are on their way. So these are elite elven swordsmen. The Sentinels of Woody End, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they should be pretty strong in combat. They should be able to win this fight. So the dwarves popping out, but they might have delved too greedily and too deeply in their opponent's territory. Dunedain, though, or the Barding Horsemen for the dwarves being summoned and doing some substantial damage. This is a really, really sweaty fight. I'm loving this. Will the Dwarven army endure? It looks like the Dwarven durability will come home and get it done. Okay, so looking at production here, we see a well coming up for the elves. We see Bree spears being built. And where did he build those elite elven infantry? I don't know where he has the building. Oh, no, they're not elite. Okay, I'm incorrect. They are an in unit. See, that I don't know Rivendell super well, but these are the Sentinels of Woody End. Okay, so they're like a mid-tier swordsman unit. Okay, so they're nothing too crazy. They just look elite. Once again, though, the dwarves are getting their blob fights, and they're having a lot of success. Gloin is already level 6, guys. Already level 6. So he's getting very, very thick. The elves, in the meantime, what heroes do they have? They have the Dunedain hero, who, of course, is a good fighter. And, yeah, they are able to push the dwarves back into the tunnels. But the dwarves will be back in greater numbers. Now, dwarves are going to be setting up the Erebor Redoubt. Now, this is where they build the very elite units. They can build the Vault Wardens. They can build the Worm Slayers. This is like their endgame tech building, which is pretty cool. And they also have a utility building, which has not been built, the one where they summon their allies. Dwarves are just hanging out by their tunnels, man, and they keep popping out and punishing the forces of Rivendell. And this is how you know the dwarves are feeling confident. They're going to be setting up a well near their tunnel, and then they're going to set up a siege workshop, and they're going to start sieging their opponent's main base and just going for the kill. In the meantime, though, I love the counterattacks by Samurai Style. He's not sitting in his base just, clutching his pearls. He's using his Dunedain cavalry to run around and get... Oh, but the dwarves out of the tunnels with the steel chair! Able to get a lot of spear damage, and then they just run back into the tunnels. That is a big signature of good dwarf players, is how effective they are with their tunnel play. And this man is certainly showing that he's got his chops. Oh, shit. Big Daddy Gimli is here, guys. So Gimli is out, and he's here with his dad. They actually buff each other, which is very cool. So father and son combo. The well is going to be coming up. Dwarves are going to be able to heal while pushing. Rivendell amassing a pretty good army, though. Are these actually good quality units we're seeing mixed in? Or are those still just those in units? Yeah, they're just the in units here. So, yep, Breland Spears, Dunedain Rangers being built in numbers. He's, of course, producing from the in as he can, but we have not seen the elves get any sort of a late-game unit. All right, guys, so the fight is on. Now, this dwarf army might look weak, but it has Gloin and Gimli in it, both of whom are insanely good fighters. And he's pulling back to the well, which means he's going to be getting fat heals. But the Rivendell army is quite thick. The War Horn of the Dwarves is active, and they're going to be fighting with all their buffs. And remember, they're going to be popping out reinforcements as well. The Rangers of the North going to be shooting in, trying to take down the Siege Workshop. You do not want that Siege Workshop set up near your base, of course, because it's going to be producing sleds as well as battering rams. And the dwarves are standing firm. The heroes are just doing so much work. Gimli doing the leap ability. Nobody tosses a dwarf, flying in and doing AoE damage. And Gimli, son of Gloin, is crumping these elves right now with his dad. Dude, this is the father-son power combo. Now, the dwarves, do they have upgrades yet? I'm not seeing upgrades. Oh, they do have the banners. And then we get the Barding Horseman called in by the dwarves. That's going to be one of their summon abilities that they're able to do. And the Elven army does get routed by the stalwart dwarven just thickness down here, guys. The base dwarven chokehold, yeah. It really is. I mean, that's the dwarven fantasy. Fighting in a choke point like that with like AoE healing behind you. Really, really good. So more Rangers being built. I think the elves need to start switching into some more either upgraded units or late game units. And yeah, we're going to see what they end up doing here. Do they still have their hero or did he die? I don't know. The elves are a little bit light in the hero department, but eventually the dwarves are going to come knocking on heaven's door here. They're going to be knocking on your door. And we see Vault Wardens being produced. So these are elite dwarven Vault Wardens. They can increase their armor at the cost of movement speed. On top of that, nearby allies gain armor, which is sick. Hold your ground. So they're like a buff unit. And Vault Wardens gain damage when they're near mines, too. So if somebody's trying to take your mines down, they get a big buff. So the Brelanders are sent in the front line to die, while the Rangers in the north continue shooting. A couple Cav are going to be trying to flank, but it's not going to do too much now that there's so many Vault Wardens in. Oh, man, the horn, Baruch Khazad! Nearby dwarves gain speed and experience and resistance to fear and terror. So Giga Chad. The Dwarven heroes are really the difference maker. Samurai Style does not have any scaling heroes, so he keeps falling behind. He needs maybe like a Strider, get like Aragorn, get Elrond out here. He needs someone because level 9 freaking Gloin is going to go balls deep in your army. And Gimli also. Oh, and look at this. We get the Vault Wardens popping up. So that is one of the activated abilities here. That is going to be the Undermine. So it places a shaft right in your opponent's face, and it's guarded by Vault Wardens. And here we do see the reinforcements coming in. So Rivendell has the ability to call in reinforcements from its allies around the realms. So it calls in some Gondor allies, looks like some Lake Town Watchmen, and some Mirkwood Archers, which is pretty cool. But the dwarves still stand pretty firm. We do see Gimli going apeshit, Stubborn Prine activated, so he's gaining damage and speed. So basically just bonking down everything. The Dwarven heroes are doing a lot of work. And do we see the Grey Company being made? Somebody said that they saw the Grey Company coming out. Right now it looks like it's mostly just going to be low tier units for Rivendell, which is barely holding on for them. Because during all this, the dwarves are probably taking some map control. The dwarves do have Send in the Goats and also undermine. Looking at the army abilities here for Rivendell, they have the Breath of Manwë, so sends a destructive tornado onto the battlefield, which damages enemy units. Very good against blobs, for sure. And once again, we see the elves attacking into the vaults here, which I don't love it, especially with the Vault Wardens because they fight better near the vaults. Oh, Gimli! Gimli flying through the air, getting tossed. Somebody tossed them. I don't know, maybe Aragorn off camera, but able to get a nice little toss there. More battering rams are coming in for the Dowie, guys. And there still is that shaft, right? So the dwarves can actually call reinforcements out of this mine shaft if they want to and appear right in front of their opponent's base. All right, so we do see the units coming out here. It is going to be the Rangers in the north. Grey Company is, I don't believe, been built unless I missed them. Oh, the Grey Company is out. Okay, so the Grey Company are a 1,500 gold elite hybrid unit. They're insanely good. They can pretty much do it all. Very, very strong. So maybe that's going to help hold these guys back. Okay. So the battle is on once again by the mine shafts. The rest of the map, not much is happening. Both players are very, very focused on this fight. But who's going to get their 25-point ult first? Probably the dwarves. The Breath of Manwë active, going to be sending some of the dwarves flying. It's a nice little tornado there as the Grey Company keeps going. But I think the heroes are just going to be too much of a problem. Where are the Rivendell heroes? I know they had one earlier. He must have died in one of the big fights here. But the dwarves are getting their salad tossed a little bit by all these bows. You can see they're going to be pulling back to the healing, and of course they're spam producing whatever they can. Oh, we got the Worm Slayers coming out, guys. Fast and furious. And are they going to pop out of the tunnel here and start bashing down production? That wouldn't be a terrible idea to do a little split push like that. No battle wagons. The dwarves need battle wagons also to run these guys over, but it looks like the Worm Slayers are going to pop out of the tunnels. They're very fast for dwarves, but a little bit squishy, but yeah, they can certainly do some pressure if they want to. Now in the front, nothing being done with that mine shaft right there, and some of the cav do move in, but they ultimately get massacred by the Vault Wardens and the Spears and some of those units. Send out the goats! The Dwarven goats have been launched! The goat launcher has been activated, and that did a shit ton of damage against those guys. And where's Gimli and Gloin, by the way? Did they die in some of those fights and I didn't notice? Because I do not know where Gimli and Gloin are right now. If they actually died in those fights and I missed that, then that's going to be a huge turn of events. For sure. Although Gloin does have the teleporting ability, right? Oh, no. Okay, we have King Dane is in the tunnels. Oh, man, he's laying an ambush, I think. Where is he going? Oh, he pops out in the front using the other mine shaft to jump scare his opponent. There he goes. Okay, so he's in and looking here. Do we see any heroes? We do see, I believe, is that Strider? I think, I could have sworn I saw Strider on the battlefield, Aragorn, in his ranger form. Dwarves going to be popping in, killing a little bit of production to the front, just being very, very disruptive here, guys. As we see some firebombs going down. I don't even know what did that, to be completely honest. Okay, guys, the battle continues. And here in the south, more rangers being pulled out. And now we do have Makari, which I believe are elite elven swords. They cost 750, so they should be able to fight against the elite dwarves. Okay, no, Gimli's still alive. I was wondering where he was. So now we also have King Dane, too. This guy's a big problem. King Dane is going to be giving all nearby allies 70% armor. 75%. Oh my god, that is nuts. GG being called. The elves are being pushed back. They cannot handle the erect dwarven hero squad. And that is going to be all she wrote. The dwarves conquering Rivendell in a very, very close, sweaty game. That was very fun. All right, guys. GG, well played. That was a fun match. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. The dwarven heroes, level 9 Gimli, level 10 Gloin. The king was there too, the one that gives 70% armor. And dwarves don't like to be getting split pushed, and they got their blob fight. They got to keep having their blob fights and kept trading in value there, which was pretty nuts. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and see how we're looking. That was a good, long, sweaty game, I would say. One more grudge removed, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Samurai Style did really well. I think Daniel seemed like a pretty seasoned player, and Samurai Style held his own, which was good. So I enjoyed that one. Let's check here. Okay. Age of the Ring is here. And let's see what's going on. We're going to refresh this. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to refresh it. We're getting there. Games are still being played. I don't know if I have time to play one. I don't think I do. Wow, Orange Pest and Old Nosy undefeated. Orange Pest going balls deep today. He's representing all the beginners here. He's trying to get the dub. Okay, so we're going to go to the tournament and look real quick. So there we go. So Orange Pest and Old Nosy undefeated. Maku, I think still there's going to be, I think, another undefeated player. One more, maybe, actually. We got McLean and Hoopsaya playing down here. The Joker, I need to give him a buy round points. And Professor Pone and Haosh, Blood Penguin and Jonathan. All the matches are being played. Okay, so they should be wrapping up here in the next like 10 minutes or so, I would say. Let me make sure Joker has the right amount. So he's got 0 here. So we're going to need to give him a point for buy round. And so it begins. Did you notice that elf infantry unit portrait is from Monty Python to the Holy Grail? I did not notice that. Yeah, they have Ragnar Lothbrok too on Isengard. He plays one of the Dunlending heroes, which is hilarious. Okay, let's do this, and we're gonna do that. Perfect. Been some fun times hanging with you guys today. It's been good. Been a nice little tournament. Cool to see some sweat. I'm really excited to see top 4. Currently top 4, I think we have 2 Lothlorien players in the top 4, Old Nosy and Orange Pest. And then I don't know if the other players have been decided yet. We're going to find out. Shorty getting the win against Lydon there. The Dwarven Duel of Fates is upon us. Joker, you got your win, dude. That's right, brother. You got your buy round victory. Okay. Let's do this and look. So who else is undefeated? So we got, I think there's only going to be 2 undefeated players, guys. Because is Conquistador undefeated as well? I don't think so. Is Maku still playing? Is Maku still playing? No, he's not. So yeah, you can still qualify if you get the if you get 3 wins. It looks like Maku is going to get a spot. Let me see where Maku is in the tournament. Did he already play? 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, so Maku lost the Orange Pest in the last round, but is still 3-1. And Havoc might qualify, or Daddy Munch. We're going to see. So these guys have the same tiebreaker. So what we would do in this case is we would have Havoc and Daddy Munch play for a tiebreaker spot. Because we take the top 4 after 4 rounds, but if 2 people have the exact same tiebreaker, then we have a playoff. And if 3 people have a tiebreaker, then we would have a double playoff. That just means more games. So, no, we're just casting today because we had a big tournament with a lot of new players. So I wanted to be available to do admin help and make sure everybody kind of could figure out everything that was going on. Yeah, cool. So we're going to see. There's still a couple tiebreaker variables here. Conquistador and Don Corleone. These guys playing as well. So yeah, the tiebreakers are going to get shuffled up a little bit. Yeah. Let's refresh this and look. Yeah, more games are wrapping up. So still a couple, though. Still a couple. Yeah, this game rules, though. It's great. The mod team has done such an amazing job. So, yeah, obviously, I see some of you guys talking about UI and whatnot. Of course, Blizzard was very masterful with their early RTSs in terms of UI and readability and whatnot. And, this was made, I don't know what studio made this, but considering what they had to work with, the mod team has done an immaculate, perfect job, basically. There's only so much you can do with modding tools, right? But, yeah. Yeah, but Blizzard was like the king of those RTSs, Carl. You have to remember that. Like, not most studios, like a lot of RTS games had pretty haggard UI. That was tough to read. Okay. Let's see here. The studio that made it probably wasn't as experienced in RTS. Maybe they were. I don't know. Okay, so we're going to refresh this and see what's cooking here. Conquistador and Don Corleone still playing. Those guys are wrapping it up. Let's see how the top 4 is shaping up. Ooh, Davok maybe creeping up in the top 4. Okay, Davok is now there. It looks like we're going to have a multi-playoff here, which is going to be very fun. Isn't that cool? We have like an open tournament, right? We have an open tournament, and then we have 2 of our new players who have just started training make top 4, which is super fun. Pretty badass, man. Pretty badass. Okay, but there's still a couple tiebreakers to be done. So Conquistador and Don Corleone are playing, and then we have Blood Penguin, Jonathan, and Pone and Hayosh. So we're going to see who actually makes it. We're going to see who makes it. Okay, so let's refresh this. Yes, yes. Oh my god, imagine playing this game on console. That would have been pretty wild. Could you play this game on console? Could you? It's kind of neat. Yeah, Maku getting the tiebreaker point. Davok, Mokaba, and Havoc are going to be playing. If they all stay the same, they're going to be playing for a spot. Although there might be a tiebreaker here still. Let's look. So Professor Pone played who? He played Daniel Epic. who is very strong. We just saw there. He played Pool, and then he played this guy who dropped. Okay, so that's not going to be relevant. Heyosh played Ruben Bowl, and then he played Conquistador. I don't think is in the running for top 4, so I don't think that one's going to matter for the tiebreaker. But this one might. Let's see. So Conquistador, he played Pool, Heyosh, and Hans the Tickler. I love the name. What about Don Corleone here? Pretty great. Don Corleone played Shorty and played the Joker and Daddy Munch here. I don't know if Daddy Munch was in contesting for the top here. Yeah, so we're probably going to have a tiebreaker game here, 2 tiebreakers. So what I usually do for tiebreakers to keep it simple is we're going to grab... oh, shit, is it going to be a 4-way tie? Well, that's actually easy if that's the case, because then we could just do a mini bracket. We could just have the 2 of them play, and then the winners of those 2 play, which is super easy. So if we have 4 people tied at 8, that just means we're going to get one extra round, basically, because I'm only going to cast 1 of them, and then the winner of that will take the top 4 spot. Because it just, if you guys have the same opponent score, which is the combined wins of your opponents, it just randomly places you here, basically. So, yeah. That's fine, though. That's easy mode. That's really easy. We'll just do that. And I'll give them a map and everything. Nope, not playing today, Scott. Just casting. I did play one little showcase game. Anonymous Gifter. Oh, an Anonymous Gifter. Gifted a 6-month Tier 1 sub to Orange Pest. Oh, dude, look at that. Chad. Let's go. Send them to the pits. Yes. Refreshing. Conquistador is done, and they're all done. All right, so let's go ahead and assess the tiebreakers once I refresh the website. And, yeah, we're going to have a couple players duking it out for top 4, which is going to be great, unless the tiebreaker affected somebody. Oh, it actually did. Damn. Oh, Maku coming in with the steel chair and getting it done. Yeah. Conquistador. I did not know Conquistador was actually undefeated up until that point. All right, guys. So we're going to go ahead and show you what the brackets look like right now. So all of that discussion was for nothing. We have Old Nosy, Orange Pest, Conquistador, and Maku. Maku with a tiebreaker victory of +1. So that sets him apart there. All right, guys. Let's get it started. Let's have some fun and get her done. Any Misty Mountains in top 4? We're going to find out. All the games are done? Yep. And there we go. All right, so we're going to go here. We're going to do the prep. And 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cool. So advancing the top 4 of the tournament. From the top rope, I know. From the top rope, he really did. So we got our top 4 guys. The dragon? Oh, the dragons get used all the time in FFA games like casual. I don't know about 1v1. So we're going to cast our boy Orange Pest. He's our lad here. Okay, that's fine. All good. So we have Orange Pest versus Maku. I will cast this. And then we have Old Nosy versus Conquistador. There we go. Yes. All right, guys. So I'm going to cast the Orange Pest versus Maku game because I haven't seen Maku play yet. I want to see Maku, and yeah, so we're going to do this. So I'm going to host it on Game Ranger. So let's jump out of here, and then we're going to host this. So Orange Pest and Maku, I'm hosting the lobby right now. So it's going to be Orange Pest versus Maku. This is a semifinal match. Now, the winner will go to the grand finals, and the grand finals are best of 3. All right, so there we go. Maku is on Harad Waith. Oh, that's going to be a fun matchup. Harad Waith versus Lothlorien, the strongest evil faction versus the strongest good faction. Ooh, this is going to be fun. He says he's ready. All right, so Nosy and Conquistador, you guys can go ahead and play your game. Let's go. They're both excited, which I love to see. And, all right. Nosy and Conquistador, go ahead and play. Let me know who wins. And report on site. Great. So those homies going to be doing it. And let's fire it off, man. This is going to be hyped. Orange Pest is the champion of the noobs. Playing against some Dark Lords here. We'll see if we can get it. I don't know about Maku's experience level, though. Must be. He's obviously good if he got top 4 here today, so that's very impressive. Yeah. I'm hyped to see Maku in action. Let's see what he's got. Okay, so semifinal map is going to be what? We have, is going to be the Westfold. That's a fun map, classic one. Where was Condor when the Westfold fell? All right, so coming over here. Westfold, what you gonna do when the Westfold comes for you? There it is. Okay, so we're gonna go Observer, and we're gonna open this slot here. There we are. Perfecto. Well played to you today, Davok. You did great, man. You're a monster. Very well played. I played with Maku, was well matched with me, so I fear for him versus the Dread. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. You know, Harad Waith is very strong, and he's obviously a good player if he's at your skill level, so. For sure, cast Old Nosy versus Conqui. Oh, are they, we could. I mean, the stream has only been 2 hours and 40 minutes. They're going to play that right now. They can send me the replay, but we're going to cast the winner of this. Yeah. Okay, one sec here. They're both ready, and let's go ahead and set this up here. Awesome. Just checking all the admin stuff, making sure there's no drama, and cool. Good luck, have fun being dropped by both players. And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, so begins the great battle of our time. It is going to be Harad Waith versus Lothlorien in the semifinals of today's tournament. And by the way, if somebody could let me know who Conquistador is playing, or Conquistador, what is his name? Conquistador. Yeah, let me know. I'm curious what he's playing. All right. Spawning on the northwest side of the map, it is going to be Lothlorien and Orange Pest. So he has adopted the Elvish lifestyle, and apparently he's been really enjoying him. Conqui is Gondor. Okay, so we got Gondor versus Lothlorien, and then Lothlorien versus Harad Waith. Interesting. The southeast, it is going to be the men of the east and the south, which is very apt. It is going to be Maku, and he is going to be on Harad Waith. Going to be bringing the fury of the south and the east. Should be quite a bit of fun to see these guys in action. And, yep, going to be going for quad production. And then immediately, I'm curious to see, is he going to be going for the Mahood raiding? Mahood raiding is good, but man, I can tell you from experience, trying to freaking raid Lothlorien is such a freaking nightmare, man. Their buildings having an AoE stun, it's so hard. They get those stuns off on you, they slow you down, and they do some serious work. All right, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, these players did play earlier in the tournament, which is kind of interesting, right? It adds a bit of a variable. And earlier in the tournament, we did see a victory for Orange Pest. He did defeat Maku. I didn't see the game, but, you know, means there's a little bit of a narrative in which Maku does know how Orange Pest plays. He knows what units he likes to use, and there is going to be a little something, something. So it is going to be a Harandor outpost, which is where you build your basic Harad units. Your tribal warriors, your spearmen, eventually your guardians of the serpent, which are a brutal freaking late game unit, which can just turn games around on their own. And what is he going to be doing here? So income tree, income tree, income, and income tree. No, in the back, this is going to be the rider building. So this is what Orange Pest really likes to do. He goes try income, and then for his fourth tree, he upgrades it into a cavalry building with the green pasture. And then he immediately goes and raids with the Riders of Nath, which are a pretty good light cavalry unit. Nice little hybrid usage out of those guys for sure. Daddy Munch in chat saying it was my first tourney and I'm relatively new to competitive PvP. Surprised I did as well as I did. GG's. Well played to you. You earned it. And looking forward to seeing you in action once again. So this is my favorite composition actually for Harad Waith. I love to go for Harandor Tribal Spearmen with the Corsair stacked on top of them. It is a nasty, nasty composition, because you use the Firebomb ability and they just do AoE damage and kill buildings, and then the spears guard them from cavalry. It's a really, really good one. All right, so Tribal Spearmen going to be going up north and creeping. You know, I noticed that against Lothlorien, a lot of people don't play aggressive. They don't really run in there and try and harass them right away like they do in other matchups. Rather, they just kind of, you know, play it carefully. Another Tribal Spearman going to be coming out as Orange Pest going to be riding across the map. Is he going to be taking the signal fire in the middle? I think it's worth it. That vision is super, super nice to be able to see the entire middle of the map. Spearmen over here are crumping down the War Glare. That's going to be some free money, so Maku getting some nice play. And this is the power combo. The Corsair Pirates with the Spears. It's such a nasty early game tag team, but it seems like Orange Pest is aware of it. and is going to be bringing out archers, which are a counter against all these units. So that is a brilliant play by Orange Pest. We'll see if he can keep those in check. Up north, we do see the inn being taken, and nobody's lost anything yet. These raiders going to be heading around the west as the archers do lose track of them, and Harad Waith is going to be moving in and, yeah, maybe looking over to get some of the trees on the periphery. We'll have to see. Oh, a worker almost being killed, but a really good play. He builds a building to obstruct the kill, which is a great idea, but the spearman laps, which is a bit of a mistake, and the building's going to be killed by these horsemen. If the spearman had kept moving, a micro lapse for sure. Yeah, he's probably going to lose the worker. Man, Orange Pest is so zeroed in right now. He's going to get that worker, and the spearman elapse in micro. But another building is being built, and now the spearmen are here. Really good play by Maku, able to save his worker from dying to those horsemen. Now, the harass is not going well. This pretty much is the tail of the tape. Every single time I try and harass elves, I just get absolutely crushed by the defenders and by the AoE stuns on the trees. And he's basically just running Benny Hill to keep his opponent busy. Meanwhile, spears in the middle are going to be advancing. And up here, we do see the combination of Corsairs and Spears advancing as well. Haradwaith is actually hunting down a worker. Looks like Orange Pest could be in a position to lose a worker here. But I think that the Corsairs are going to get headed off by those Axemen, and they're going to be retreating. So Maku showing some great chops as well, as he puts the pressure on the Pest. Middle's going to be taken. Orange Pest going to be doing some raiding here. I would imagine more tribal warriors are coming out. And that tower actually is going to get finished, which is kind of funny. Not upgraded. There is a worker there that could be picked off, but he could also hide it. And now he moves around top, and oh, is he going to be trying to firebomb this building down? This is a production building. They're really hard to kill. But man, killing Orange Pest building here would be rough. And does he get the AoE stun? He does get the Star Lanterns and stuns the entire Haradwaith army. So basically this entire Haradwaith army. Oh, look at the firebombs though, taking down some of the archers, going out on their metaphorical shields, even though they don't have them. But he tried to snipe Orange Pest production building, but basically lost everything back there. And some of them are falling into the abyss of Sauron back here. They're literally like off the map, which is pretty funny. But a lot of pressure coming in from Maku. He's really going pedal to the metal, but Orange Pest does have the defensive tower set up here. This is the Archer Tower, which is such a nightmare. It's going to be able to shoot and just pick off these spearmen one at a time. The raid in the north has been dealt with. In the meantime, Orange Pest looking to raid into his opponent's base. Corsairs and Pirates are being built out, but now we do see Harandor Raiders being called out. Okay, so the big boys are there. And Harad is going to be pulling back over here to the east. Feeling as if maybe their aggression needs to chill out a little bit. Do we see any heroes for Harad yet? We do not, but Harad's doing okay on map control. Orange Pest, though, is probably ahead on ring points. So Harad is at 1 and 3, so 8 in total. And Orange Pest is actually at 7. So Harad's raiding has actually been effective. Okay, not bad at all. So down here in the south, Haradwaith going to be cleaning out some of the camps. Meanwhile, Orange Pest is looking to muster aggression. He has a combination of axemen, spearmen, and I believe some bows in this army. So a very well-rounded army there. So they are going to be able to do it. And gathering up here, we do see the Harandor Raiders coming out. They are going to have to watch out for the spearmen. Meanwhile, Harad is going to be cleaning out a goblin camp here, which is going to be a nice little chunk of cash. And I assume Harad is going to be getting a big scary hero at some point. Does Orange Pest have a hero yet, by the way? I don't think he does. I'm not seeing any heroes for him. Orange Pest may be feeling content to get this to late game. He's just like putting his marbles in with late game elves against the late game Harad. Although Haradwaith, of all the evil factions, probably has the strongest late game. Dol Guldur has a good late game too, but I think Harad might even be better. Because Harad's heroes are just bonkers. Like Karan Lambar, you have the Corsair, the Corsair, Barudapan is insane. He gets a mind control level 3. Lots of scariness. All right, so what do we have here? Corsair is being built. The Harandor barracks has not been upgraded. Suladan will probably be out shortly. We do see raiding on the side with the Corsairs and the Spears. Orange Pest does have Rumil, so he loves this like cheap low-tier hero, and he's just going to be farming kills with Rumil. Pulling a couple horsemen over, but they're immediately going to get wrecked by the Spears if they decide to fight back, but it looks like they weren't quite watching. Yeah, gotta be careful with those spearmen in there. They're doing work. Elven army down in the south of the map is going to be pushing into the eastern flank of the Haradwaith base. Couple Corsairs hanging out nearby, and I'm really surprised we're not seeing a hero yet. But the elves are being raided. We do see the Corsairs attacking in, as well as the old Haradrim spearmen. The Star Lancers are active, but not going to be doing a whole lot here. It does snare them, but there's no follow-up. And the Harandor Raiders are coming. Oh, look at the arrow volley. I think the arrow volley is being shot there. Is it going to kill those guys? It does, but not before they get the building. Okay. Harandor Raiders on the top, putting in work. So this is a really, really good back-and-forth trade between these players. Nobody's really dominating the other, to be honest. Although Orange Pest is looking to get some value here. He's going to be taking a big Elvish army here in the south. And will Haradwaith be able to muster a defense? No Black Numenorians yet. And we do see tribal warriors being sent out. Honestly, they're going to have trouble stopping this elven army. It's pretty thick. Pretty thick. Harondor Raiders going to be pulling back, looking at the ring power for both players. Let's see what everyone's economy is sitting at right now. Currently, we see 600 command points for Harad Waith, and Orange Pest is at 602. Talk about evenly matched, right? What a great duel between these two players. This is great. Corsairs with nice AoE bombardments going to be poking. Harondor Raiders looking for freebies on the archers. And the Raiders of Harondor have come in, but Orange Pest is going to be trying to get the spears ready. But he is going to get partially trampled in the back. And yeah, that trample does do some work, but a lot of cav also going down. Orange Pest showing that professional RTS gamer micro right there. As the Corsairs continue their firebombs, and now Orange Pest is the one who's knocking on his opponent's door. Rumil in the front. Oh, that's going to be a nice pick. The Harondor Chieftain's going to get taken down by the Chad Elven Lord before he can summon his unit. Oh, that's so cost effective, man. That's like a whole unit basically killed there just by one hero, right? Harondor trampling is doing work, and it looks like Orange Pest is going to be pulling back. So he's going to be retreating, trying to re-secure map control here, as the worker for Harad Waith is going to be expanding across the map. Here, the Elven Cavalry are gathering, but the Harondor Raiders should be able to keep them in check. We'll have to see. Rumil is being attacked, though. The Elven hero could die here to the Harondor Raiders, but I think with the cav nearby, he should be fine. A couple of Corsairs going to be surging over there. Spears also coming in to help out the situation where they can. And yeah, really, really good match. I'm genuinely curious what hero choice we're going to be seeing for Harad Waith. Who he's going to be calling out. Is it going to be Siarul? Probably Suladan. Suladan is so good. He buffs all the Harondor units, and he also, of course, can unlock the elite cavalry units from the barracks here, the Guardians of the Serpent. Look at this. We actually see a double Harondor barracks coming out, so really going to be trying to step up his macro. He's going to be calling out more units here as Orange Pest is really, really knocking on his door, but now Suladan is out. He is an absolute raid boss. He's really, really good. He buffs all your raiding capabilities as well. So he is the Black Serpent. While mounted, Harondor Raiders near Suladan gain armor and also get trample deceleration, which is so good. And he's a good fighter too. So you just ride him around with your Raiders and then eventually put him with your Serpent Cav, and man oh man, you can do some good work. But Orange Pest is the aggressor here, but there is a little bit of sneaky expanding. Like these little ninja plays like this are what keeps Harad in the game, right? If Orange Pest had one infantry unit sweeping either side of the map to clear out all these rat's nests, then Harad would be on the back foot. And the Hurons are going to be called out of the Huron, however you say that. That is one of the abilities that the elves have, and it summons a siege tree, and he's going after the upgraded barracks, which is so good. The Curse of the Wind Serpent activated, and Harad Waith going to be trying to stop this, but this tree is going to be putting in so much work. So that is the ability here. It's the Twisted Malice. Permanently summon a Huron from the battlefield, which is so strong. He takes down the upgraded Harad Waith barracks. That is so much time and investment there. Even if Orange Pest loses this fight, he's already gotten his money's worth. And now this tree is going to be moving in and bonking down on the Bazaar, which is going to be another great win. And then potentially we're going to be seeing a third barracks go down here. So on the backside, holy shit, what the hell is this? A Sanctum of Zigur. We're going to be seeing the cultists coming out. You never see that. Oh my god. So the tree is going to Pound Town. Harad Waith is defending, but mainly spears, and Orange Pest is going to be calling in under the volley here. Suladan is nearby, looking to get a trample right there, and a nice little archer volley. But another building going down. That's got to be GG, I think. Like, this tree is just killing all of the Harad Waith production, and now they're only going to be able to make Corsairs, really. And Orange Pest is such a good map awareness player. He scouts the corners. He's got his cavalry looking here. He found his opponent's rat's nest. He does this against me all the time. I try and make rat's nest expansions against him, and he just hunts them down. So he's able to get the corner expansions here and take down Harad Waith's eco on the flanks. That tree, man, really going Super Saiyan. We do see the cultists here, and they have their little hammer of the underworld, or fist of the underworld, which is cute. But man, I have never seen these guys work at like a super high level play in my experience. But all right, so the tree is going to be killing another building here, really giving Lothlorien the hammer that it needs to win this game. The Harondor barracks in the back is being upgraded. A couple Corsairs are nearby. Suladan is trampling and doing the best he can, but the tree is really, really giving the business. What are these cultists going to possibly do? I do not know. All right, guys, over on the other side here, we do see the Elven Cavalry circling about, and the cultists of Zigur are going to be taken down. And if you guys are wondering, Zigur is basically just Sauron, one of his deceptive forms that he takes to fool the Haradrim in Age of the Ring. So, pretty cool. Elven Spears around the back of the base. The tree is just continuing to cause massive havoc. It looks like it finally did get burned down by the cultists. Is Harad Waith going to be able to find a way back into this game? I don't know. They still do have good expansions on the map. I mean, really good scrappiness. And Maku is doing an excellent job with freaking Suladan. He's just intercepting reinforcements, being an absolute troll. But man, Orange Pest is relentless. He kills the freaking caravan back there, which is going to be a big problem. And we do have the Hasherin Assassins. Holy shit, I've never seen these guys. So these are the assassin units you build from the shrine, and they are, unfortunately for them, just being swamped down, but not before doing some damage, I guess. All right, so more cultists are going to be called out. Orange Pest is all over him right now. Harondor Raiders are on the way out, and basic tribal warriors. The supply difference has got to be pretty immense now. Orange Pest is at, or not Orange Pest, but Harad Waith is at 575 command points, and his Orange Pest is at 825. Orange Pest macro really, really just putting in the work now, guys. All right, so tramples are coming in, and we do see these bad boys coming across, looking to get some trample time, and how will that go? All right, tribal warriors are on their way out. A couple spears will certainly be helpful. Harad is going to need a miracle to win this game. Currently, we do see the double Harondor barracks. Is he going to go for the Serpent Cavalry to try and drag himself back in the game? Suladan is riding about and just trampling over whatever he can, and he is buying time. But we do see the Elven hero Rumil is going to be zeroing in. But GG is going to be called as Orange Pest. Our champion beginner is going to be advancing to the grand finals of this open tournament. Showing them RTS chops. GG, well played, guys. What a match. That was so sweaty. All right, love to see it. That was a cool one. Harad Waith defeated by Lothlorien. Is it the rise of the elves? I don't know. We're going to set up that grand final lobby right now. And we are going to get it going. All right, so that's going to be that. Let's do this. Yeah, that siege tree is pretty brutal, but Gondor gets the same thing, Quintessence. They can summon the Numenorian Catapult, which is similarly brutal. Yeah, that's like a really good mechanic for punishing somebody who's on the back foot, you know? Okay, so let's get this and see how the other side of the bracket's looking. Old Nosy and Conquistador are still playing, I believe. So we're going to abandon this. Abandon all reason. Okay. That 5-point lead up to the tree is the worst tier 1, though. Ah, okay, interesting. So this is going to be Turin Grand Finals. So Orange Pest, I'm making a lobby. I don't know if you're hanging out right now. It could be an Elven Mirror match or Elves versus Gondor. Yeah, one of them. I don't know what it's going to be. And the fact that I'm hosting the lobbies is good because that means that the players are going to have even, well, the same ping. Nobody will have a ping advantage, so that is good. And yes, if you are enjoying this Lord of the Rings content, please do drop a like on the stream. It helps out quite a bit. Okay, so this is going to be Orange Pest. Join my finals lobby, please. And Old Nosy and Conquistador. Let me know who won. Okay, so Orange Pest is on his way over. And also report your score, Pest. Also report score on site. Okay, so that other game is in effect right now. And this is going to be for all the marbles. I did not expect this tournament to go so quickly. I think we're going to close out with an FFA, by the way, guys. You guys want a big, sweaty Lord of the Rings FFA with like ring powers turned on and all that craziness? I know you dirty dogs want it. We're going to do it. Okay, perfect there. I need some H2O, man. I need some H2O. Okay. So back to the tournament. Orange Pest advancing over Maku to the grand finals. And Old Nosy and Conquistador. So apparently these two guys are like two of the best players in this entire scene. Old Nosy and Conquistador, which is great. Yeah, we'll do an FFA at the end. It'll be fun. We will have a good time with it. That's at the very end, though. That's after the finals. So the finals are best of 3. Although if the finals go really long, we might not do the FFA. Not to blue ball you guys or anything, but the wife and I are trying to catch a movie tonight. So if the finals go like to game 3 or the games are like 45 minutes long or something, then we might not go about that. But, you know, we'll see. We will see. What you watching? We're not sure. We're either going to see Superman or Fantastic Four. We haven't decided which one we're going to do yet. They both came out, so can't wait for a climactic crash to desktop for the FFA. I know it's what we're all about here, guys. It's what we're all about. Okay, sounds good, Orange Pest. I will. And perfect. Okay. It's time, man. It's go time. What do you guys think? You been enjoying the Lord of the Rings? Imagine if we got a modern remake of this game. How freaking cool that would be. Oh my god. Like a modern, updated graphics, like the full works. You know, obviously this game was made on the back of the movies, right? It was like capitalizing on the success of the Peter Jackson trilogy. There's a lot of games like that are kind of like following the zeitgeist of a time, right? You also have that with what's it called? I mean, we had some, yeah, and that's like the game we're getting right now, which is my brain is just totally freezing right now. Jeez Louise, dude, I'm just sweating balls in this room. You heard Final Fantasy IV was average, or Fantastic Four. Okay, let me think of this. Game of Thrones, Jesus Christ, dude, I'm not that old. Come on, the Game of Thrones RTS that's coming out. Have you guys seen that? You guys fasten your seatbelts for that shit. Game of Thrones RTS. This is the War for Westeros here. I'm so excited for this. This is going to be awesome. If they do it right. So this is a Game of Thrones RTS game. It's going to be multiplayer, but it's not going to be 1v1 from what I can tell. Apparently, it's going to be free-for-all. So that means it's going to be having politics. It's going to be having army fighting, backstabbing, like cool heroes. I'm very, very excited for this. It's the War for Westeros, which is coming out, I don't know when. Yeah, 2026. It's still a ways off, you know. Is this the haggard sweat? Yeah, dude, it is haggard and sweaty and shirtless. I'm all of the above. Yeah, I'm excited for it, though. The trailer is pretty cool. And yes, Pwn will get to burn me with his dragons. He's going to be playing Daenerys. Just flying around in his dragon, just putting in work. Yeah, Dune Spice Wars vibes, right? But like, it looks more RTS. Like, let me show you guys one more time here. If you look at the actual screenshots, like Dune Spice Wars is very minimalistic in terms of the armies fighting. But here you can actually see like that looks like an RTS, like a regiment RTS. You know, you get like regiments, you get the dragon breathing some fire. This is what the map looks like. So it looks like there's going to be like moving, like kind of like Total War-esque, where you move around with armies and you do politics and like, you know, that type of thing. And then you get to you know, obviously engage in battles, which pull you into a RTS style battle. I'm curious how that's going to go. Like, can battles happen while other people are doing things on the map? That would be essential for me. Like, if you're in a 4 or 5, 6 player game, if they have to load into every single battle, it's going to be pretty miserable, right? So I think it would be better if you could actually fight battles and other players could keep doing their things and that sort of thing, right? Yeah. I'm excited for this, though. Are there more pictures? Oh, there are some more pictures. Yeah. You can see you have the White Walkers, kind of the desecration thing they do there. Very creepy. All right, checking here. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so we're going to close this out. Those guys are having a duel of fates on the other side. Probably going to be another 10 minutes or so. Maybe less. Maybe less. And in the meantime, I'm going to take this moment to go grab some water. Eledron, calling in turn to prove he is sweaty and shirtless as he's claiming. Dude, no. Oh, no, dude. No webcam today. This is just the full potbelly, sweaty, shirtless action. Thank you for the donation, though, but I do not have my webcam set up right now. It says you can play the Night King. Oh, probably who I would play in that game would be, I don't know, maybe the Ironborn. If I could play the island, like the Raiders, like the Ironborn, that'd be kind of fun. Yeah, I'd be curious to see what heroes you would get. Should be fun. Anyways, guys, I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to go refill my water for the sweaty grand finals, and then we will be getting started. All right, guys, I'm back. What did I miss? Are they ready yet? Let's see. All right. I still think those guys are duking it out. Old Nosy and Conquistador. Man, oh, man. That is very, very sweat. All right. So let's just chill and look at some Lord of the Rings stuff. All right. Let's go see what other fun armies we can look at. Evil. Yes, Middle-earth. Lord of the Rings, Hobbit evil, Lord of the Rings evil. Yes, perfect, Anakin, perfect. Okay. Take a peek at some of these bad boys. Yeah, I got some newer ones. I think the Corsairs of Umbar actually have like almost a full army, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, you get the Umbarian crossbowmen, they get a little ballista. Oh, that's cool. So the Corsairs can actually use the Black Numenorians. Man, how much cooler do the Black Numenorians look like in the Age of the Ring mod, though? Like, look how haggard these things are. Oh, my God. I mean, these things are probably from, what, 2004? 2003, give or take? Yeah. They're pretty ancient. Oh, man, we accidentally X'd out of that. Does anybody here in chat, either YouTube or Twitch, do either of you guys play the Middle-earth strategy battle game? And if so, what armies do you play? You really like the top left model? You mean these guys? The Peter Jackson model? This is literally Peter Jackson. Right here. He's the guy in the... It's funny, like, even with, like, a super professional paint job, they look so haggard. I love it. I love that aspect of them. You know, it's pretty funny. We got the Peter Jackson model there. The Rohirrim have some cool models. The Rohan, they have some really, really good ones. Yeah. They have some retro ones, too. They have so many heroes. You have friggin' Eomer, Gambling, and Hama. Oh, look at the Defenders of Helm's Deep. Look at the Defenders of Helm's Deep. They have the guy with one eye who shoots the bow. They even have him. So we got some people in chat saying they play. Flutify plays Isengard. Payson plays Fiefdoms, Gondor, Isengard, and Mirkwood. Damn, you got some armies, dude. High Fidelity's got a Rivendell army with Glorfindel. The Moria Goblin is the coolest. Moria Goblins are really cool in this. They are. All right. I don't know what the hell these models have been smoking. Like, look at these things. Who in their right mind is going to pay $112 for these? Dude, you'd have to be high on something. God damn, dude. Look at this. $112 for these pieces of shit. Oh my God, dude. Oh, what are they even? Imagine, this is just a flex though. Rolling up to the table with these guys really means you mean business. Oh, that's pretty awesome, Morgie. That's fun. I don't even know what those things are, honestly. Oh, Pone wants to see Moria, dude. Let's go look at Moria. Only real fans will play those things. I don't even know what they are. Okay, Lord of the Rings evil, and then we go to Moria. Moria's really cool. So with Moria, you get the Prowlers, obviously, but you get access to the Balrog, the Cave Drake, the Warg Chieftain. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you get like a Warg hero kind of guy. The Moria Orc Goblins, the Dragons, yeah, and then you get your Moria Goblin Gremlins down here. You get a Cave Troll. You get a Shaman, apparently, so you get like a little weird Goblin Wizard guy. And then you get the Watcher in the water as well. Yeah. You get the Watcher in the waters. All right. Those are the guys in the woods between Rohan and Gondor. Okay. The Wozes live in the forest between Gondor and Rohan. They guided the Rohirrim around a Mordor blocking force. Oh, interesting. Yeah, interesting. Easterlings look really good. I think they're one of the best looking models in the game. Like, look how cool this guy is. The Dragon Emperor of Run. I mean, it's obscenely expensive, which is stupid, but the model itself looks really cool. So you get the Dragon Emperor of Run here. Let's go back to that. Oh, Dunland still has units? I thought they got legacied. There we go. Okay. Isengard, always the coolest. That's right. I agree. Yeah, their units look rad. The Amdur, Lord of Blades, the Easterling, the Black Dragon Warriors. I mean, come on. These guys look sick. They look really, really good. The round is done. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go do this. Get this set up here. Conquistador 1. Oh, we have Gondor in the grand finals versus So here's an interesting thing. Orange Pest has trained against Old Nosy, but I don't think he's played against Conquistador. Yo, well played. Join our GR lobby for finals. Orange Pest, it is time. All right, so we're going to be getting the final started. It's going to be Gondor versus Lothlorien. We saw this matchup he played earlier, right? I think that was one of the earlier ones we saw with Pest, but he is now playing one of the best players in the entire Assyrian. Who is the #1 player in Age of the Ring multiplayer? Who's like the big dog? Is it this gentleman, Conquistador here? Be curious to see. Okay. So Conquistador should be on their way over. Conqui, yes. Okay, his name is Conqui. I wasn't incorrect with that. Yeah, I'm a little bit relieved it's not a. It's between Conquistador and Nosy, and it goes back and forth. Okay, top players between Old Nosy and Conqui on your typical day. Okay, so we got like some big dogs in here. Oh, dude, he's got a clan tag. That's how you know you're in trouble. Uh-oh. I'll launch game, or wait. He needs 2 to 3 minutes to get his stuff together, and then we'll be starting right now. Orange Pest. You guys want to see something funny? Look, let me show you this real quick. So we're in the launching pad right now for the game. Look. So Conqui says, I need 2 to 3 minutes, and then Orange Pest says he's scared. Oh, I love that. That's really funny, dude. He's afraid. He's afraid. All right. Let's launch this up here. Okay, let's fire it up. Dude, if Orange Pest wins this is a best of 3, by the way. Hopefully they know this. Yeah, Nosy lost to Conqui, who apparently is his other top player, so. No, I would never buy those minis, Jesus. You couldn't pay me to buy those minis. All right, so let's see what the game lobby or map is going to be for the finals. It is going to be the Harnen is the first map. Okay, Harnen. Okay. Harnen. Where art thou? Oh, we're all the way in the wrong map category. Okay, that's why. I am what you call an idiot. So, Pone, you were feeling generous today, huh? Letting these guys win? You didn't feel like crushing them? Okay, and let's get the observer slot for us. And cool. Switch to this. There we go. Yeah, I can't believe Pone let these guys win, though. You know, very generous of him. Observer slot is open. It's going to be Harnen. There's a nice little river in the middle, and they're going to be duking it out. Is there matchmaking for this? If you want to play, Chris, join our Discord. We have a lot of people who play every day. So you have to play it via Game Ranger, though. So join our Discord. Didn't want to smack them around with Grizzly Adams. Hey, Turtle Punch, thank you for resubscribing, man. Okay, so Orange Pest is ready. I need to remind the players that this is a best of 3 with the same faction, so even if they lose one game, they get another chance at it. So it's going to be cool. Nobody's just going to get knocked out and get cheesed and just lose, so they'd have to lose 2 games. Orange Pest on his signature orange. And what is his opponent going to pick? What color? I feel like what I want to do is start banning the color gray. I feel like gray is so troll because it looks the same as the creep camps, so when you look, you can miss buildings because of it, because they look like creep camps. Blady, yeah, it's a mod now. There's a mod, yeah. I think I'm gonna start putting a rule in tournaments where you can't pick the color gray because it seems a little OP. It's very minor, but it can make a difference, and it's also not good for casting because it's hard to tell where people are on the map for you guys as well. Yeah, gray is a little bit OP. I joked about that a couple streams ago when I was playing in a beginner tournament. I was like, yeah, gray's OP because they can't see your shit, but it's actually kind of true. Yeah, it's actually kind of true. All right. Please ban orange. Yeah, no, we don't need to ban orange. Orange is bright and it shows exactly what's cooking. Yep, the bot in Twitch chat just dropped a link to the mod so you can get it. It's completely free. Opponent doesn't demean himself with winning versus weaker players. He lays in wait. Yeah, that's right. He's always waiting. All right, so let me type to the players. Reminder, this is best of 3. Look, have fun. All right, so I've told both players, and they are on their factions here. Eventually, we will introduce like a pick and ban system for factions, but you know, people are still learning around here. Like Orange Pest is really good at Gondor and Lothlorien, but if we were to force into like a best of 5, it could be tricky. So, okay. So good luck, have fun being dropped by both players. Is the Pest here? Yep, looks like Orange Pest is ready, and now we're waiting for Conqui. And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're getting... the game settings have changed. It's weird. Okay, should be good now. I think we're all set. Yeah, orange versus magenta, right? How do you counter Lothlorien as dwarves? I have no idea, dude. I don't know how to play dwarves or Lothlorien. I only know Haggard, Isengard, and Haradwaith. So, it begins. The River Harnan, very epic, lies to the south of the disputed region of Harondor. Ooh, evil. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, welcome to the grand finals of today's tournament. Spawning in on the south side of the map, it is going to be the Orange Pest playing Lothlorien. To the north, it's going to be a true Dark Lord of the Age of the Ring, one of the top 2 players of all time, apparently, in the mod. It is going to be Conqui. So Conqui coming in with his beloved Gondor. And this is going to be interesting because Orange Pest, it was a Gondor main. That was one of his main factions with which he won a lot of his early beginner tournaments with. So he does know the faction pretty well. But what tricks will Conqui bring? What unique tactics and strategies and unit compositions? All sorts of good stuff like that. Tiebreaker has the ring on. That's right. Hey, Masho, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, we are here in the grand finals of our Age of the Ring tournament, which is going to be a great time. What were you streaming? Hopefully something fun. All right. So, Orange Pest going with his classic opening, going to be going for the Blorn trees. No options there. It's all you can build. And opening with his Riders of Nath. So we do see income building here and income building here. So actually a bit of a different build. Going 4 eco buildings into a Malorn tree, probably for the riders. And for Gondor setting up their houses here. So we do see the house here, here, and here. And his first building is going to be a stable. Interesting. So Homie is going to be opening with a stable. This game is being cast live right now. Oh, you were playing Return to the Witch. Oh, nice. Very cool, Masho. Well, we're playing Age of the Ring here. That's usually what we do around here. So it's all in the family, though. It's all great. Well, happy to have you here. All right, so Gondor is going to be opening up the stable for its aggression. Meanwhile, are we going to see the early riders? No, we do not. Orange Pest switching up his build, actually. No, he's still getting a green pasture for his cavalry, but rather opening with a spearman unit. Okay. So there we go. It is going to be the Tawar na Ethir, the Sylvan Sentries, a.k.a. the Spearmen. And it is going to be a barracks stable opening, but it's very rare that you see stable first, at least at the potato level I'm at. Usually you see like an infantry building and then a stable, but it is going to be a stable opening. So they're going to be coming across here and getting ready to party like it's 1999. So they're going to be rolling down to the south. Orange Pest building his first cavalry unit. The Pinnith Gillen Riders should beat the Riders of Nath in melee, but of course Riders of Nath have a little bit more utility. So there is that. And moving up north, here come the Spears, and here comes the Pinnith Gillen Riders. So we're going to get ready to push to the south. We do see Gondorian Spearmen as well. Really curious to see the hero compositions. Riders of Nath actually beat Pinnith Gillen. No shit. Okay, today I learned. I would have thought that the Pinnith Gillen Riders would win since these are a hybrid unit, and they're like designed to be an archer and one of these, but that's really interesting if that's the case. Okay, well, good to know. Thank you, Havoc. Still learning the game myself. Now, Gondor are going to be heading over to the west, and they are going to be grabbing this in immediately. So very interesting. That is going to give him the option to get a forward barracks and Pelagar Expeditionaries. Interesting. So he can make some cheap swordsmen on his opponent's flank already. Gondorian swordsmen on the way in. Orange Pest Spear is going to be engaging against him, which is not going to be cost effective at all for Orange Pest. He's going to want to retreat away from that, and he does. He gets away. In the meantime, we do see the forces of Gondor arriving at the borders of the elves and immediately taking down a tree. The horn also activated, so man, really good aggression here from Gondor as we do see the swordsman run back to the cover of the big tree. He does kind of juke the charge a little bit, drag some of the horsemen down, but overall, it does look like Gondor is getting some very cost-effective aggression. Cavalry here from Orange Pest need to get a trample if they can, but man, beautiful micro from Conqui. He's able to pull the swordsman into the spears, keep his army alive, and keep cackling. All right, so the battle is on. Another tree is going to be getting set up right here. A worker is in the open, a very rare blunder from Orange Pest, potentially going to be losing a builder here. Let's see if he pays attention. He does, and it looks like the builder is going to be saved. Very, very clutch. Now, we do get a bit of a cavalry fight here. Orange Pest going to be sending his axemen in and some spears as well. Good cavalry micro from both players. This is sweaty battle does continue. I would imagine we're going to see a Star Lantern upgrade here, maybe for the AoE stun. But Conqui really, really putting the pressure on. And now he's going to be taking down another freaking Lothlorien tree, which is going to be brutal. All right, so Gondor, pedal to the metal. Over here, we're going to see units being built. He is not building any expeditionaries. Rather, Gondor waves and waves of units. So a combination of swordsmen with their powerful Giga Chad mustaches, as well as the Virgin Mustache Spearmen. So they're trying their best. The Riders of Nath, though, getting their bows out, which I really like. Probably should get the other one back as well. They're kind of fighting into some of the spears here, and he does micro them away. But he is able to fend off the aggression here. On the flank, Orange Pest does try and flank with some spearmen, but he is going to be encountering the host of the Gondor army. A big arrow volley going to be coming down. Man, Conqui with the dodge. No mercy on the micro, man. No mercy. So he dodges all of that. Orange Pest's ability basically wasted there. And the Riders of Nath are going to be trying to hold this back as the Lothlorien trees are being rebuilt. Now, looking at the command points of both players, currently Orange Pest is at 7 command points, whereas his opponent is going to be at 9. So a bit of an advantage here. Command points for Gondor are going to be 550, Orange Pest at 450. So obviously, losing those two trees, very, very brutal. So is Orange Pest going to be able to get any value back? Because so far, Gondor is in an extremely dominant position. They're going to be moving in. Yes, he's going to be aiming for the Huron, the tree. They've served him very, very well in this tournament. On the outside, Conqui going to be flanking about, keeping that pressure all across the map. Still not building any of the expeditionaries, which I thought he would be doing that. But the Gondorian raiders have arrived, and Orange Pest should be able to fend them off with all of his cavalry and the horse archers. That's so good that you get horse archers, man. I mean, talk about amazing utility, right? Like, they kind of don't really have a counter in terms of other cavalry chasing them here, which is pretty clever. But he does try and trample through. He's teasing the army a little bit. But on the other side, Conqui going to be coming in and maybe burning down the cavalry building. We'll have to see. Or he's going to go for some more of the squishy Lothlorien trees. But yeah, one of the best defensive factions in the game for sure is Lothlorien. Their buildings do have a lot of defensive utility, which is quite nice. On the outside, Orange Pest doing a little bit of pushing with his horsemen, but he does get ambushed by the Peneth Gillen Riders and is going to be forced back, taking some casualties as he does retreat here. Over here on the west side, we do see the spearmen fighting. The AoE stun is activated, and the Gondorian troopers are going to be paying the troll toll. Meanwhile, Conqui going to be moving in, and the archers are going to be shooting away, poking some of those units down. So really good value from these Riders of Nath so far. I think this building's going to be safe, and Orange Pest will survive this aggression. But the problem is, Gondor is macroing so effectively behind this, expanding onto the entire map, basically, really causing a lot of havoc. Looking at the command points limit, we see 475 for Orange Pest, and for Conqui, he's going to be at 650. So really, really out-ecoing Orange Pest as well by keeping him on the back foot here with the Gondorian pressure. So Gondor are going to be forming up the ranks. We do see swordsmen coming in. Spears can turn about face and handle some of the flanking if they can. Warhorn is activated. Let's take a look at the Warhorn ability. I believe that was a Gondorian one. The Captain's Horn, yes, going to be helping the troopers fight. Some of the horsemen do get dragged down there. Overall, the fighting is pretty pitched here. We do see a total of 11 command points or ring points for Conqui. And looking at Orange Pest, he is going to be at 11 as well. So getting a little bit of value trading back there, which has got to feel good for him. And maybe there's a chance that when he gets his tree up, he's going to be able to do some work. Gondor expanding into his opponent's base. So there he goes, setting up that. Orange Pest might be able to counterpunch this and get it down. First hero is going to be out. It's going to be Baragon. Baragon is like the tier 1 hero for Gondor. He's good. He's an archer hero that can fight in melee too. He's got a nice sniping ability with the Defender of the White City, and does also have the Guardian of the Citadel, buffing structures. And his ultimate ability is he buffs like Boromir and Faramir, if I'm not mistaken. Orange Pest with no hero, but thinking about split pushing. Conqui going to be maneuvering some infantry over there to try and help with that. Elvish infantry battling it out, but Gondor does have the archers, and man, he dodges. Oh, he's running into it! He ran into the archer volley. Orange Pest getting a little bit of value here, and Orange Pest getting a nice critical mass of cavalry, microing away, but losing some into the spears. This game's getting real sweaty, guys, but I love the flank pressure here. We do see the cavalry pushing in, but man, these Lothlorien buildings, look at that. I believe they have archers in the buildings that are able to defend, which is pretty nuts. So, like, it takes a lot of pressure to take down the Lothlorien buildings. Very advantageous positioning for Gondor, though. They have the Well. So the Well of Gondor is going to be giving damage and armor to nearby units and providing healing as well. So this is a terrible position for Orange Pest to be fighting. Meanwhile, though, Pest is fighting on the flanks as well. So we do see Spearmen coming in and harassing, and also he's going to be harrying with some units here. retreating away from the well is going to be the right idea. And in the meantime, more flanking on the south as the axemen of the elves are going to be chasing them down. And we do see the dreaded tree being called in. Okay, man, Orange Pest with a beautiful play here, guys. That is so good. So now his Huron is going to be killing the freaking production building of Conqui. And if he's able to kill kill that plus like these 3 eco buildings, that is how he's going to get back in the game. Granted, Gondor is coming for the kill as well. Orange Pest getting a taste of his own medicine. I can't tell you how many times he's beaten me with that freaking Catapult of Doom. So the Catapult is up. The Numenorian Engineering is going to be doing the exact same thing, killing his opponent's production building. Meanwhile, the Huron is doing the same thing in the base, killing multiple production buildings. Orange Pest is doing a lot of damage, actually. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold, though. That Numenorian Engineering is pretty brutal, as it's knocking down all the Malorn trees. And a couple of the elves are trying to knock it down, but it's incredibly tanky and actually very, very hard to kill. But the tree is doing work up in the north, guys. Looking at the command points for both players, we see 600 currently for Orange Pest, and only 625 for Gondor. So the tree was able to do some great work. It does get knocked down, but not before the game has been equalized a little bit, right? But right now, Gondor is knocking on heaven's door. They're pounding a lot of Orange Pest infrastructure using that Numenorian Catapult, and the tree is going to be paying the troll toll. Cavalry coming in with a nice little trample right there. In the meantime, good flanking here as the Malorn trees are being pressured from all sides. Really, really good match, man. It's pretty insane that Orange Pest has only been playing like a month and a half, and he's able to hang with players of this caliber. This is very, very impressive. All right, so trees being set up by Orange Pest in the back of his opponent's base. Look at this. This is so troll. He's straight up summoning shit in the back of his opponent's base to try and survive, but Conqui's pressure is so nice, and it looks like he's maybe going to get a worker here. I think that worker might be attached to that building. I'm not 100% sure. The elves are a little bit elusive to me. In the meantime, though, no Rumiel out, I don't believe. Or no, Rumiel has been called out, so the Elven hero is level 3, and he's going to be poking on the periphery here. In the meantime, Orange Pest is going to be losing a worker in the back of his opponent's base. So the greed is, unfortunately punished for him. And Faramir is now out. So the brave Faramir is here. And he's a great character. He can call in an archer volley. He unlocks the Rangers of Ithilien. It's very, very good. But yeah, these buildings are going to pay the troll toll. Meanwhile, Conqui keeping the pressure up. Very, very good match here, though. I'm loving this. It looked one-sided here, but, elves do have crazy scaling. We're going to see if he's going to be able to get to the late game. Looking at command points, 650 for the elves and 775 for Conqui. Conqui currently is sitting at 2 and 12. Orange Pest is going to be sitting at 2 and 8. So Conqui is pulling ahead right now for sure. A lot of cost-effective trades on the map, and we do see the Star Lantern activated. Not bad. Going to be snaring down this army, stunning them, allowing the elves to get some cost-effective trading here. But Conqui, I would say, still is in a commanding position. Little arrow volley going out. Single range attack causes monsters to flee, which is kind of cute, so not going to be terribly useful in this matchup. But Orange Pest losing a worker back here definitely is going to be a big setback for him. Conqui really, really playing quite well on the map, man. He is a raid boss. Holy shit. He's got like this whole map set. Pest is really, really on the back foot here. This elven character doing quite well. Another Malorn tree is going to be getting set up, but the Gondorian soldiers are pouring in droves. Nobody's really getting next tier units. We do see the double barracks coming out. The stable was never rebuilt, and now we do see the marketplace being built. Now this is really good because you can do the grand harvest, and it gives all of your farms plus 12% income, which is nuts, right? So both your farms are going to be producing like 2.5 more resources per tick, which really, really adds up. Cav's coming in for the elves, spearmen as well. Cav going to be getting a nice trample here. I don't think there's too many spears in that position. Rumil is going to continue farming wherever he can. It looks like he pulled back to the base to heal up a little bit. Oh, he's actually almost dead straight up. So he's going to be going to try and defend this tree on the other side. Orange Pest probably going to be doing the AoE stun here, but he calls GG well played, knowing that he's been outmatched here. And we are going to be going to game 2, ladies and gentlemen, as Gondor comes in with the steel chair and overwhelms the forces of Lothlorien. Really, really good match. That was fun. It had some back and forth like that. The most interesting part of the game was when you had the Huron and then the Numenorian Engineering. Like both of them like base trading a little bit there was very, very cool to see. All right, guys. So we're going to go to the next game here. And we are going to do this and host that. Create game. And the map for this next one is going to be the Gror's Valley, which is a map I've never played, but it was on the list given to me by Assyrian, so we're going to do it. All right, Gror's Valley that should be up here somewhere. That's right, and we're going to do this, Gror's Valley. Let's make sure we have an open slot so homie can join. There it is. All right, Gror's Valley. GG, really good match. We got Conqui in here, and we're going to be doing this. Going to observer mode, and there we have it. Conquee's trying to substitute me in. He's going Observer right now. Here is Gror's Valley. Conquee, you need to go with your faction. You are currently on Observer mode. Good map, this one, says Conquee. Nice. Nice, nice. And it looks like both players are ready. So fasten your seatbelts. Get ready for potentially the last game in the tournament. Dr. Speed, thank you for the $8. Hope you're doing well in the land down under. Thank you, thank you. And we are loading in. Gondor versus Lothlorien round 2. It is a one-faction tournament. Yes. So players, it's very simplistic because our community is mainly newer players. But this is an open tournament. But you basically just pick one faction and play it all the way through, which is very, very fun. It's a simple game mode. Doesn't require much adminning. It's just like, you know, just get in there and do your thing. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, welcome to Game 2 in the best-of-3 grand finals between Orange Pest and Conquee. Conquee going to be rocking Gondor, facing off against Orange Pest and Lorien up in the top side of the map. So we're going to see what tricks these players will employ. Is Orange Pest going to be able to get on the board? I don't know, man. Conquee looking very, very strong. Pest, of course, is a new player. He's been playing for about 2 months, but he's catching up to these players very quickly. Certainly going to be a threat in the future. And wow, look at that. Interesting. So he goes double production, double income, double granary, and a barracks. That quick. That is really, really aggro. Orange Pest, what is he going to be doing? This is maybe one advantage that Conquee would have, is that his knowledge of the maps are maybe a little bit better. He like knows the nuances of these maps. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be pretty hog wild. This Pest's going to be able to handle this uber early aggression. So Lorien trees are coming up, and we currently see this one being made into an income tree. And this will probably be his first military building, but Gondor is going to be already getting spearments here based really, really quickly. This is some evil forbidden tech. That's right. So Conquee going to be spear rushing him very, very fast. And now he's going to be catching up on eco. He's going to be a little bit behind economically, of course. And what is this going to be? He is going for the Galadrim garrison. Okay, so if he had gone for cavalry first, he would have gotten wrecked pretty badly by those spearmen that are already coming. But I would imagine he'll have an axeman out, and he isn't going to be punished too much for his sins. We will see. Oh, it's actually going to be a creeping build, so he's not going to be aggroing. No, rather, Conquee is going to be creeping the map. I like that, because that's going to open up an expansion path for him and give him a little bit of ring points and set him ahead there. I like that. So he's going to be creeping the work pit here. Orange Pest, is he going to be doing the same thing? He is going to be opening with a spear unit. And is he opening spear to do creeping, or is he opening spear to deal with early aggression that he saw last game? Because last game, Conquee opened up with the stable and was in his face really quickly. But Orange Pest is going to be getting the Sylvan Sentries, and I'm curious to see where he's going to be going with that. We do see a swordsman coming out. So probably just going to creep this, and then the Gondorians are going to move up north, and that's probably attack after that. Yep, so the war camp is going to go down. He's going to get a lot of resources. You ready? So that's going to be plus about 250. That's really good. I mean, that's an extra unit. That's an extra production building. Very, very effective. All right, guys. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. Yes, that's right. That is very, very true. All right, guys. Gondor setting up shop. So we have the double barracks. So it is going to be a double racks opening. So this time around, he's not going to be messing around too much with the cavalry. Rather, he's going to be going just straight into the mass infantry. Oh my god, is he going to be creeping the troll cave too? That's pretty aggressive, man. The really heavy-duty creeping. I feel like I'm watching freaking... was he using his worker to like draw aggro? So he's using his worker to pull the troll, and then he pulls the troll into the spear box. That's really interesting. And then he attacks the troll. Okay, that was some interesting tech there. I'm taking notes. But it kind of looks like it didn't go well for him. It looks like the troll's giving him the dirty. He says, don't do it at home, says Conquee. Oh, he tried something funny and it didn't work out for him, I guess. All right. Now, Orange Pest is in his base rating. He does have some spears on the bottom side, so probably going to be able to take down one building here. We'll have to see. And in the north, we do see Conquee continuing to creep. So he is going a big old creep in time. That creep did not work out super well, but even still, we'll see what happens. Orange Pest actually having a little bit of success out of the gates, killing one of the buildings over there, which is very, very cost effective. Obviously getting a cancel out of Gondor. Gondor going to be sacrificing that building. And now Pest is going to be getting his axemen, moving in to battle these bad boys. And the Malorn tree is under threat. Is he going to be able to save it? The Malorn tree is being upgraded. And there's the Star Lanterns. And also the arrow. So using the Star Lantern and the arrow combo to push off the Gondorian attackers is very cool. I like that a lot. Nice synergy right there. So Orange Pest having a much better start than previous games. He's going to be finding several income buildings and is probably going to be dragging them down. Oh my god, is he going to get the worker? If he gets that worker too, Conquee's going to be in big trouble. Oh, Conquee loses a worker. Orange Pest able to drag it down, going after the building here. In the meantime, Orange Pest going to be taking down another building. Okay, this game is way better for him, that's for sure. Granted, Conquee is counter pushing here. We are going to be seeing the tree maybe dropping a stun. Not that it would really do much. Probably not even worth it. Worker going to be running here. A couple spears going to be coming in to meet them. And Conquee is now going pedal to the metal. After some rough early engagements, this is where Gondor gets back in the game. So knocking it down here. Big army coming in the north. We do see production buildings producing. He's producing a combination of archers and looks like spearmen. Although probably should just make the axemen because his opponent isn't really even doing much with cavalry at all. Although, do we see a stable in the back? Okay, never mind. We see Penethkill and Riders. So he is going to be making cavalry units. Meanwhile, Orange Pest getting some good flanking there. And he is able to take down this this production on the side. Conquee kind of looks like he's doing, I wouldn't say an all-in, but he's really, really pushing super hard right up the middle. Looking at the command points, it is currently 475 for the Elves. And Conquee's only at 350, though. So he's really, really kind of hurting a little bit in terms of the command points. But Orange Pest trying to kill his other worker. If Conquee were to lose that worker, that would be a disaster and a half. It looks like the worker is going to be building an emergency wall hub just to save himself, and then he cancels it and is going to be getting back. Is Orange Pest going to go for the snipe again? We'll have to see. So Spearman coming. Orange Pest under heavy siege in the base. I would imagine he's going to be trying to expand wherever he can. No workers have been killed for the Pest quite yet, but another tree going down. Currently 425 against 350. So very, very tight game. Neither player is able to really establish much of a beachhead. And the spears of Orange Pest, or the axes, are going to be fleeing while the spears just continue hanging down here. So the Gondorian flank over in the east going to be intercepted by the Wild Riders, and it looks like they're going to trample, but they got to be careful. There are spears in that formation, so still probably worth it overall. Able to get a nice trample and end that fight a little bit quicker. Granted, I think they would have won it otherwise. In the middle, Orange Pest with a beautiful archer position. He's able to get his Tawar Na Pegrin, yes. And, yeah, they're pushing it down, man. Conquee is on the back foot here a little bit in the middle, ladies and gentlemen. As the Elven fighting does continue on the backside of the base. Orange Pest going to be coming around here and attacking in. So he's really, really adapting. Orange Pest is like the Terminator. He's like one of those liquid metal Terminators that, like, adapts when you hit it. Or like the Borg. He's like the Borg in Star Trek. That's a very apt description. Spearman attacking into the Penethkill and Riders. Orange Pest with a big archer blob moving up in the middle. But he's all up in his opponent's base, taking down another production building right here. Conquee with some split pushing, but the horsemen probably will be able to handle them since... Oh, no, there are some spearmen in there. Okay. We will have to see, but they do get a nice charge, and the spears were not facing the right direction, therefore they're not going to be doing their job. Nice little cav trample right here by the Penethkill and Riders. Very, very clean. Another worker dying, and now the Huron is out. Okay, the tree is already out. Oh, my God, it's going to be coming in. So the tree is going to be bashing down this building, and if that building dies, man, that's going to be really bad for Conquee. I mean, he only has these production buildings here, and if Orange Pest is able to win this fight and the tree is able to keep feasting, that's going to be brutal. Wall hub is being built. The siege tree getting it done, and now it's going to be moving to the next building. The spears of Gondor are a good counter against the tree, but honestly, Orange Pest might be able to win the game, but the same thing is happening. The Numenorian engineering in the main base again. Look at that. But Orange Pest has a bigger army here. He's going to kill the catapult, whereas the tree is going balls deep. And now is going to be... If it takes down this other building, I think Orange Pest wins the game. No, this is a best of 3. This is game 2. Currently, Orange Pest is down a game. Dude, that thing wrecks buildings. God damn, that tree is strong. Yeah, keeps crumping right there, guys. The Numenorian catapult is not quite able to do the same amount of damage. And now, Orange Pest kills both his production buildings. Oh, my God. I think Orange Pest might be back on the menu. Looking around, we do see some counter raiding going, but the Pest is all up in his base, and this tree is just going deep. There's so much death right now, guys. And it looks like this might be going to game 3. So Assyrian, if you're watching this, by the way, in Wembley, you guys better not put Orange Pest in the intermediate or beginner brackets. He belongs in the advanced. The fact that he's keeping a close game here is crazy. But that tree is going balls deep. You know, I could still see a comeback from Gondor, right? This is one of the best Age of the Ring players of all time. We do see the cavalry coming down here and chasing. Brutal stuff. And his tree is just rolling dirty, man. And Conquee is not going to be able to rebuild his armies, though. That's going to be the problem for him. All he can build are cavalry. In the back of his base, he's going to be building barracks. Double racks coming down to the back of the base. The tree is just feasting in the front line there, guys. Nasty, nasty. And the Giga Chad tree is going to be just diving into his opponent's base because he simply just doesn't really have units anymore. I think that there's probably going to be I mean, unless Orange Pest throws this game should be over. That's for sure. All right, guys, the big Huron is coming. It's going to be moving into the back, and we see the double barracks buildings being built. But Pest should be able to kill this with his tree. What's the cooldown on it? I think it's still a waste. Twisted Malice is activated. Probably not going to be able to push units out. The tree is coming, and it is putting in work. Yeah, that honestly might be one of the best tier 2 abilities in the game from what I've seen. It is really, really nasty. All right, so he's going after the stable. We see this building going down here. That's going to be like all the production being killed. A little bit of a cab duel over here. In the meantime, up in the top, one tree does go down. Nice pick there for Conqui. But, yeah, he's going to be losing a stable and losing this. Just pretty much dead in the water. Orange Pest is going to be going just full momentum into his base here as the dreaded Huron continues to just keep causing problems. All right, guys. We get another shot here. Huron is doing it, and we do see this building getting taken to Pound Town here. Orange Pest chasing, and over on the west side here, we do see the defensive tree for Lothlorien is able to fend off the Gondorian raiders. Another building going down here. I think the Dread Tree is probably going to be able to finish it off. Folly does a little bit of damage against the Gondorian units. That is going to be going down here. Yeah, and then the other production going to be going down as well. I would suspect Conqui is going to tap out after this building dies. I don't see any way for him to come back. Orange Pest with a really, really clinical game here. So he's getting it done. Tree's going to be coming in. Conqui's still trying, man. Building racks near his base. He is gonna force Orange Pest to finish him, which is, you know, maybe harder than you think. We'll see. Orange Pest army is going to be coming down. Is this building going to live? The barracks is very, very close to dying, and it does end up dying. We got 2 more barracks being built in the base. But yeah, if Orange Pest loses this, then that's going to be very shocking. But Conqui is the number 1 or 2 ranked player in this game. So, I mean, if anybody can find a way back, it's going to be him. And there is going to be another tree summon coming off cooldown soon. Another Twisted Malice. I don't know where his tree went. So he's just farming, looking at the supply. We do see, wow, they're at the same supply. Okay, so maybe Conqui is going to be able to claw his way back because Orange Pest has not cleared off all of his northern infrastructure, but now he is. These are really good instincts, right? So a lot of players would keep diving to base and trying to finish off all this shit, but instead stuffing him and killing him on the map is way better. Like, kill all these buildings, cut down his economy, make sure he can't expand, and you just give there. Never give up, never surrender, right? So Conqui building Spearman out of his base, probably in preparation for another tree. We do see the income buildings here being dragged down. Yeah, it's a single faction tournament, Astro, so they're playing the same faction the entire tournament. It's a very simplistic tournament format, which is welcome to, players of all skill levels. So we have advanced players, we have new players. It's a single faction tourney, which is what I do predominantly. GG, well played being called, and we're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. What an epic series we have on our hands here. Man, that's impressive. Orange Pest playing for only 2 months and coming in and putting on a good show here. Now, I don't know about how this matchup usually goes. I don't know if it's favored for one faction or the other, but yeah, that was a duel of duels. So we're going to be setting up the 3rd and final game here. So this is going to be what map? It is going to be the Fords of Eisen. Fords of Eisen. Eisen. Yes, Eisen. Okay, so let's find this. And should be here. Shouldn't it be Fords of Eisen here? Shouldn't it be right here? Am I missing something? I don't know. Fords of Eisen. Is that a map? That is it a multi? Like a bigger map? Am I missing it? Hey, thank you for being a member, man. Do North Undeep. Okay, North Undeep is the map. Okay, got it. Did you guys change something? There we go. All right, so North Undeep is going to be the map. It's fine. You're saying okay, we'll do this one instead. Similar enough, right? Is the mod purely multiplayer? No, there's like campaign and single player too. Yeah, whatever you're into. It has campaigns. It has all that goodness. All right, guys. So good luck. Have fun. Have fun. Anyone need a break? This is very sweaty. Basically the same map with slight improvements, less campy. Okay, got it. Perfect. Thank you. Conqui is ready. He's out. He's going to be out for blood here, guys. This is going to be very sweaty. It's like watching Godzilla and King Kong fight. It's great, you know? It seems like the meta for these players is very much a timing push with those siege pieces, with the Numenorian engineering and then the frickin' tree. Oh shit, I'm on random. Okay, thank you. I was about to load into the game with the homies and show them who's boss. All right, guys. Let's have some fun. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. Lothlorien is a top faction now? Yeah, you're saying they weren't before? Turin coming in with the final round with the 1 ring. That's right. So they're just taking a quick break. Need to take some water and rest my hand. Totally fine. Okay. Aces, ready when you are. Okay, guys. This is for all the marbles. It's going to be Gondor with Conqui facing off against Orange Pest and Lothlorien. I'm so glad I found this channel and this mod. It's just great. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Chronos. So welcome to the channel, boss. Good to have you here, man. We're going to mix in Age of the Ring every now and then. Of course, Total War is our main squeeze, but we're here. Turn the ring on? Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Do you know how salty the person who didn't get the ring would be? I would be so salty if I lost the best of 3 final because of that. Spawning on the southeast side of the map, it is going to be Conqui, the conqueror of Age of the Ring, here with Gondor. So the northwest, it's going to be Orange Pest, the new up-and-coming challenger. He is a ranger from the north, although it makes more sense for Gondor. Now, this is like the established power in Middle-earth, right? And this is like the upstart ranger coming in. You know, do we have a Denethor versus Aragorn situation here? Kind of feels like it. All right, so it is going to be Lothlorien and Orange Pest. If you guys don't know Orange Pest, he is the #1 ranked Co-3 player. He was. He's not really playing Co anymore. He's mainly playing this game, but he was the #1 ranked player in Company of Heroes, which is very, very fun. He's also going to start hosting tournaments as well. Apparently, Orange Pest is going to be putting on a prize money tournament with like a little bit of a prize pool for Age of the Ring soon as well. I just got him set up on the website today for hosting purposes, so that's going to be pretty fun. All right, guys. So what do we got? What's cooking? Gondor doing a barracks opening, so not going to be doing a stable opening, even though it was very good to them in the first game. It is going to be a racks opening, and what is Orange Pest going to be doing differently? We will have to see. This is the finals. This is game 3. The score is currently 1-1. So Lothlorien trees, we got income tree, and income tree. And then in the back, he is going to be building the Galadrim garrison. Okay, so this is the one where he produces his infantry. And over to the west side, maybe he's going to be doing the green pasture here for the cavalry. Those cav that Lothlorien have are amazing, by the way. The fact that they can be used as bow units is super clutch, man. It's really, really good. Okay. Well, anyways, we do see the Gondorian swordsmen coming across the map. And the elves are going to be making an axeman out of the gates to fight them, which of course will be a pretty even fight between those 2 units. I don't know which one's more expensive. The elves probably would win that, although I don't know. Lambadons do trade very well. They are more expensive, though. I think that the Sylvan levies are faster. Maybe the Gondorians are fine in a grind. Uh-oh. This could be a big early game loss for Orange Pest if he loses his worker. Oh, don't throw the finals. Okay, he does get his worker. Dude, that would have been a huge throw for Orange Pest. He better be zeroed in right now, man, because his opponent's coming for blood. The Lothlorien tree going to be getting attacked, but Conqui does pull away, feeling as if that's not going to work out. And we do have double barracks coming in for Lothlorien. Okay, so there are going to be 2 of those. 2 racks coming out, no cavalry for Lothlorien this time around. Gondor does have the double infantry, though, and we are going to be seeing another Lothlorien tree being set up. I would imagine Star Lanterns are going to be built here. And he's actually going to take this fight, this 2v1. Very interesting. The horn. Oh, maybe he was just baiting the Horn of Gondor out. We'll see. Is there going to be a lantern coming? Orange Pest does have 2 units coming in, so archers and nothing from the other racks. He is continuing to chase. You know what I think Conqui is trying to do? I think Conqui is trying to bait Orange Pest into upgrading his trees and wasting money, but Orange Pest is not giving into that so far. Couple spears going to go creep the ward camp right there for a little bit of money. And now we get the Star Lanterns being lit. Is he going to pop it? He does pop it like it's hot. That's going to be a nice little stun there. And then he drops the arrow on the stunned units. That is so clutch, and he hits them all. So the arrow connects with the Gondorian units. Talk about cost effective. But Conqui really, really getting aggressive here. He does not want to be the one on the back foot this game. So Elven Swordsmen trying to trade, and they are not doing badly. We do see the archers coming out for Lothlorien, chasing some of these guys back. A really impressive micro. But here we do see Conqui getting that bum rush here and able to take down the frontal trees. So the first aggression has been done. And so far, Conqui playing, I would say, a much smoother game for him. In the back, we do see that getting crept by Orange Pest, so he is going to get a little bit of free money. Axeman going to be chasing these guys down. Archers are running near the base. Really nice turning the angle there to avoid the trample, but the tramples are doing work, as Conqui is going to be taking down an upgraded tree up here on the top, which is very, very tough. So immediately, we do see the Orange Pest being put on the back foot. He is being pushed. And Spear's going to be moving in. Is that a worker there? There is a worker idle. Nice little stun there. Going to be locking those guys down. Worker probably going to be able to escape. And the elves, what do they have here? Conqui going to be taking down yet another tree there. So really, really good start for Gondor. Gondor is in the dominant position at the moment, I would say. Command points are going to be 425 for the elves against 450 for Gondor. So not an insane difference, but it is going to start adding up. Conqui, in the meantime, going to be creeping right here as the raiders in the top be able to do some work. Worker are going to be coming up to rebuild. Both of them have done a little bit of creeping on the warp camps, and yeah, still anybody's game, that is for sure. Last game, we saw Concrete lose a worker very early on to Orange Pest raiding, which is tough. The Pesticide going to be coming in, and he does manage to kill a shit ton of horsemen there, so that's going to be some good ring points. And I do feel like Orange Pest strategy is really centered around getting those 10 ring points and just trying to wreck his opponent with that tree thing. I really feel like that's kind of his way right now. That's what he's been having the most success with. Big Gondorian raid coming, and we do also see the elves who are going to be doing some counter raiding. Trample attempts coming in as Orange Pest does get cavalry, and Conquest continues with his cav raiding. A big Gondorian force coming. Do we have the upgrade? A worker's idol up here. Is Orange Pest going to notice this? Oh, that's 500 Gs in the pits. That thing is dead and gone. Orange Pest does notice. Is that... Oh, she's got some wheels. She's got some wheels. The sweaty micro's going. Oh my god, he gets away with the worker. And he's going to lure the Gondorian army away. Holy shit. All right, so meantime, we do have some fighting over here, a little bit of pressure on the flank, and that worker was able to escape, which is so incredibly clutch. The Lothlorien tree shooting, but that is a big Gondorian army who's going to be trying to take down this production building here, and they might actually be able to, which is going to be tough. Wall hub is being activated. Orange Pest maybe going to be able to pick off a worker here, but Orange Pest getting a very good fight and trampling a lot of the Gondorian units, but Gondor is all up in his shit right now, and that production building does go down in the back of the base, which is pretty catastrophic, actually. So Pest needs to muster some axemen and archers to try and fight this Gondor blob. In the meantime, though, Pest is getting some good counter raiding here. So he's going to take down this building here, and he's going to be trying to shut down this new house that's being built here, this granary, I do dare say. It's not a house. Couple spearmen coming across, so despite being on the defense, Orange Pest is raiding pretty aggressively. And it does look like the Gondorian raid is going to be dispatched in the back. Now, let's look at ring points. Currently, Orange Pest is at 6 and 7 for Gondor. So Numenorian Engineering is going to be coming out. 8 for Gondor, 6 for Orange Pest. So we are going to see Numenorian Engineering faster than we are going to be seeing the Huron, which is the scary tree monster, which we've been seeing in the previous couple games. Another raid going down, though, man. Both these players are getting really crunk with the raiding. Really showing their chops in this high-level play. Expansion's going down in the north, as we do see this Lothlorien tree being harried and pushed. The forces of the elves going to be pushing down there, as the stable potentially going to be attacked. We'll have to see. And another building going to be threatened here. As Gondor is being raided, but Gondor, I think, is getting slightly more value in these raids. It's pretty damn close, though, guys. We currently see 450 against 600, so Gondor does have a big supply advantage. Currently down to 400 right there. So Gondor is making more money and is sitting pretty good. Pretty good. Cav trampling in there. Tree's going to be upgraded, and are they going to get a little bit more damage back here? We do see the stable being taken down, but it's dying very slowly because those are archers. I love the wall hub here. That shit's hilarious. He just has like a random-ass wall hub. Conquest pushing in. A couple horse archers going to be supporting there as the archers try and shoot with the Penethgil and Riders, so you get a nice charge on them. Yeah, Orange Pest really is on the back foot, and oh, the dreaded tree is here. All right, this is his comeback. So they're going to be moving in, and they're going to be bonking. We do see the building getting wrecked here, but there are spearmen this time around, so the tree isn't going to be as devastating. And the Numenorian Engineering is out as well. So both players pulling out their big guns as the Lothlorien tree, or not the Lothlorien tree, the Huron is going to be trying to help in this fight. But it's moving into spears. Spears do counter it. It's a monster. It's a big thing. It does die to the spearman units. Granted, it does actually kill that Gondor army with the archer support, so certainly not bad. So who is going to win this little weird duel we're having here, right? If the Huron can do more damage, that's going to be big. And it does end up taking down the stable and an income building. Is it going to go for the main base? That would be absolutely hilarious. But it doesn't look like it is. The back all cleaned out. Gondor has nothing on the south side of the map. Numenorian Engineering still feasting, and the elves have been having trouble taking it down. Currently, we see 475 against 575. So Orange Pest kind of equalizing the score a little bit, but not too much. The Tree of Doom is going to keep rotating, trying to get away from the spearmen. I think the elves should try and protect it if they can, or have it fight. Looks like it's going to be fighting, doing some nice knockbacks, and the Numenorian catapult is going to be taken down. I don't even know what it's shooting at right now. I guess it was shooting at the ruins of a building right there. Orange Pest advancing up, and the Tree of Doom is able to punish actually that entire force there. Really, really brutal. A couple cavalry are going to be coming in, and this one tree is just doing so much work, as we do see the Numenorian catapult being taken down before it can do more damage. And yeah, we're getting a knockdown, drag-out game here. I still think Gondor is maybe a little bit ahead, 475 against 575, so 100 command point difference. And the tree is fleeing! The tree got away! Oh my god. Look at that tree escaping, guys. It has fled the scene, and it is cackling and fleeing into the bushes. Orange Pest going to be doing some poking. In the meantime, he needs to re-expand hard, and he is going to be re-expanding with his Lothlorien trees right now. No heroes out for either player. I think the aggression has been a little bit too pedal to the metal. Dude, look at the troll tree! It's back, and it's going to kill another building. Oh, man. Is it going to go for the hero? It is going for Baragon right now. No, it actually has splash damage? Oh, no shit. Okay, it does kill another income building there. So that freaking Huron doing some nasty work, man. It's really, really doing quite a bit on the bottom. All right, on the top side, Orange Pest trying to raid. It looks like he did stifle his opponent a little bit. If Orange Pest discovers the Rat's Nest up here and takes those down, that will get him back in the game. Gondor is coming around here. The tree is permanent, yes, but it is dead now, I think. No, it's still alive. Oh my god, that freaking tree is still alive. Dear God, is Pest gonna win with that tree? I think he might have an option for it. All right, the tree is waddling to the north, and we do see the raid coming in. Arrow raid is activated. And is it gonna hit those guys? The horse archers are in effect. The Gondorians do scatter. And the horse archer's doing great work, though, just picking off these bad boys. In the meantime, Orange Pest on the flank going to be intercepting with his units and trying to maybe explore the north. The tree is still going strong. Oh, my God, and it heals, too. Holy shit. Oh, it, like, rooted in the ground or something? Okay, I don't know. It has some ability where it roots in the ground. Yeah, not sure. Well, Axemen going to be chasing these guys down. Huge Gondorian force in the north going to be getting some good raiding in. Orange Pest going to be making Axemen and archers. As is the case, he does explore and find some of his opponent's positioning over here. And the Dread Tree is still just causing fat problems, man. The tree was grown for one purpose, to rid the world of men. No shit. All right. It is for sure farming a lot of ring points. And now there's going to be some spears coming in, which should be able to finish it off. We're going to see. It'd be hilarious if they keep losing. All right. So Gondor in the base here. Elven Archer is going to be pulling back. Orange Pest able to win this fight. I suspect he's going to run to the north and explore. We do see the first Elven hero out. So the Elven hero is out. It's going to be Baragon. Not Baragon, excuse me, Rumil, which is like the Baragon of that faction. Gondor are going to take down another tree over here, which is very good, though. So the raiding has been effective. And Orange Pest still pressuring on the side. And the dreaded tree has finally fallen. So the tree is going to be back soon, though, guys. We have the Twisted Malice coming off cooldown here. 15 points for Orange Pest. Oh, my God. Orange Pest is pulling ahead of Gondor right now. He's pulling ahead on ring points. 575, though, against 375. So the ring points are favored for Orange Pest, but the command points are favored for Gondor. Okay, so here in the back, we see the Ring of Adamant. Creates a magical terrain through the power of Nenya. Allied units are healed and replenished, and they get armor. And okay, so basically the Elven army here is going to be Super Saiyan. So he's just doing this to keep the pressure on his opponent and buy time. Interesting choice, using his 15-point ring power there. Yeah, I mean, if that tree comes back, the dreaded tree, I mean, who cares about Sauron, the Dark Lord? The tree is everything. And the elves do win that fight because of the aura right there. So they are able to win that fight, potentially going to take down another building. And we do see some raiding over here on the side. So they're going to be pushing in. Elven hero moving up, and the elves are resurgent. Orange Pest summoning all the dreaded Company of Heroes 3 micro he can. He's like, he used to like play Company of Heroes and just bring like, literally get like several motorcycles and micro them all around the map. And like, it was insane watching him play that game. All right, so another building going to be going down for Gondor in the front. Gondor a little bit vulnerable on the flanks as well. If Orange Pest has the game instinct to shut down his opponent's eco on the outside, that would be pretty big. The tree is up, more spearmen are coming out, and that is going to be a defensive tree. So Orange Pest going full Lothlorien turtle. He's going to be dropping the Talon, which is a really good defensive tower. Dude, the elves fighting in this like blessed earth back here is gnarly. It's doing some serious damage. And Orange Pest does have the game instincts. He is going on the flanks. He's getting it done here. And he is able to overwhelm the Gondorian defenders. All right. Rumil, though, potentially going to die. The Elven hero does die. A bit of a throw from Orange Pest there, losing his hero. But that hero is only 1,000 gold, so it's not the end of the world to lose him. But it does hurt. Baragon is still very much active. Elves are going to be cackling in the back of the base as he does overwhelm his opponent's positions. And you guys think it's all fun and games, but the tree is coming. Oh, shit, but look at this. I love this. The Dol Amroth Citadel is coming, and it is going to be Prince Imrahil producing the Swan Knights. So the Citadel is out. That is going to be a problem from Orange Pest, because those are heroic elite cavalry, right? Worker's going to be dying here. Orange Pest going to get a worker kill. Oh, that's brutal. That's 500 Gs in the bank, but I love the counterattack from Conquet. He's going to be moving in there, and there is a defensive tree now, though, that should be able to thwart some of the smaller fights. On the backside, the elves do get overwhelmed, and a big elven brick going to continue pushing here. 2 production buildings here do get missed. The defensive tree is a little bit out of range, and it looks like they are going to be able to get one of the Malorn trees in the front. But now we see the Swan Knights. Oh, the Dread Tree is back! But spears do come out. You got to kill those spears, or else the tree is going to be in trouble. So the spears are being targeted, and the Swan Knights are going to move in on that tree. But man, don't mess with the tree, guys. It is a menace. All right, the tree is dying a lot quicker this time. The Swan Knights are going for it, but we are going to see one barracks going down here. Orange Pest is the Lord of the Trees, and he is going to be doing some work there. In the meantime, Numenorian Engineering dropped in Orange Pest base as well. They're both trading. Very similar play patterns every single game. So this tree does manage to get over here, and is it going to be dragging down the other barracks? That's going to be pretty massive. No, the tree does die, but overall, a decent little trade there for the Pest. But I think the Numenorian Engineering is going to be slightly more impactful because there's a big army here. And losing that Elf Lord there, very, very tough. All right, Catapult's coming in. Orange Pest is attacking, but the Swan Knight's probably going to be able to overwhelm this army. Looking at the supply points for both players, 375 for Gondor. No, for Orange Pest, right? Yeah, that's the Ring of Adamant. And it's going to be 750 for Gondor. So Gondor is probably just going to win due to sheer attrition and having just a much, much bigger economy. Orange Pest Micro, of course, is doing his best to keep him in the game, but I think that Gondor is just too expanded on the map. They've expanded on the top side. They've expanded over here as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we are getting an absolute cockfight right here. Trample from the Giga Chad Swan Knight. So the Swan's getting in there, doing some serious work. And yeah, this terrain here, unfortunately for him, isn't going to be doing much. Numenorian Engineering, farming the main base, actually, which is pretty interesting. It's about to run out of time, though, so... Were those spears? I don't think those were spears. I think those are just axemen being run down by the Swan Knights right now. And we do see the Gondorians putting a lot of pressure on as the Horse Archers are gathering up. It looks like Gondor is not going to need to call for aid here. They're going to keep mustering the Swan Knights and using the trample. And Prince Imrahil is out. All right. So Imrahil is here. He is a beast. So Fiefdom and Dol Amroth units near him gain damage and armor. So if you put Prince Imrahil with his Swan Knights, they will crush these Elven units. Because the Elves are really a little bit behind on tech. You know, they've been behind economically for a lot of the game. What is he producing at the moment? Probably just going to be spears. I mean, that's really all he can do against these guys. But this raiding is going to be incredibly devastating. Orange Pest going to be trying to expand here, setting up shop on the outside. There they go. And the big old cav going to be coming around, attacking into the Malorn tree. Very, very nice. And yeah, Elves are just scrapping for dear life, getting some decent tramples around the map, but these Swan Knights are just like an unstoppable bowling ball of punishment. Elves going to be losing a builder here, which is going to be very devastating. Sylvan Sentry is coming out, but those are just tier 1 units fighting against like heroic units, right? Yeah. The side farms, if Orange Pest had been able to deal with the side farms when he was in the advantageous state, he might have actually had a chance of winning this game, I think. But yeah, he did do it to an extent. Like he cleared out these, but didn't quite explore the further reaches of the corners. And that allowed Gondor to, I think, eco and get the job done. It's always about the side farms. It really is. All right, guys. Baragon is out there. He's cackling pretty hard. He's level 5. We have not seen Rumil been rebuilt yet. Elves producing basically spears, and now we're getting elite units. We're getting the Sindar Pathstalkers, but they're going to be terrible against the Swan Knights, which is one thing that's rough there. Stuns are on the table for the Swan Knight army, and we do see spears trying to fight, and they do actually kill a lot of the Swan Knights. So that's pretty cost-effective for Pest, but he just feels so behind to me. Having Prince Imrahil on the field, too, is such a problem. I mean, that's going to be a raid boss and a half. A couple of these cav are being poked. Spears are heading up there to try and fend them off. Do we see the AoE stun? Ring points? Let's see. So right now, Orange Pest has gotten he has the ring, and he also got the Summon Sylvan Allies. So instead of teching to his 25-point ability, he has the Desperation Summon, basically, to try and get back in the match. Which, look, Lothlorien is a faction that certainly can grind from the back foot. We'll see if they are going to be able to do it. And right now, it looks like we do see Conqui saving up for his ultimate. So he's going to be saving up for the Return of the King, probably. And we're going to be hearing some glorious, glorious singing from our boy Aragorn. Another tree down to the back, the Dol Amroth Knights. And good old Imrahil himself doing quite a bit of work. Let's look at the map as a whole right now. Elven raids doing their best, pushing where they can. Orange Pest does see a worker, maybe. No, he doesn't. He just sees the building, but then he sees the worker. Good map awareness right there. That's going to be a dead worker for sure. So the worker does get trash canned. I mean, dude, if he comes back from this, that would be one of the most insane comebacks I've ever seen in this game. Currently looking at supplies. The Elves have fought back to 500, but 975 for Conqui is going to be pretty brutal, guys. On the backside, we do see the Pathstalkers, and they are doing some good counter raiding, killing the Spearmen where they can. Orange Pest is going after the Gremlin farms in the corner, and these bad boys are going to be moving up. What a scrappy game, man. This is really, really epic. Yeah, Lothlorien is really good late game. So their late game scaling could be the difference, for sure. We are going to be seeing these Pathstalkers annihilating the Spearmen while the Spearmen take down the building here. You have to remember, Conqui, though, is getting a shit ton of money, too, because of the... he's sitting on 2,000. Because he has the Grand Harvest ability, right? Yeah, so Grand Harvest has already been upgraded, so he's getting just massive income compared to the Elves right now. Building going down on the outside. Orange Pest still fighting tooth and nail here. The Pathstalkers are going to be overwhelmed by the Dol Amroth Men-at-Arms. That guy, dude, tell me the picture, by the way. He looks like Slim Shady. That Dolan Roth soldier, he looks like Marshall Mathers. Come on, tell me that's not Slim Shady. It looks just like him. All right, guys. Over here, Spear's going to be chasing down the heavy cavalry, and we do see the Path Stalkers finally getting rid of some of the raiding here. There's going to be another arrow being called in. Path Stalker's going to be karate chopping. Nice little volley right there. I love this elite kind of split push here, but the elves are going to get hero hammered, I feel. Yeah. No, it looks like him. Come on. Come on. A little bit. Just give me a little something, okay? So Faramir is out, the Prince of Ithilien, and he is going to be just a problem. He's going to unlock the Rangers. He's going to be a great sniper character. We have Faramir at level 3 already. The elves are going to get outscaled by heroes. And that's one of the good mechanics in this game, is like heroes can punish turtling, because if somebody turtles, it's hard to break them. But by giving up map control, obviously Pest isn't giving up map control, but he's actually going after the Dolan Roth Citadel here. I don't hate this. This is a good play. It's going to shut down these Giga Chad elite units. And what hero is this going to be? Prince Imrahil on foot. Gondorian's coming in, and I think the tree is going to be killed now. Obviously, Gondor has the positional play to get it done here. And the Citadel is going to be living. GG's probably going to be getting called, guys. But this was a great tournament. GG well played. Good sportsmanship on both sides. And what an impressive run for both players today. Conquest showing why he and Old Nosy are the two best players in the world at Age of the Ring. But Orange Pest showing why, after playing only 2 months, he's able to take it to a game 3 against one of the best players. And is going to be at their level pretty soon if he keeps practicing. So very, very impressive, guys. Very impressive game. Awesome tournament. Congrats to Conquest for the win. Really, really fun one. We'll be having another SFT sometime in the near future. I don't know when it's going to be. But, maybe on Sundays. We can make it like a thing. If I don't have somewhere I need to be on Sundays, we could do like Age of the Ring tourneys on Sundays. I think that is pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Professor Pone says, seems like just 2 months ago. Yeah, ain't that the truth? GG, well played. Great stuff from everybody. Old Nosy says, GG, very impressed by Orange Pest performance. Awesome stuff indeed. It was fun, man. Thanks for hosting. Tourney was a fun watch. Well, Daniel, I'm glad you enjoyed it, and thank you for joining, brother. All right, all of you guys, that's going to be it. The tournament did run long in that best of 3, so we're going to go try and catch a movie before it gets too late, get some dinner. So I am out for today. No, we're going to do a separate, we'll maybe do an FFA next time, but that one went a little bit too long, and we're trying to catch a movie, so. All right, guys, I appreciate you all. If you're on YouTube, I see there's about 2,000 people hanging out there. If you guys could drop a like, join the party, come have some fun. That helps out quite a bit. And for those of you guys on Twitch, consider following and subscribing if you enjoyed what you saw, and channel members on YouTube. All right, guys, that is going to be it. Take care of yourselves. I got a jam. Well played to Conquest and Orange Pest here in the grand finals. Really good contested series. Uber sweaty, mind you. And Old Nosy, for the next tournament, you got to play Isengard for me, man. I need to see the White Hand get to the grand finals and get the job done. I need some high-level Isengard. I need one of you big dogs to play them so I can see how it's done. All right, guys, take care. Well, WK, I've been streaming on YouTube for 8 years. I just started streaming on Twitch like a month or 2 ago, so it's it's going to be a little bit different. All right, guys, take care of yourselves. We'll see you around. Adios, do widzenia, and ladies and gentlemen of the old world, that is it for tonight, or Middle Earth, I should say. All right, cheers.
Thank you.